Great skills again by him. Oh, marvellous goal by Luton.
Welcome to the Rangers Journey.
Guys, good evening. How are we all doing? It's Monday the 2nd of February and I've had £1 for every time I refresh my phone today. I'd be a rich man. I'd be able to spend the extra money that Hansa Rostock are looking for this German striker. I'd probably be able to put the money in myself for it. So we're here tonight. We're actually doing a bit of a marathon tonight. It's obviously a special occasion. It's a Rangers Journal tradition that we usually do a bit of a marathon podcast. So we're on the ball tonight, if you like, and we're joined by some great guests. So I'll come to you first of all, David, from the Heart and Hand podcast. How you doing, mate?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I'm just back from my trip. I was telling you guys just beforehand. So apologies at my to the viewers that my appearance is even more like the guy who's come to collect the empties in the pub than usual, because I'm really feeling it. But yeah, this is why I do audio podcasts mainly. But no, it's nice to be here to talk to you lads.
Oh, pleasure having you in, mate. And Andrew, you doing well, mate?
We'll come
to Andrew Ibrox channel. We've got Andrew from the Ibrox, the Ibrox channel here. We've also got Andrew in the bottom right hand corner here, which is he's known as Polish Andrew amongst the guys here. He resides over in Poland. So, but we'll come to Ibrox channel, Andrew. First of all, mate, you doing okay?
I'm not too bad. It's actually good to have more than one Andrew on here for once, because it's normally about 57 Rosses that we've got, that we've put in our own Ross League table at the minute. But yeah, no, it's good. It's good to have Andrew on as well. He's a good guy. So yeah, be happy to be here.
Right, I'll not hold you back, Polish Andrew. You well, mate?
Aye, not bad. Only minus 17 here in Warsaw today, though, a little bit chilly. But it's good to be on with the Journal Galacticos, as I was saying to the other Andrew a couple of days ago, and great to have Davey on as well.
Brilliant. And last but not least, the Stornoway loyal Colin George. You all right, pal?
I'm good, Ryan. I think I'm probably the only double-barreled Island boy, so probably no mixing me up. But yeah, good to be on. Like yourself, been checking the phone all day, so I'm sure we've got plenty to talk about. And the gaffer's just appeared, so
yeah, gaffer's on deck. Everyone to attention now, boys. Here he is. Doing well, pal?
Aye, not bad, mate. Not bad. How's you? All right. I just come out to say hello to Davey and just a quick thanks for coming on, mate. It's appreciated.
I'd promise. So I'm here, and I kind of feel like Rangers promised us some signings, and they're not here yet. So, but I'm sure we're going to talk about that.
Aye, I know.
Thanks to discuss. But Davey, see while we've got you here, tell us about your weekend. I understand you're away and you had a few good pals at the weekend.
Yeah, I was away to Dubai. The Dubai Loyal were having their they have a big weekend every year. A Legends weekend, and this year the Legends were Graham Souness, Mark Hateley and Durrant. So they asked me to come and host it for them, which I was very honoured to do. And yeah, I got to hang about with those three for 5 days, which was fantastic, except of course for the game. But it was good to know that some of our moans as supporters watching Rangers are echoed by people who can put their medals on the table. And yeah, they kind of felt the same way watching the Hibs game as we all did, I think. But wonderful people. But for a boy my age, you know, to meet, I'd sit and talk with and do shows with Graham Souness was just, you know, bucket list thing. Because I was 8 when Graham Souness pitched up at Ibrox, and it just, you know, he was like my second dad. It just changed everything. So it was a wonderful experience. They're really nice people, and I would say to anyone who I know a lot of people like to go on like Rangers trips and whatnot. It's one, keep an eye for it next year, because they really push the boat out with their guests and with the events that they do. So yeah.
I mean, the guy's quite accessible. I know sometimes with these trips, the VIPs, if you want to call them that, they're sometimes quite hard to kind of pin down. With the quite accessible up for a chat with and stuff. Yeah,
very well. I was with them the whole thing, so they would. I know Mark and Ian pretty well. It was the first time I was working with Graham, but no, they were brilliant. But more importantly, they were brilliant with everybody. Time for everybody, talk to everybody. Do, you know, sign shirts, sign books and stuff, but just have a chat and hang around and have a drink and with with the people, the people who were there. That's the most important thing. But I did make sure I got a shirt signed though. I'm not. My mum didn't raise no fool. So first thing I did was like, by the way, lads, here you go. I even took a Sharpie. I had my own Sharpie with me all the way in Dubai to make sure that they signed it. So that's upstairs and in the collection. Here's one for you. What one did I take, lads? What was the only one that all three of them wore?
Oh, this is one of the CR
Admiral Bad Boy.
CR Smith trip, wasn't it?
It was. I took the home one of that, but it was, he's right. 1991 was the only season the three of them played together, because obviously Souness left at the end of that year.
Brilliant, bro. You see, you're sitting there with obviously true Rangers legends. I'm sitting with Stuart Haytel half past 5 in the morning, having beers with him, and Saturday night after the Gallant Pioneer show, which was a great show as well, by the way. That was a really, really good night. But me, Stuart, and our own Rebecca, we were sitting there with my pal Barry. We were sitting having beers till 5:30 in the morning at the Crown Plaza, and I thought I was doing well, but I bow to your superiority on all that, David.
Oh, yeah. My mate I'm pretty sure my mate Ian McCall would be there from the Founders.
Yeah, I seen Ian and Gordon as well. Yeah,
Ian and Gordon, a couple of really good lads, those two.
Yeah. It was great to actually see that the hard work they've put in now obviously came onto stage and stuff like that. And for anyone who's not been on the Founders Trail, 100% is a must-do for any Rangers fans to go on the Founders Trail. It's the stuff that I'd like to think I know about Rangers, and I'd like to think I know about the history of the club. I only know the surface, to be honest with you. These guys, the in-depth knowledge they've got, the founding years of the founding fathers and the first few years of the club is incredible. So get yourselves along to that. And I'm sure the Gallant Pioneer will be back on at some point as well. But anyway, Ibrox, Andrew, we'll come to you first of all, pal. The game one, we'll quickly just cover off the game at the weekend there. Your own personal opinion, a point gained or 2 points dropped?
Yeah, no, it's a difficult one. I think it started the way that the game at Tynecastle did a little bit. We kind of looked okay at the beginning, then we just dropped off a bit. I didn't think in that first half that Hibs offered too much, but it was that second half. Normally, we seem to get better at half time. I'm not sure what Danny Rule does, but normally he sorts it out, and we were just lacklustre up top. Mikey Moore did make a difference when he came on, but it was a little bit just too little too late, I think, at that point. It does show glaringly that we do miss a striker, like a proper attacker. The only worry in this window is you can't really get a ready-made kind of firing striker off the shelf. It's always a bad window. It's a hard window. It's players that are not in form, and players looking to leave clubs and things. It's quite difficult. But yeah, I think more than anything at the minute, definitely an attacker. Especially now with Curtis being away to Kilmarnock, and we are looking, I think even in midfield we're looking a little bit not as, I think, taking into account the game against Porto from Thursday, maybe there's a lot of tired legs in there. Raskin looked quite tired. But yeah, we just were a bit flat. We're just a little slow with releasing some of the balls. That was the one thing that was annoying me. You could see some attacks creating, a bit slow, and yeah, we do need an attacker more than anything right now.
Yep, Polish Andrew, for you, is that the key to the trophy? The key to winning the title is, do we need a striker? Personal opinion for me, I actually think we need two, but your own opinion, mate?
Yeah, we absolutely need a striker. I'm not quite as critical of Chermiti as some people are. I don't think a striker's role is purely to score goals, but we all saw the game yesterday. We all saw that was sorely missing. Any sort of creativity coming from the wingers in midfield as well. Andrew mentioned as Moore came on, he offered some kind of spark, but nobody else did. I think we're missing probably a striker, but also a six, someone who would allow Chukwani and Raskin to take a bit more of a forward role. I thought Chukwani got pass marks yesterday. That's one small positive for me. I thought he looked pretty tidy. I thought Manny was really good, and Suter was decent. And Butland as well, of course. But everyone else, no, it's not enough. It's not going to win a title playing like that. So I really hope we get this Naderi in. I don't expect him to arrive this window, but I really hope he does.
Yeah. Colin, just before I'll come back to Dave in a wee second there, Colin, just that there wasn't much to talk about from the game at the weekend. Probably my takeaway from it, I was looking at Mikey Moore's disallowed goal. And it's an embarrassment. See the technology they're using, and you look at the line, the distance that is away from the park, and the angle that they're using. Surely, to goodness, we could be doing better.
100%. To answer your question very shortly, yeah, 100%. They should be doing better. It probably was onside. It looked extremely tight. I think in past years, I'm one of those guys that I'll probably be looking at that video footage time after time and not getting any sleep last night after that performance. But I was watching the post match, and Cammy summed it up for me. As Rangers fans, there's no point getting too high or too low. We're really guilty of it. There's been so many lows this season. There's been the high of getting back in the race. It's really difficult not to get too high or too low, but we're still in it. For me, I still don't, could be completely wrong. I don't think Hearts are going to win this league. So if that's the case, we're still where we need to be. We weren't good yesterday, absolutely, but that's a game where I lost earlier in the season. So that point could be massive. It was a point gained. There's absolutely no doubt about it. We didn't deserve anything from the game. And, we're getting towards the end of the window now. And it's funny the way you look at it. If we had signed these three guys, Romans, Chiquani, Olsen, if we had signed them this week, the perception around the whole window would be totally different. But because we got the business done early, I think there's quite a bit of discontentment that we haven't managed to get that striker. And like you say, hopefully we can get Naderi in. But if not, I still think it's been a successful window. And yeah, just got to support the boys and let fingers crossed we can do it.
Thanks, mate. David, I'm conscious of your time. I know you said you didn't have a lot there. You're needing your bed, obviously, after your travel back from Dubai.
Very much so.
Just one quick question before you go, mate. If you could let also everyone, when you finish answering the question, if you could let everyone know where they can find your podcast, mate, with that side of things. But how, if we don't sign Naderi tonight, how would you sum up Rangers' transfer window business?
I think if you plotted a graph of it, it would look like an N. Started slowly, high point in the middle, ended low. I think most of us feel that we don't have enough to win the league with what we've got. I would say that's the same. I have a slight worry that if we do we need a striker, but if we bring in a striker, team doesn't make chances. That's not to say that Miovski and Chermiti are blameless in that, but it isn't like the team's presenting them with loads of golden opportunities that they're not taking. We are a functional side. I think I think Danny Rule quite rightly came in and looked at the squad and thought, right, okay, this is not the most talented squad of players in the world. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that. So I'm going to make us defensively solid. I'm going to make us very difficult to beat. I'm going to make us good at set pieces, etc. So I don't think a striker solves all those issues. My concern, my worry, and I've said this for a few weeks, is that I think this team is playing as well as it can. I don't think that the current team has other levels to go up. Olsen, Chukwani and Romans are obviously different. We haven't seen the best of them yet. We haven't seen very much of them at all, really. But the rest of them, I think, are doing what they can. I don't think that there are levels for those guys to go up, particularly this season. So you need to try and bring in a bit of quality. We need more from Olsen, who has looked like a guy who hasn't played very much this season, which of course he hasn't. And I think the other thing is that I think there's no point complaining about this because it just exists and it will never change. In that we as supporters are looking at today based on the next few months, and we want to win the league. They're not. They're looking at this is all part of an ongoing build to make sure that we are competing and winning every single year. So it's a slightly different mentality, but I would be disappointed if we don't end the window with at least one more signing, ideally two. And I think that the manager has said he's wanted that. So it's not just us as fans being unreasonable. He's literally said it in press conferences that he feels that we need more. They obviously really like Naderi. I think that's very clear. They obviously really want him one way or another, which is fine, which is great. But I would love to see someone else come in as well. The longer it goes without anything concrete, then the less likely it is that will happen. But yeah, yesterday was so disappointing because we offered nothing as an attacking threat. Let's be honest. It's not like you can say the Hibs goalkeeper had a busy afternoon. He didn't. And again, it's just they overplay. They want too many touches. They don't take responsibility in the final third. And I totally agree with what the boys were saying. You noticed when Moore did it. He wasn't brilliant, but you noticed him doing it, at least attempting it, because the rest of them don't. They're too keen to offload the ball. They're too keen to try and present the perfect opportunity. When the ball's there, try and make something happen. Be a bit more direct. The urgency thing was frustrating for me. There was a real lack of tempo, and particularly I thought the last 20 minutes, you would expect us to be. I know it's not the modern way of doing it, but why not chuck Fernandez up for the last fight? He's brilliant in the air. Why not chuck the ball up to him and get the ball in the box and try and work off second balls when you've got Miovski and Chimiti on the park anyway? So yeah, I like I say, I think that this window overall has been good so far. It could be very good. It won't be a disaster if we don't get anyone else in, but I'll be left feeling a bit. And I'm pretty sure most other Rangers fans will be as well. So we've got 5 hours really for them to go in and get something done, and hopefully they pull a rabbit or two out the hat. Ideally 2, that would be lovely. Come on, Rangers.
Definitely, mate, definitely. Just before you shoot, tell us about Heart and Hand.
Yep, Heart and Hand. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts. The free episodes that we do videos on YouTube from time to time, and we're on patreon.com/Heart and Hand, where you'll get up to 5 shows every single day. So I need to get back into it because I've just had 5 days off, and the rest of the lads are like, right, arsehole, it's time for you to, it's time for you to get back into the groove. So yeah, but for now, that's the one thing, right? Because usually I'm like you, I'd be sitting with the phone going refresh, phoning various people at the club that I know to try and get some answers out of them. Tonight I'm going to be blissfully unaware because I'm going to be in my bed, so it'll be a transfer window that I can just wake up and either I'll get all the joy or the disappointment in one moment. It won't be an accumulated thing.
Yeah. Well, I've got a wee feeling personally. I think the Nadiri one. I think it's too hot a rumour, and it's too far. I think the club will do what they can to do it. I think it's one of these kind of pivotal sliding doors moments of the season. I think we've got to do it, and I think it puts the chips up everybody else if we manage to get it over the line as well. Remains to be seen if he's going to be a good player or not. But at least we'll get the checkbook open. At least
at least it'd be nice to see him have the opportunity. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly.
Aye, we'll forget the fact he's coming from the German third division and all that kind of stuff for a while. In fact, he's a goal scoring striker, which is what we're after. So, but mate, listen, Osley, thanks very much for your time. Sleep well, and we'll catch up with you again very soon, buddy. Thank you.
Take care, guys. Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Take care, Davey.
Brilliant. So that was Davey Edgar from the Heart and Hand podcast, guys. Just a wee special guest appearance there. So appreciate that very much for him. So, right, well, let's get in about this transfer window then. We'll talk about the ins before we talk about the outs, first of all, because the ins are the ones that we care about the most there. So, Andrew, much the same question to Davey. Talk me through, obviously 2 Romans, Skov Olsen and Chukwani, the 3 that have come in so far. Of the 3 of those, which one were you most excited about? I know you're probably going to see the Skov Olsen one, but any surprises for me there?
No, definitely Skov Olsen. It's a name that's kind of come about, over the past few years, and we've been linked with him to the point where I think you've convinced yourself that he's an amazing superstar of a player because you've just always heard him linked. Yeah, definitely the one that just kind of give me a bit of right, this could be a difference maker. Very good kind of footballer. Not had the best kind of season, but he's an attacking right winger. It's somebody that we do need. I think at the minute, you look at the players that are kind of in similar positions at the minute, that could be there. Like Antman's not really setting the header alight. Yes, he's come back from a bit of an injury layoff. He might be able to offer something, but yeah, no, definitely Skov Olsen. I think that when he's up to speed, I think he could be a level or 2 above some of the other players potentially. He's got that potential there. He really does. I really do think he does.
Yeah. Polish Andrew there. This is one that's come out from Right field, let me just find this start comment here that I put down. A rumour this evening that a potential late bid for Josh Windass. You wearing that? I know you're right into your scouting and right into your numbers and stuff.
Oh, I'm not sure. One thing's for sure, he's not the same Josh Windass that left us those years ago. That's for sure. Do I think he's the right man to come in right now? No, I don't really. Would I be angry about it? No, I wouldn't be angry about it either. I should say that. But no, it's not really one that appeals to me very much. With regards to who has come in, I'm quite happy with Robbins because Ngoma was our only left back. And imagine he took an injury. What do we do? Cornelius can obviously play there as well, but he's also injured. So what do we do? So this is one that I'm happy about. In terms of excitement, Scott Olsen, it has to be it. But to be honest, who do I think will make the most impact? Probably Trikwani, actually. He has a very solid profile in terms of his defensive duels won, or a very high number. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but among the highest in the Austrian Bundesliga. But his progressive passes are similar, among the highest in the Austrian Bundesliga. So he provides a really balanced profile in midfield that I think is going to be really important for us. But on the original question, Josh Windass, I don't think we should even play with a 10. I'm not sure if he's been playing up front for Wrexham. I don't really watch the Championship. I kind of see him as a 10 though, and I don't think we should play with a 10. Think about the first half at Parkhead. Think about yesterday at Easter Road. I think we should play with a flat 3. We don't control midfield when we play with a 10, and we don't get enough out of it in an attacking sense either. So I don't really want to see us playing like that. Therefore, I don't really want to see Josh Windass coming in. Is he that much better than an Asgard? I don't know. I don't really think so, to be honest. So wouldn't be angry, but I wouldn't be someone that I would go for.
Yeah. I take your point, mate, about not playing with the number 10. I think it's probably a position within the team that I think that we lack. I think Asgard, to be honest with you, doesn't give enough in there. Moore, is it his natural position? Is it he's not? It remains to be seen. He's still just an 18-year-old boy finding his foot. But you see the difference there. We went in 1-0 down at Parkhead at New Year. We bring on Diamande. We play a flat 3 across the midfield and we take control of the game and ultimately win it. And I think maybe Danny Rowe needs to look at that for himself here. But Colin, listen, there must be feeling flashy day, pal. 10 gifted memberships there.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to deflect away from the Windass question, I think.
Well, I'm going to ask you just a question here right now. Josh Windass, for me, would come back to Ibrox with a point to prove. And I think he would come back with a certain amount of appreciation of getting a second chance at Ibrox. And whereas there's other players in there that we know aren't perhaps given the role for the club and aren't perhaps given the best reflection of themselves. And there's a few of them that are being accused, let's be honest, of stealing away from us. But if I was to ask you to go with Windass in the number 10 position, or if you were going to go in with Theo Asgard, who would you choose?
Oh, it's a tough question. First of all, I agree with you. I think he would come back with a point to prove, and he probably would be an upgrade. But that tells its own story, doesn't it? We had this conversation towards the end of the summer window, if memory serves me right, and I know Scotty's very much in favour of Windass coming back. I think he would have a point to prove, and it would be a short-term fix though. Asgard to me is a passenger too often. He was yesterday again. I know he scored away at Aberdeen, but he seemed a bit of a passenger again yesterday. And I completely agree with what Andrew said there about playing a flat 3. Arguably our best performance, probably not even arguably, I think we'd all agree our best performance was that second half against Celtic at Parkhead when you put Diamande on the left-hand side of a flat 3, and it just seemed to give us so much more stability. Now, I totally recognise I'm sidestepping your question here because I don't know how to answer it right, but I just don't think for me Windass wouldn't be one I'd be going for. And just going back to the point on Naderi, if it's the case that Rostock are going to insist on him staying with them till the summer, I really can't understand why we're not using that money to go and get Maswanisi from Motherwell. I know they've said it's probably too late in the window now for that move anyway. But if they've known for the last 3-4 days that that's unlikely, it just seems a no-brainer that you go and get that guy who's scoring goals, proven in the league. So, yeah, totally sidestep your question there. Apologies. Don't know how to
It's
answer
okay.
it.
I'll let you do it. You can sit at the base. Tell me to bugger off if you like as well. Excuse my language, but it's absolutely fine on that as well, mate. It's no problem at all. Guys, before I go any further, before Scotty kicks me in the dead air, we are 10 subs away from 5,000 on YouTube. So there's over 600 people watching so far. We expect this pod, as it usually does with the marathon, wants to go up into the thousands of viewers. We're looking to get up over the 5,000 tonight. We're not going to set ourselves targets. We'll leave that to the Rangers football team to set themselves targets, but we are, literally 10 away, which for a pod which is only a couple of years old, and everyone that you see on here is a volunteer, nobody gets paid for doing this. If you wouldn't mind popping a wee subscription over on YouTube, it would be very greatly appreciated. And tell your friends, your family, everyone there. We're trying to be the best, we're trying to be the biggest. We're not here to take part, we're here to take over. So, Andrew, Ibrox channel, Andrew, why would you not sign Maswinisi? If you were Danny Rowe, what would stop you? What's there? Is it the price? Why do you think we wouldn't do it?
He's a very good finisher. Now, I've seen that from him. We've seen all the kind of goals that he's scored. He's bagged quite a few. Is it 13 goals maybe already so far this season? I can be corrected on that. I'm not 100%. The one thing I think is, would he work in our kind of system? Now, to be fair, he's a very natural goal scorer, so he probably would. But there's just a couple of things I think. I don't know how he would work with the service that we have at the minute currently. A couple of other things. There's also the kind of, I guess you could call it Rangers tax potentially. Now, don't get me wrong, the prices that we're seeing quoted, we don't know how accurate they are. Allegedly, there's a bid that's been knocked back. Allegedly, I don't know again how true that is for Motherwell, but I wouldn't surprise me if they actually have the valuation a little higher than what we've seen, because that just doesn't seem right, really. Granted, it's only half a season that this guy has been doing this. Could he be another, was it Van Veen? Van Veen was very hotly tipped. I know he was an older player, wasn't he? Went out to, was it Holland he went out to, and it didn't quite work out from there. So I don't know if maybe they're thinking that it could be along the same lines there. Could just be like half a season.
I think he had his personal difficulties, that Van Veen. I think he was...
Well, I think that, well, yeah, exactly. But I think that he is a natural finisher, natural goal scorer. Would he work in our side? Possibly, but I don't know. It's a bit of an unproven at the minute, but he can score goals in Scotland, and that is something we are crying out for. So I wouldn't begrudge if we were to sign him. I'd say, you know what, at least we know he can score in Scotland.
Yeah, so for me, the thing probably is, the only thing must be the money. Rangers just must not see the value. Like you said, it could be this flash in the pan thing that Rangers are seeing. They're just not willing to pay the money for it. Motherwell probably aren't hurting for cash after selling Lennon Miller. They probably get money in the bank, so they're not really looking to give players away if they don't need to. So it's a difficult one. So the thing for me is, I would rather be bought than somebody else bought him. And you know who I'm talking about when I say that. So there's just that kind of side of things as well. But Paul Sandro, I'll come to you, mate. Let me just grab a name here from my notes, and we'll just get a wee opinion from you, pal. So Nadery's there. The Cameron Archer one, that deal seems to have gone cold. I don't think that's happening, but I think there was a message come on the chat there that Kyle Larin, the Canadian striker, I think he was playing in the MLS. I think he was at Orlando, and they moved over to Turkey. I think it might have been Besiktas he was at, but apparently he's now moved out to Southampton on loan, which might start a domino effect. With Cameron Archer be somebody you know much about him at all?
Like I said when I was speaking before, I don't watch a lot of the Championship. In fact, I never watch the Championship, to be honest. So I'm not speaking from experience of actually having watched them. So, take what I say with a pinch of salt with regards to that. But based on the numbers I'm seeing, he doesn't look like the prolific clinical striker that we need, to be honest. I think there are much better options out there. Now, I'll be back on with the rest of the scouting department a bit later, so we'll go into more detail on that then. But there are some very good strikers available who would cost a lot less than, this is a loan, but would cost less than some of the numbers we're seeing. For Naderi, for example. Now, there's Pululu from Białystok, is out of contract in June. And I don't know if anyone have watched a lot of Polish football or the Conference League. This boy is brilliant. Imagine Morelos, but more technical. This is Pululu. He's available on a free. I don't know why we haven't looked at him. There's Bobchek at Gdansk as well. If anyone watched their recent strikers video, this is someone we should be going for. Big, tall, strong Slovakian international. Nightmare for defenders. Would be brilliant for our set pieces, but he also takes the game by the scruff of the neck himself. So I don't want to go with the whole cliche, oh, it's a lazy move going for a championship striker. But these sort of moves to revive championship level players that have kind of fell away hasn't really worked for us. When we've got good players from England, it's been young up-and-comers, generally speaking. I don't really think we should be trying to revive players' careers. We're Rangers. We're not a hospital, right? We're not a nursing home. We're Glasgow Rangers. So like I said, I mean, we do need a striker. So if it ends up being Archer, so be it. But there are just so many better options that we should have been looking at. And I don't really understand why we haven't been.
Yeah, definitely. Scotty, you want to come in there, pal?
I'm on the Rangers review blog and I'm reading the wee update that they posted just before 6 o'clock. So basically I'm coming on about Cameron Archer. So the club's agreed a deal for Southampton for Cameron Archer, but the move is dependent on moving parts south of the border. He spent today awaiting news of where he'll play football for the second half of the season. According to reports south of the border, Palace are still interested in the Wolves striker Jørgen Strand Larsen, which means Adam Armstrong would go to Wolves to replace him. But that can only happen before 7 o'clock. So for what I'm reading, as Rangers Review have put, is Rangers can still sign Archer after 7 p.m, but that's the cut-off point for Southampton to source a replacement. So what I would take for that is that if Palace don't sign Larsen, it means Armstrong stays. And I'm assuming this other boy that Southampton are playing that'll be down the route somewhere or being finalised. So if Palace don't sign Larsen, it means Armstrong doesn't go to Wolves. Then surely it must mean Archer's leaving. That's what I take from that. So I would say that the deal's very much alive, if you ask me.
Well, I see, obviously, the reason that it's got the boy Larsen from Wolves is going to Palace is because they're trying to move Mateta on. He said he's not going to sign another contract, and his deal to AC Milan appears to be in the bin at this moment in time. So it's just all these moving parts. The thing that probably annoys me more than anything else is where we are in this food chain. And I get the money in England is different world and stuff like that, but it disappoints me that where we fall in the football world as far as there. It used to be we were the top of this chain, and we were the ones that were going, and everyone was following suit and following us. It looks as if we're very much down the menu, if you like, which is a shame, but it's the nature of the English market and the nature of the game down there. But hopefully, as time goes on, things will get better for us. Colin, I was wanting to come to you. There was a wee star comment I had here that was actually thinking this one. We're likely to see that the English window's only open for another 23 minutes. Not that I'm paying attention here. Is this when we're likely to start seeing things happening for ourselves once the English window closes?
It's entirely possible, isn't it? What Scott's outlined there, I think we're seeing this more and more often, this domino effect of, a deal will only happen if 2 or 3 other things happen. And you mentioned it there about Mateta. I think his deal with Milan has been bidden. So, like Scotty says, if that's the basis of it, I think it's likely that the Archer deal is very much alive. Again, similar to Andrew, I can't say I've seen much of Archer. Again, you look on social media and whether our fans have all seen him play or have just decided with the stats that he's going to be no good. If he comes, we have to support him. I think reading reviews, and I haven't seen much of him, I think he is a bit of a different profile to maybe what we've had. He's pacey. But we certainly need another attacking option. And my question would be, where's Danilo at the moment? Because, if we assume that Naderi might not happen till the summer, the Archer deal is up in the air. Presumably, we can't let Danilo go unless we get somebody in. I don't know if you guys know where that deal's at the moment. I know he was over in Holland yesterday. But yeah, so but you're absolutely right, Ryan. I think this is probably working in our favour. The fact that our window shuts 4 hours after theirs. I know deals might not be confirmed down south, possibly an hour or two after the window closes with the way the paperwork and all that kind of stuff works as registering it with the FA. But it can only work to our favour. There may very well be opportunities late on in the window with the bigger clubs trying to shift people on. So you'd like to hope that we're monitoring a couple of things. And like Davey said before he went off, let's hope we can get minimum one, but ideally you'd want a couple of attacking options in the door.
Yeah. Well, the Premier League one shuts at 7 o'clock. I'm assuming that'll be the same for the Championship as well. Bundesliga, Ligue 1 in France, and Serie A are all at 7 o'clock. There's no mention here the Eredivisie, the Dutch league. But interestingly enough, the Spanish La Liga and their own one, they both shut at 11 o'clock. So it does leave a bit of time for us to actually get a few things done, a few kind of moving parts. It just remains to be seen and what's going to happen here. But Andrew, I'm just going to come to you, Ibrox Channel, Andrew, if I can, mate. Joe Aribo for Leicester. There was rumours that earlier on at the start of the window here I think he's out of contract in the summer. Did that get your ears up when you heard about that?
Not really. Joe Aribo on his day could be a fantastic footballer. We all remember that goal in Seville and what that meant to us. But there were plenty of times where it just didn't really work for him. Sadly, now don't get me wrong, he might have matured his game a little bit and playing back down south, but yeah, I don't think it would have worked personally. Not to be disrespectful, I love Joe Aribo, but there were far too many occasions where he just didn't perform too well. Don't get me wrong, there were many occasions where the whole team were in the same boat, but I just felt that sometimes he could be a bit lacking. Sometimes it required him to be in a bit of a big game, like we've got some players like that now a little bit. I sometimes going back to the past can work, but not always. And I just felt with Joe Aribo, no. But good luck to him at Leicester. Leicester's been a bit of a crazy club this season. The things that be going on there behind the scenes and stuff. So all the best to him going to Leicester.
Brilliant, mate. Thank you. Scott, I'm just going to come to you on this guy, if I can, mate. Obviously, with your connection and watching Leeds United as well. Joe Piore, I think you pronounced it there. I know you've spoken before about this on the pod, but this is one that seems to have went a little bit cold. I'm surprised this one didn't happen, to be honest with you. I thought, obviously, with the connection with the 49ers, this has been quite an easy bit of business to do, but are you disappointed this one doesn't seem to look to going forward?
He doesn't. I don't think he wants to come. I don't think he wants to leave Leeds at all, for what I've read. He's pretty much kiboshed it and says if he's leaving any time, he's going to leave in the summer, Ryan. Because he says he wouldn't show the best version of himself if he was to go for a loan move or a permanent move just now. He doesn't want to move in the winter. So it would have been amazing, but didn't happen, unfortunately.
Oh, well, let's get that one straight in the bin then.
Right.
Thank you, mate. Thank you, mate. Paul Sanders, just a wee bit of information coming in there. You're saying that the transfer window is actually still open tomorrow in Holland. Is that right?
Yeah, I can see Doug has put in the private chat that Portugal and the Netherlands keep their windows open until the 3rd. So that's tomorrow. And I know from my own experience here, Poland keeps the window open until the end of February.
Yeah. So that would be good for us. We certainly with the NEC move for Dino, that certainly helps us there. Colin, I'll come to you next, pal. Let's have a wee look at this one here, mate. Ran over these guys. Bayama, the defender we were linked with at the start of the window there. I think you were quite vocal, if I remember rightly, that you wanted a centre-half brought in during the window.
I was, yeah. It's amazing how so much can change within a month. But he's certainly a guy that's been highly rated. I think he's had a couple of injuries maybe, but he's certainly someone who's highly rated. And yeah, we've been after him for a while. We've been tracking him for a while. But I suppose it's been down the priority list with, just the other positions that we needed to fill. And you have to look at it. I think I said at the outside of this pod that I'm reasonably content with what we've done in this window. We'd always want more, absolutely. And I totally see the argument that we're still a bit short up front. Completely see that argument. But left back was a massive one that we had to fill. We've got another midfielder in, and we've got a right winger in. Now, I'd just love to see them hit the ground running. I feel like none of the signings we've had for a while have hit the ground running. And heading into this title running, we need them firing. But yeah, I suppose the Miamba one might be another one we look at in the summer, Ryan, because you think
he's away to Lask in Austria. He's going there.
Is he? Right, okay. So yeah, I mean Cornelius is back in a few weeks, I think. Obviously we've got Sterling back. There's plenty cover in the central defensive area. Obviously we've got a great defensive record now. Somehow we rode our luck yesterday. But certainly I think the focus should and is on the final third on recruiting.
Yeah. But do you think, though, we should have been using this window because obviously we're looking at a defensive rebuild in the summer. Tavernier out of contract, Suter out of contract, Giga's on loan, Cornelius is on loan, McComa's on loan. Should we have been using this January window to start thinking about the rebuild and possibly brought in a right back? We've obviously brought in a left back, but do you think we should have been using this window to try and battle plan what we need to do in the summer and start maybe getting guys in pre-contracts? With a view, you're getting a guy in now, it gives him a chance 6 months to bed in. Do you think we should have been using this window a bit more wisely?
Ideally, you'd want that, Ryan. And I remember in the pod in the summer where you mentioned that. I don't think it wasn't on my radar at all until you mentioned it. And it's a great point because, all the best Rangers teams have been built from the back, and having that stability. So yeah, the doubt over so many of these guys, I think we'd all agree that Max Aarons probably won't be renewed on a loan deal and certainly not signing a permanent. McGoma's done well, but is he likely to be there next year? Probably not. They'll want to test him maybe somewhere else. Cornelius, we've got an option to buy. He's done okay. Gia, probably not. I don't think we've been that impressed with him. And all of a sudden, Fernandes has come to the fore. So I think Fernandes coming to the fore has maybe made up their minds slightly. And I know there's talk of Suter getting a new deal. So yeah, it's not ideal having that doubt over the back line. But I think, like Davey mentioned, we're looking obviously short term at the moment to try and win this league. And yeah, it'll be you don't want another big rebuild in the summer, but with the way things have gone, I think there'll be a lot of movement again in and out.
I think especially when you look at it, defensively we have been strong. It's probably one thing that since Danny Rowe came in, Davey Edgar when he's always talking about it is, Danny Rowe has made us hard to beat, so he has created a decent defence, and it would be a shame if it was broken up on that side of things. Polish Andrew, you want to come in about Maswanisi? I've only got a notice Andrew wanting to put his hand up there, sorry.
Sorry, it's me. Sorry.
Is it you, bud? Sorry, mate.
That's okay, no worries. No, it's just to say Motherwell have confirmed that Maswanisi's not for sale. That's after the reported interest from Anderlecht. Now, it sounds like Anderlecht did want to stump up some cash, but Askew wants to keep him. So there we go. That'll be an interesting one. It'll be interesting to see if their hand can get turned. I think every player has their price, and if you were to come at Motherwell, maybe with 4 or 5 million there and then for a club like Motherwell, that'd be phenomenal. But if they're going to turn it down, then that's very bold by Motherwell.
Yeah, unless I would like us to be brave and go out and sign the boy, but see also at the end of the day, it's not maybe the end of the world that he doesn't come to us because he's still going to be sitting there playing for Motherwell. He still needs to face Hearts. He still needs to play Celtic for Motherwell. So even though he's maybe not playing for us, it still doesn't mean that he can't do favours for us and do damage for us in other ways. Scotty, I was going to come at you this one. This is one that's just caught my eye here, just coming through the transfer news here. Spurs and Arsenal wrestling over James Wilson from Hearts. Does that surprise you, mate?
That's the most random thing I've ever seen on a deadline day. That wee guy's not even kicking a ball for Hearts this season. I don't know where that's came from. It's wild, to be honest with you, mate. It would be different if he'd played all season and he chipped in with 10 goals and he was a big part of the team, but he's not. I'm just a bit bewildered. Like, it's came to the last day, and it's came to the last day of January transfer window, and Hearts, Arsenal and Spurs have decided, know what, you're what we need.
It's a weird one, isn't it?
Absolutely mental.
It's reading here that Arsenal were in talks with Hearts to take the 18-year-old on a 6-month loan deal, which would be effectively seen as a 6-month trial. It's really maybe when Arsenal signed Archie Stevens in the summer as well. Left Rangers. It's very...
That's got to be for their under-21 squad or something like that. Trying to test them out.
They said Wilson. Well, actually, it sounds like Tottenham have kind of gazumped Arsenal a little bit here, and it says Wilson would join the Spurs under-21 squad, so it's definitely a future prospect.
Yeah.
It's still a strange one, though. Really odd.
The Brexit thing's got a lot to do with, see, because they can't, these kind of bigger clubs down south, they can't jump into Europe and snap up all the European young talent now. They are having to come north of the border and make do what they can get up here. So obviously makes things difficult for us. Billy Gilmour's probably the most prime example and the most obvious one that we can think of. But there'll be boys that you'll probably see coming through in the next kind of 5-6 years that will be examples of what this is. But it's a really, really strange one, probably the strangest of them all.
Random as, man.
Definitely. Posh, I'm just going to come to you in a wee one. Clinton Insiala possibly moving out. Westall looking at him. Obviously, the boy, forgive me, I always forget this boy. Yes, knows him from his time at the club there. We've done a bit of business with him earlier on in the window. Does that surprise you for Insiala moving away there? Do you think it's good for him to go and get games?
No, it doesn't surprise me at all. And of course, it's good for him. It just hasn't worked out for him at Rangers, which is a shame. I think he has shown ability sometimes when he's played. He's had some dodgy moments too, but I think he's just had a rough time. The changes of managers since he's joined, none of them have really seemed to rate him, though. That's the thing. So I trust it is the right thing probably to let him go. It's a shame. He did look tidy, as I said, but ultimately it's a good move. I believe he's French, nation France. So, speaking his home language in Belgium, probably a more familiar culture, more familiar footballing environment. It's probably a good place for him to continue his development. We probably aren't going to see him again. So good luck to him. I hope he goes on and has a good career. He seems like a decent guy. He seemed like he cared. So not much else to say. It just didn't work out, and all the best.
Yeah, I think the thing for me is that he had all the physical attributes, obviously tidy with the ball at his feet, which has been mentioned here in the comment. Great pass to the ball, But one thing for me that he really lacked was that next level of aggression. He never seemed angry. And I think as a defender, he never had that nasty side to him, that nasty streak where he could really push somebody a bit, which we've seen with Big Fernandez and in development that he's come on. He's got that nasty streak in him where he's willing to go and put his body in. He's willing to make the big tackle, as we've seen in Porto the other night as well. And Insiala, just pure and simple, just doesn't have that in his locker. So we wish him all the best if it happens, if it goes through there. But Colin, another one for you, mate. Just one, Joe Rothwell. This one was right from the very start. He's only featured once that I can remember in the last few weeks for us. The cup game against Annan at Ibrox. He started that night and assisted that night actually for another person who's leaving, Kieran Dow, who's already gone. We need to get this one over the line, surely. I think this is the best for everybody.
100%, Ryan. It's another championship project that's failed on the back of so many, and we've said it so often. He came in highly rated, and it's for me it's another example of don't bother watching like compilations on YouTube of players, because honestly, see the clips on YouTube that I was watching about this guy when he was playing for Leeds, driving forward from midfield, creating set pieces. We saw very, very little of it, and I suppose he was always he was always seen as a Russell Martin kind of player as well. So that's probably not helped him, and certainly the start of the season was so bad it wouldn't have helped him either. But no excuses. He was on big wages. Cheerio. Wish you all the best.
Yeah, it's just not worked out. It could be anything. Maybe just his family hasn't settled. I don't think we were ever true to him as well. I think there was always these kind of indications that we were playing him out of position and stuff, that players that had been playing with him earlier on in his career, guys that knew him, said that he's great. Why are we playing him so deep in the midfield as a number 6? He's a great ball carrier. We should be playing him further up. But ultimately, he'll not be the first. He'll not be the last that it's not worked out of. Is the Nadiro? Don't know. We're still waiting for this one. This is one that's coming through here, guys. Scotty, can you give us?
I'm digging it up anew. Leave it with me.
Yeah, on the subs, mate.
Oh, one to go.
One to go. 4,999 YouTube subscriptions. Who's going to give us the 5,000, guys? These are all watching. There's nearly 1,000 people here. 328 on YouTube and 643 on Twitter. Somebody jump across from Twitter to YouTube, please, and make a subscription to get us to 5,000, and that'll get Scotty off my back, and I can have the bragging rights to say I was hosting at the time we did the 5,000. All right. Let's just quickly go through here. Ibrox channel, Andrew. Finlay Curtis to Kilmarnock. Very a divisive decision amongst the Rangers fans. Lots of Rangers fans wanted him to stay, and quite a few are quite happy to go out and see him develop under, obviously, Neil McCann, who wasn't a bad winger himself in his day. Your own opinion on that one, mate?
I can see the idea behind it, getting more regular game time, especially at the age he's at. But I do feel that we could have done with him a little bit. You know, he's had some fairly decent displays, even in Europe as well. It's one of those that I think the club are pretty sure that they are bringing somebody in. They must be, in an attacking sense. Look at that, 5,000 subscribers, unbelievable. Look at that.
On the way to 5,250 now, troops. We're
Oh,
actually at 5,023, so I want 5,250. If my fucking ass is sitting here at midnight tonight, I want 5,250.
brilliant. That is just absolutely fantastic. That's incredible. Well done, guys, and well done everyone at home for subscribing. But yeah, like with Curtis, will he get the same service? He'll have to learn how to play football a little bit differently at a club like Kilmarnock. There won't be as much creativity, so he'll have to maybe try and carve some stuff out himself, which I think he's capable of. But there must be somebody coming in for them to look at letting Kilmarnock have him for the rest of the season, because he does need regular game time, and it probably looks like he's not getting it here, sadly, at this point.
Yep. And for you, mate, what would represent success for him at Kilmarnock? Obviously, coming away from that Plastic Park injury-free would be a wonderful start, right? But are you looking to have a goal target, an assist target? What actually represents, what measures success for him and makes it a successful one for him?
I think there'll be a lot of metrics that are in there. I think that as long as they can see him progressing and see him getting better, you know, if he could get maybe 10, 12 goals between now and the end of the season at a club like Kilmarnock, especially where they are at the minute, I think that'd be a very good return. To see him getting, you know, a good few assists as well, but it'd also be good to see how he is in a different environment. Like you say, different pitch, you know, being on that kind of pitch, it's very different. And as you say, coming back injury-free will be key as well, because, yeah, he's definitely one that I think will be good for the future. Hello, Cheeky.
Brilliant, mate. Thank you. Polish Andrew, there's Lyle Cameron earlier on in the window going to Aberdeen. Don't think he was too welcomed up there when it was first announced, and then stuck a man of the match performance right in their faces as soon as he done that. Is this an indication that Cameron isn't in the plans here? He doesn't. You look at the likes of who we are signing, everyone we're signing more often looking at 6 foot plus guys. Why hasn't it worked out for Lyle Cameron and Ibrox?
Well, first of all, I think we should say it's great work by the Rangers Charity Foundation helping out poor clubs in the northeast of Scotland. You know, they're really struggling, so it's good to do a bit of charity for our feeder club. Obviously, we take players from them, so we need to give back to the community every now and then. Now, on Cameron, I think you hit the nail on the head. He just doesn't quite fit the rule profile. We look at everyone he's bringing in; they are all 6'2", 6'3" giants, right? Lyle Cameron's a little guy. I think most of us had a similar opinion when he came in, that maybe he wasn't going to be the most important player in the squad, but he was going to be a very useful squad option who would do a good job for us. And it just hasn't worked out. I think injuries set him back really early. And yeah, as we've just said, he doesn't quite fit the rule mould. Hopefully he can put a marker down in Aberdeen though, and show Rule that maybe I don't quite meet the physical profile that you preferably want, but I can make an impact, because I would like to see him do well for Rangers. I mean, we all like to see young Scottish players do well at Rangers. So I hope he can come back after a good spell at Aberdeen, rebuild his Rangers career. If not, I hope he can build his value in Aberdeen and get us a couple £1 million for him. Either way, I think it is a good move for him. I wrote an article for the Journal recommending he goes to hopefully Motherwell or back to Dundee. But Aberdeen is probably a good environment too. The fans are pretty demanding for a small club. So that's something that can translate to Rangers in some kind of way. So, yeah, all the best to him. Like I said, hopefully he can come back and do a job for us. If not, hopefully he can make a few quid for us.
Yeah, there's also this thing, just what I was mentioning there about Masmanisi possibly staying at Motherwell. It's, you know, not the end of the world that these guys are going out there and trying to prove points. And maybe Aberdeen against Celtic is maybe the best example of that, because we all know how that usually goes on that side of things. But if he's in the middle of the park and he's got a point to prove himself, then you never know what might come of it. Scotty, I'm just going to come to you next, mate, just to the last wee one. We all know you've got that wee soft spot for Danilo, meeting the wee man at the hospital at Christmas time and stuff like that, so I'm not going to ask, but talk me through apart from obviously meeting him in person and stuff like that and what he did for the wee man stuff, talk me through your favourite Danilo moments.
I think, see, personally for me on the whole Danilo thing, Ryan, for me Danilo was somebody that could have been good for Rangers. I think naturally he was the best finisher at the club at the likes of Dessers and him and likes of Sam Lammers and that kicking about. It's just he's not built for Scottish football, and that's ultimately what's done it for me, is the injuries he's sustained. I mean, if you look at it, he got his cheekbone fractured at St Johnstone scoring the header. He got his knee mangled at Hearts, and they've all been lengthy layoffs. He's had plenty of chances to come back and to come in and show what he's made of, but scar tissue is already there for me by that point. I'm really, really disappointed it's worked out in this way, because I think he offered something that, you know, Rangers didn't really have up front, and that was a wee bit of pace, could get in behind, decent enough finisher. But ultimately, it's just not worked out. 6 million, we've had our pants pulled down, to be honest. But at the same point, the injuries aren't his fault. I would say he's gave a good account of himself. He scored against Celtic, which is he scored more goals against Celtic than what Morelos did in how many years? You know what I mean? But hey ho, it's not worked out. But he's not going to see us. But a big thank you to him, because last year my wee boy was in hospital, really, really unwell, and the Rangers team were ending their Christmas show about the hospital, and Danilo put a ball down and kicked a ball about with Matthew, and it kind of made Matthew forget for half an hour that he wasn't not well, that he was not well. You know what I mean? So, I'm always going to have a soft spot for him, but it's the right call for him to move on. It's definitely a right call. It's just one, it's not worked out.
Yeah, sometimes there is more important things than football, mate. So you're right in what you're saying thank you to him and stuff like that. So whatever happens, we wish him well, and we wish his old man well as well. So his old man was a wee bit of a character. So
his old man got us up to like 5,000 followers on Facebook when we took in videos. See, Easter Road after he scored, a couple of boys I was sitting in the pub with sent me a few videos for a few lads at the game. I stuck them on our socials, and our socials. Everybody loves Danilo's dad. Just leave him here.
I think we get as much attraction from the other side of the city as we did their own side of the city with that side of things. So I don't think I've ever banned so many people in all my life. So anyway, get the algorithms going. Colin, there was talking earlier on the window, there was this superstar signing, or this whole thing that we were told was going to rock Scottish football. I'm still waiting, mate. Any idea who you thought it was? This Thomas Muller rumour that was kicking about?
I knew you were going to mention Thomas Muller, yeah.
Come on, entertain me.
I'll definitely humour you. It's such an easy link, isn't it? Danny Wilby and German, obviously been at Bayern Munich, you know, all the connections where they are. I went back. It's funny how, you know, quite often, you know, on a Friday afternoon or whatever, I don't personally see the press conferences. So, you know, I'm reading snippets from what's come out of the press conference. And I think I was actually watching one of the pods on the Rangers Journal, and you guys, I can't remember who was on, were mentioning this WOW signing. So I still don't know what Danny Rowe actually said, if it was maybe, you know, taken slightly at a turn, but I think it's fair to say that as much business as we've done, he probably expected a wee bit more. And I think he's been probably knocking on Kavanagh's door, asking all the time, what's happening, any progress? Because he will know, as so many of us have said tonight already, he will know that additions were and are required in the final third. So we'll probably hear in about 3-4 years' time, Ryan, whether it was Thomas Muller or Raheem Sterling or one of those. But yeah, it certainly kept us entertained. I was actually gonna ask you, Ryan, about just throwing back at you about the tile race. Me and Scotty were on with a podder when we signed Scott Wilson, and at that point, you know, we were quite confident. You know, we had the momentum. I'm not saying we've lost the momentum just because of yesterday, but how are you feeling, Ryan, about the title race now? I mean, is it a knee-jerk reaction after yesterday's performance as much as the result?
No, because you've got to remember the exploits. We're well known for these European hangovers that we seem to have, and we went out there and we've had a bad night in Porto. Do you know, it's
Yeah.
and it wasn't unexpected. I didn't expect us to go to Porto and win. When we were 1-0 up, I was very surprised, to be honest. I think we've done well just to leave there with 3-1, probably our dignity intact, because it could have been a right bad night for us. You know, I was unfortunate enough to witness the Bruges performance, and it hadn't been for Jack Butland tonight, Rangers would have lost by double figures on the night out there. So anything, you know, we're just not at the races as far as European football's concerned. I think I'm hoping that we're going to look back at the end of the season and see it's a point won. We haven't lost the game. We're still keeping this unbeaten run on the go. We have ultimately still only lost 2 games all season, both to Hearts. So I'm fine with it. We've still there's still plenty of games. We've got Hearts and we've got Celtic at Ibrox in the next few weeks. Massive. Motherwell away is going to be absolutely massive for us. Ask me after that what I think about the title race, because that's, for me, that's going to shape it. As much as we're points behind, we've lost a wee bit of pace and stuff like that, they've still got to play each other a couple of times. We've still got to play. You know, there's plenty still to go here. There's plenty of twists and turns. They're not going to win the next 15 games. Hearts aren't going to win the next 15 games, and we're not going to win the next 15 games. But I'd like to think we're going to still be on the dance floor in the last day of the season, and I think that's where we do need a striker. We need somebody who's going to be willing to put the ball in the back of the net, because it might come down to goal difference in the last day, like it's done before. So we need to have the ability to go out there and hit a 5 or 6-0 in the last day of the season if we need it. So I'm desperate for us to sign somebody, but I'm going to jump off, guys. I think a few of us are actually going to jump off and Lev do his things. No offence, Dave, for that, but going to screw on. I'll be back on in a wee while, hopefully. Yep. All right. All the best, guys. See you soon.
Cheers, Ryan.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers, Ryan.
Dave, your audio is not great, mate.
Any better?
Nope.
Doesn't sound plugged in, to be honest.
Aye. Sounds as if you're on a laptop computer, pal. A laptop mic.
Right. Go cover me for a minute, Scotty, while I just get this sorted.
Aye, no problem. No problem. Andrew, take over just now, mate.
Yeah, no probs. Let's have a wee look over at some of the activity that's been going on at the minute. So just in the comments, somebody has said Palace have signed Larsson, so the dominoes could start to fall. That's something we need to go our way a little bit before all the other parts fall into place. Some good comments coming in. The comments are flooding in, guys. Keep them coming in. And don't forget, we are sponsored by Bluebells. Puerto del Carmen, Lanzarote, the best place to watch Rangers in the sun, sea and sand of the Spanish Canary Islands. There we go. Right. So there's still no news currently on our front. It does seem like things are going on in the background. Again, we've been talking about this domino effect this evening. The English window has shut not too long ago, 7 p.m. it is, but as long as certain paperwork's done in time, announcements can be made possibly a little bit later, so we will find out all the final signings for that, for the English window. As has been mentioned, there are other windows where players where teams can buy players from Rangers, from the Dutch league, was it Andrew, the Polish league still going for the next couple of days, isn't it? So
until the 27th in Poland.
27th, there we go. Wow, blooming hell, that's a hell of a window there. So there is still options, especially with players that are still on the books. We haven't heard much about Matondo. It sounds like he'll probably be staying here this window.
Matondo mania. Let's do this.
Much to Scotty's amusement.
Matondo
there we go.
mania. He's here
Can
for
you imagine?
He's going to score a double against Livingston next time we play them. That'll be him.
Could you imagine if Matondo is the guy
double
who wins the league?
double running the ball out of touch.
Matondo scores that goal. He scores the goal to win us the league. There we go. I'll hand back over to you, Dave, on that absolute madness.
Yeah, cheers, Andrew. Audio better, lads?
Aye, sorted, mate.
Aye, spot on. Right, so then, as Andrew's alluded to, obviously the window is now shut in England, but I did find it quite interesting, actually, even just looking at our signings. There's just a ton of dominoes that, in essence, need to fit in place. I was having a look at the news before I came on. Obviously, Ryan Nadiri's over here, still kind of 50-50 whether he's actually going to complete that move this window or if that'll be a deal for the summer where we've got verbal agreement. There is also a deal in place, apparently, according to the Grim Reaper of Twitter, for Cameron Archer. So again, very much dependent on them making some moves. Who knows? We will see. But there's deals in place. And the reason I'm calling out these two is there's two positions for me at the start of this window that I thought we had to rectify. Now, I don't think we're going to rectify one. I think that's pretty clear, barring something totally out of left field. And that was at number 6. So we'll talk about that for a little bit as we get on. But first, I wanted to talk about the striker situation. So I'm a firm believer, personally, 2 years ago, we could have won the league. We didn't, because we didn't sign a striker. Now, I don't know if you guys agree with that, but certainly for me, I think that was the difference. And I mean, I was screaming all window, we had to sign Shanklin. Shanklin would have been the one to get us over the line. Never happened. And the rest, as they say, is history. Unfortunately, 2 years on, I think we're back here. So I do firmly believe, yes, we have 2 strikers, and yes, we paid a significant amount of money for 2 of them in the summer. We've also got Danilo, who's another one just awaiting that domino effect. If we can bring someone in, the rumour is he will be allowed to leave to NEC Nijmegen. Remains to see whether that happens. But what I've done for this is I focused on the 2 of them. So I'm just going to pop up. Hi, Billy. How you doing?
I'm fine, mate. Just my mic wasn't working. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're clear as a bell now, mate.
Okay.
Clear
No, I
as
was
a
watching
bell.
along. I thought I'll join in and just say hello for a couple of minutes.
Don't lie. Scotty sent you to babysit to make sure we were behaving. We know, Billy.
He said, go in and find out why he's wearing some Japanese shirt or something. He's got one of those blades, Hattori Hanzo sword as well in the background.
Yeah. So it's a bit as close to fashion as I get, mate. Yeah.
Mate,
Yeah,
I've got a
why
pony thing on just to relive my youth having pony trainers.
Yeah. Down with the kids.
That's
I'm
it.
too young
That's
for
it.
this.
Skateboard. Hey, fellow kids.
Right, that's the one. Okay, let's fire up these. So the guys in the scout department kindly put this together for us. As you will undoubtedly see, you've got Yusuf Chermiti on the left and Bojan Miovski on the right. Now, looking at these radars, right, I think there's an argument that Chermiti is performing in some areas, perhaps not in others. Looking at Miovski, he's performed in a couple of areas, but really isn't kind of doing the business for us in most areas. So, Andrew, I'm going to come to you first. Just before we delve into the actual data metrics, Andrew, I'm going to come to you first. Half the crew's Andrew, right? Let's go Polish Andrew, right? I'll probably get red carded for calling you that, but never mind.
It's okay with
It is
me.
what it is. Yeah, well, that's the main thing, mate. Just thinking about the eye test, right? What have you kind of pulled out from these 2 over the 6 months or so now that they've been in place?
I'll start with Miovski because I think it's a bit less clear with Chermiti. Miovski, the eye test tells me he's not good enough. It's quite simple. He's not. His goals at Aberdeen came disproportionately against us on the other side of Glasgow, right? Playing in a team that was playing on the back foot with 10 men behind the ball, and he was hitting us on the break. Think about the goals he scored against us. Now, there's only one that really sticks out in my head. Header over the top of Goldson, I think it was, something like that. I can't remember it completely clearly, but certainly it was hitting us on the break. It was the sort of goal you would only ever see Rangers scoring in Europe, really. We don't score goals like that in domestic settings. He is a penalty box poacher that can't really do much else, and he isn't even doing that for us. He looks a bit scared. He looks like he just doesn't have I don't know exactly how to describe it, but he doesn't have the mentality, I think, to play for us. He doesn't have the physicality to play for us. And that's what the data shows. Now, actually, his successful dribbles are very good. Maybe we should explain exactly how these pizza charts work. In case I know a lot of people don't quite understand them. So the numbers show like 91% successful dribbles. That doesn't mean Miovski has 91% success in his dribbling. It means he is better than 91% of the league in his position for that metric, right? So if we look at another one, goal conversion, 80%, he's better than 80% of the league in that metric. So that's what these things show. Now, successful dribbles, what use is that when you look at his dribbles per 90? It's among the worst in the league. He's barely ever dribbling. So the area that he's doing best in is something that he doesn't actually do very often. Brilliant. Now, his goal conversion rate is actually really good. It's better than 80% of the league, which you would expect from someone who showed he is a good finisher at Aberdeen. But he's barely getting any shots in. You see, he's one of the worst in the league for shots per 90, XG per 90, very low. So he's giving us nothing, ultimately. And I think that's what the eye test tells us too. Now, Chermiti, I am not nearly as critical of Chermiti as a lot of people are. I think Chermiti is good, but we all know that he is not a clinical goal scorer. And we don't have one, right? So it's all good having a player like Chermiti. I think it is good that we have him, but we also need a player that will put the ball in the net every 90 minutes, or at least, 0.8 every 90 minutes. We need that, right? And Chermiti isn't doing that because he's not a clinical finisher. Although if we do look at his data, he is scoring more goals than expected. So out of the chances he does get himself into, he's actually doing a very good job with them, which probably doesn't quite fit what we think from the eye test.
I wouldn't get too carried away with that.
Well, that's what the data says, right? His XG is only 40th percentile, and his goals per 90 is 72nd percentile. So that is what it tells us. But I mean, we all know he's not clinical. We can all see that he's not clinical, right? I'm not going to dispute that. So this is why I was mentioning Pululu earlier. I was mentioning Bobchek earlier. These are the sort of players that we need to see come in, not Cameron Archer. Now, if we do end up with Cameron Archer, I'm not going to be angry. I'm not going to be against it because we do need someone else in. But Chermiti is a creator. Chermiti is someone who holds the ball up. He's not someone who will bang them in. And that's all good having that. But we also, as I said, we need someone who's going to bang them in. So that's what's missing from our striking options at the moment. That's not true.
I would totally agree, Andrew. That is very much what's missing from our striker department. Ibrox, Andrew. Right. So Andrew raised a good point there. So he is correct. Judging by the percentiles and the data, he is overperforming his XG. His goals are more than his XG now. Whilst that sounds like a good thing, I'm just going to jump to another slide real quick, okay? So this is a comparison between the two of them. So obviously Chermiti on the top, Bojan Miovski on the bottom. What we have, the orange line is XG and the blue line is goals. So what we see with Chermiti, right, there's a lot of the time he doesn't finish it, but then other times he does. He seems to be getting some reasonable sort of XG in there. So, he's getting himself into a position, just coming back to that comment we highlighted, he's getting himself into a position where he could potentially score, which for those listening that aren't sure, that's what XG is all about. Looking at Miovski, and again, this backs up what Andrew highlighted in the data there. So he is a pretty good finisher. When he gets a chance, there's a reasonably good chance that he will take it. The problem is, you can see on the data there across this season, he's hardly getting into any position where he gets a chance. And I have to admit, the first thought when I saw this was if you could somehow smash the two of them together, you would have a bloody good striker out of it as a result. What's your kind of thoughts? In essence, we've got a striker that doesn't really get in a position to get many chances, but when he does, he scores them. And we've got a striker that can get in a position to get chances, but doesn't really score. So what's your kind of take on that?
Do you know what? The data does seem how you'd kind of imagine in a sense. Chimiti, you can see his goals there at Parkhead, can't you? Chimiti's a very interesting one. Obviously, you can look at the XG and obviously you can see the chances he's created. So at least you can see, that there's XG there. However, obviously not as many are being scored. Now, both of them have the kind of same problem at the minute, that they're both not firing. Like Andrew said earlier, with Majowski, he's the perfect counter-attacking footballer. And actually, if we probably played better in Europe this season, he might have actually probably performed a bit better there. Granted, saying that, I don't think we have the creation around us like we've been talking about tonight. We do need a real, bob-on creator to help with a lot of this stuff. I don't think this form will be too dissimilar for Majowski. I can imagine his metrics at Girona probably were not too dissimilar, because he didn't have a hell of a great time there either. When he was out in Italy, so I don't imagine it would be too dissimilar. You can kind of see there with Majowski's kind of data, should he, chance score, yeah, but there's not enough of it between both of them still. Fernandez is slowly creeping up to be one of our biggest threats in the box from any sort of set piece, and I think that is our big worry. The fact we've got quite a few strikers on the books, which obviously is probably going to be different by the end of the evening and possibly over the next couple of days when the other window is shut, with Danilo and and other players, it's just poor. It really is. Now, Chimiti does seem to have a lot more to his game. You could see that on the previous kind of chart. You could see there's a lot of other metrics, a lot of other areas that he's doing well with. But at the end of the day, when you are that kind of number 9, you kind of need to be a striker. And that is what we are lacking at the minute. The big question with Majowski is, can we kind of get him to recapture any of that form he had at Aberdeen? Yes, we are playing a different way, but in theory, if you can be creative enough, he should be able to score goals, because it is much harder to probably score on the counter-attack in some respects. When you look at the kind of way Aberdeen used to play, they'd only get 1 or 2 chances against us, but they'd probably win 1 or 2-0 with those chances. So yeah, it's not good reading per se. I think Chimiti has the ability to grow into a better player, a bit more of an all-rounded player, because it is still early days for him. Even though we have paid £8 million, he's still a prospect per se. So I think Chimiti still has more to come. With Majowski, I think he's at that point of his career now where it's probably what you're going to get. And I think just more creativity around him might help with that, possibly.
Yeah, I think Majowski was always a bit of a strange one for me, even when we were looking at him in the summer. I think for me, I was always a wee bit dubious because, as you've both touched on now, how we play games and how we have to attack other teams in the league is just miles apart from how Aberdeen do it. They can knock a long ball, look for him to run onto it and fashion a chance. We generally don't have that space to knock long balls into because you've got 5-6 defenders camped on their 18-yard line, and it just shuts it down. I did think, and I'd be interested on your takes here, but I did think with Majowski, he seemed to be coming into a little bit of a game, and then it just he got that injury and we're almost back to square one. Billy, do you think there's anything there that we can, I hate to say it because we've kind of given ourselves a name for this, but do you think there's anything there that we can rehabilitate, or would you say Majowski's one where we probably should look at cutting our losses?
I'm just looking at the graph you've done, Dave, and I think he's outperforming. I know that doesn't pass the eye test when you see him play, but look, the XG is below his actual goal scoring, bar one. I think the one game towards the end. That's really good. I've never seen it laid out like that, so I maybe kind of lost just in the way the graphics done. But to me, it's this front 3, 4 even is a jigsaw puzzle, and we've not got the puzzle pieces right. And either one of those two players could be what we need Miovski could be what we need. I get what you're saying, that we don't get the space to run in. I mean, I never watched him other than the games with us. But I've seen his highlight reel from Aberdeen, and he scored an awful lot of different types of goals. It wasn't all just, running in the back or whatever. Tremiti is the one I think has got the most promise for us. Just physicality. If we can get some players round about him that do the other work, because when you were talking there, I was just like thinking, going, we're talking about this role as if it's one person, and that's not. We don't have Ali McCoist anymore. That's not the role we've got. And even though he had Haitley round about him, we're looking for one player to fill this role that actually probably is 3 different players now in the modern game. So that's why I think Tremiti more for me is the one that will probably be long term what works. But just looking at Miovski's XG to goals, that's he's outperforming, and that's not what I think about him. That's just what I'm seeing on your I see your other graphic as well. But it just
again, going back to his goal conversion, that just highlights what you're saying, Billy. I mean, as much as in some senses we can all sit here as fans and say he's minging, actually he's one of the best in the league when it comes to actual conversion, right?
I mean, it could be down to how many games he's played. I don't know if that comes into it. I'm one of the people that likes you to explain what these charts mean every time we bring them up, because they're not. It's almost like it should be the other way around for me, but I guess it doesn't work. But Miovski's doing. I mean, what else would he be sitting at home going, What am I doing wrong? It's not me that's the problem. It's the players round about me.
So I think the problem is actually. You make a good point, and if we just explain this down a wee bit. So with Miovski, his conversion rate is really good. He's in the top 20% in the league. So, that totally matches up what we saw on that previous slide. I think where the problem comes in is if you start to look at his shots per 90 and his XG per 90, he's actually in the lowest third of the league. So if you think about it, and I remember pushing this in a group chat just the other day when we were watching, Miovski looks terrified to shoot. Like, the amount of times I've seen him pick up the ball, round about the penalty spot, and he'll shuffle it about a bit, and, there's 4 defenders in front of him, so he'll then pass it off to someone else. You never see him just take that shot. And I think that is exactly what we're seeing here. As I said, he's in the lowest third of the league, attackers, for actually just taking a shot, and actual shots per 90. Let me have a look. He's almost in the bottom 10%. So he's not great in that sense, but as you have alluded to, Billy, you can count on him when he does actually take the shot. There's a pretty good chance that he is going to score.
Well, Dave, that might be where he's lost.
On the other hand.
So because he's not taking the shots, so that's maybe the problem. Yeah, you're right. I didn't really understand that side of it. So if he maybe took more of that XG and goals game, maybe wouldn't look as good. Because you seen the other day there at Hibs, the amount of players they've got in front of strikers blocking shots. So if he doesn't take them, he's not getting those on his stats.
Exactly. Just go back to our friend Albert's in the chat there. So asking if it's league only, yes, it is in this case. The XG chart is all games, so that was the one that we saw, and that's you can see here his hat-trick in the cup, but the pizzas are purely based on SPFL duty. As I was saying, with Tremiti, he's almost the opposite way around. So his shots per 90 is sky high. And I think, again, that kind of tallies with what you see. He always seems to, when he does get on the ball, he's always wanting to take a shot, but it's quite often a low percentage, I would suggest. And that probably, again, in part explains, Andrew, you were commenting on the XG to goals. I think that probably explains that to a certain extent. His XG is pretty low because the chances that he does take aren't great chances. Quite often it's edge of the box stuff. There's defenders blocking the shot, all that good stuff. So, it's not a clean shot, but at the same time, he'll still take it. And I guess this This is where you have to be careful. I'm doing an analysis section. I'm about slate analysis. I'm not really, right? But you do get, everyone will have heard the term stat merchant or a stat padder, right? That is very much one of the things that you have to watch out for here. So yeah, he takes a lot of shots. His shots per 90 looks brilliant. But actually, when you delve into it a bit more and properly analyse it, and this is exactly what we'd be holding Rangers do, there's other metrics that say, well, he might be really high in that one, but it's not actually brilliant because in this one, he's super low. So you do have to kind of take this as an overall package. That's us coming up to the half an hour, lads. I've just done a quick scout on Twitter while Billy was talking. I, shock horror, cannot see any movement, so I'm just going to go and cry a bit more. No, not really. Have you guys seen anything else? Has there been any update on Ryan Nadiri?
I've not seen any update on the Dairy. Sorry to butt in there, but there is rumours about Rothwell. Allegedly, there's some people saying that he's failed the medical. I don't know if that's true or not.
Jesus.
Obviously, Kieran Phillips is also looks like he's been lined up, but there's been nothing official, so it could just be maybe it's just taken a bit longer than expected. Obviously, not all the paperwork's processed yet down south. The window has shut half an hour ago, but yeah, I've not seen anything else from that, but there's just been a couple of rumours, more than one rumour cropping up about Rothwell's deals kind of fell through, but based on medical allegedly, but there's nothing official.
You would believe it.
All right, Polish Andrew, look at you. Look at you go. I am, let's be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he has. It's pretty much Rangers' luck, isn't it?
How did he pass his medical to come here?
Obviously, the scales were bust, mate.
If I can come in on that as well, sorry, Dave. Just yeah, I was going to say the same thing. With his medical with us, I mean, if players are injured, is that counted in the medical? Do they factor in like a knee thing? Is it more long-term things they're looking for in that?
Right, so they do factor it in, but it's very much in the context of the injury. So, you know, if someone's got a dead leg, right, okay, we'll factor it in, but it's not actually going to block the medical because we know that's, you know, a few days.
So you're talking about more serious injuries then if someone fails the medical?
Yeah, or underlying stuff. The one that always gets me is I was always quite surprised we didn't pick up that lad that we signed from, was it Bournemouth, that had the heart issue?
Yeah,
I was always quite surprised that didn't come out in the medical.
Off a bar,
sorry.
That's the one. That's him. Yeah, so I was always quite surprised by that because that's the kind of underlying stuff that you would expect them to pick up. It's not just the treatment centre or the physio having a look to see if you've got like a tight hammy or anything. You know what I mean? They're supposed to take you and do the full-on medical tests, which, okay, we missed that one. I gather it was quite a rare condition, but that's the sort of things that they will be looking for in the medical. Yeah, probably, Barry. Probably. Oh dear. So that does bring us on nicely, actually, to the next section of the analysis, which is going to be the midfielders. Just before I come on to that, if you are watching, you're not already subscribed, please do like and subscribe to the channel.
Dave, I'll need to come in there. We've crossed the threshold this evening. We have just went over 5,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is absolutely amazing for 2 years. I don't know if it's been mentioned in the pod earlier, but I just updated the YouTube page and seen that we were 5,034, which for me, from being on the first pod with, I don't know how many people were watching that one, it's amazing. And every time we pass it, like a milestone, like 1,000 people, 2,000, 3,000, it is amazing. But thank you everyone that does subscribe to the channel. Please tell your friends about us. We could do with as many people watching the pod as possible, especially on YouTube. That's what actually gives us some income from the pod as well. So I don't want to cut across you, but tonight was a night that we actually passed 5,000, so it's amazing.
Billy's obviously now been checking the group chat. Help us out, folks. Our boss is an absolute taskmaster, and he has already decided he wants 5,250 by the end of the night. So help us out if you can, please. Hi. I'm all right. So, on to midfielders. this was the kind of second position that I really wanted us to look at in this window. And I think, as I said earlier, it's pretty safe to say that's not going to happen now. And I do tend to agree that for me, a striker is a more pressing need, simply for the fact that I reckon that could be the difference between winning the league or not. But let's start talking about the midfield. So, generally speaking, right, there's a few ways that we can line up. We can have a 6 and 2 8s. We can have 2 6s and a 8. We can play a flat 3, or we can play with number 10. Right now, Andrew, I'm going to challenge you here. That's Polish, Andrew. I want you to tell us about playing with the 10 without swearing. Go.
Well, it just isn't working for us, is it? I said before you came on with Brian, Colin, George, that if the best example is we think of the game at Parkhead, think about the first half and think about the second half. Let's also think about Easter Road the other day. We had no control of the midfield the first half at that mid-in. We had no control at Easter Road either. And now this is, I'm simplifying it a little bit, but it's because we had a lack of men in midfield. Now, some people will reduce it just down to what's his name, Asgard, just being lazy or something. I think that's obviously not the case. It's a lack of bodies. If we have 3 players in there, Diomande, Troquani, Raskin, or Barron when he's fit, we can dominate that midfield. And you saw the difference Diomande made when he came on at Parkhead. Part of that's Diomande's qualities as well, but I think more than anything, it was a structural change rather than a personnel change that changed that game. We need to maintain control of midfield, and we're just not doing that with a 10. And I think we see more broadly across world football, we don't really see the 10 as a role so often compared to, say, 5 years ago, certainly compared to 7, 8 years ago. We don't see it so much now. The big teams are not really playing with that role. We don't really see the Modric, David Silva type of player anymore. I know Modric is still playing, but he's not playing as a 10. I don't think we should do it either. I mean, I'm not going to try and claim that I'm more of a tactician than Danny Rule is. Obviously, I'm not. But I think we can all see it's not working. And I think Asgard gets a lot of flack for a structural problem that I don't think would be any better if Moore was playing. I don't think it would be any better if Lyle Cameron was playing. A lot of people think Lyle Cameron shouldn't have gone and he's the solution to all our problems. He would be no better than Asgard in that position. It's a structural problem, and it's just not good for us.
I totally agree with that. And I think, for me, I agree 10's not the answer, right? I think there's a few different ways that you can approach. And it just depends how the game's evolving, who it is that you're actually playing. So, as I mentioned, there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can have one holder, right? Now, domestically, certainly against lower teams, you're probably going to look for that holder. You want them to be more of a playmaker, right? You want them to dictate the tempo of the game, pick out the right pass at the right time. And for anyone kind of over the age of 5, Stephen Davis, right? We all know him. We all miss him. We've never replaced him. That's just a fact. We have not. If you're playing sort of a higher team, so maybe a Celtic, maybe a European game, you might want a destroyer in there, or even 2 of them. So a destroyer and a creative player when 8 in front. Or you can play a flat 3. Now, I think the benefit of the flat 3 for me is, as someone commented just a wee bit ago, flat 3, so you can rotate them. So you can rotate who's holding, who's pushing forward. That actually plays to our strengths a lot at the moment. And I think fundamentally the problem is what Shug said. We simply don't have a natural 6. Now, what do I mean by that? Because Nico Raskin's a 6. Everyone knows it. Nah, he's not, right? He actually isn't. The problem that we've got in our midfield is fundamentally our best players are generalists, okay? So they do a bit of everything. And you can see here, Nico Raskin is very much the best, the most creative. And then he's followed by Connor Barron and Chucky, as I am going to call him, because I'm useless with names. But they're also good at attacking, and they're also reasonably good at defending. And domestically, which is the one on the left, because of the quality of our players, which, let's be honest, we have a massive budget compared to everyone except Celtic, you would expect us to have the best players, so they are going to come out in this manner. I think where it gets really interesting is when you start looking at the one on the right, and that is against the Europa League opponents as opposed to domestic. And there you can see it's a nice kind of equal triangle for our better midfielders, but they don't excel in anything, right? They're just generalists. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And, you know, as Baron said, we can play that flat three. We can have a rotational holder. We can have a rotational playmaker, etc. And generally speaking, in Scotland, they'll be good enough, right? So you see Nico Raskin bossing a game, or Chucky, once he gets settled, bossing a game and brings in this form that's in here from his standard days. Okay, they're going to look good. And they're probably going to be able to do most of what you ask. But when you go into those tougher games and you want someone that can just break up every attack, is just really strong at defending, we ain't got it, right? We've got reasonably good. We ain't got really, really good. And it's the same with creative, right? Yeah, domestically, Raskin can create stuff. And, you know, we've all seen him pick a pass. Nobody's arguing that. But can he do it consistently, dictating the game after game after game? No, he can't. And that comes from the fact that we don't have specialists at Rangers. Andrew Ibrox, I'll come to you. So if you could pick one, I've mentioned obviously the creative and I've mentioned the destroyer. Right, what would you say is our more pressing need in the market if we were going to get a surprise and we were going to get a 6 tonight? What would you be looking for from that 6?
I'm looking back to the Barry Ferguson days, that type of kind of number 6, so to speak. I know it'll be a little bit different. Bring back 4-4-2. I think when you look at the way that we kind of set up,
Mitch?
yeah. Bring back 4-4-2. Let's not overcomplicate it. From what I've seen from Rangers at times, one thing that used to annoy me with the way they used to set up, which is the way that we kind of set up, a lot of teams set up now, was that kind of double pivot where one would stay, one would go just behind the kind of main kind of midfield. But I can see the benefits of that, where you've got the guy that stays, you know, like you can have that Connor Barron character that can kind of, you know, pick up everything, you know, defend before it gets to the defence. Then you got one player that goes and pushes. From a number 6, the pressing thing, I think more than anything, it's a really good nailed on number 10. But again, I don't think we really play in that way yet. But we do need somebody that's creative, really creative, that's just in behind the attackers. We need that setup where, looking at the start of the season where we had 2 wingers come in that look like they're actually nailed on wingers, so you've kind of can stretch teams a little bit. You need that person in that kind of middle just behind the striker as well that's going to be, you know, creative. We haven't really struggled with low blocks this year. There hasn't been many low blocks against us. I think teams know they could get at us. We'll probably see that low block coming back in the next few weeks, I think. That's where I think Asgard can work well. Asgard's a bit of a weird kind of player in the respect that the big games seem to pass him by a little bit where there's actually space. Whereas actually the games where it's a little bit tighter, I think he's very good with the ball at his feet and actually can get through and round players, which is a bit of a strange one because most kind of players in our team over the past few years have been the other way around. We kind of thrive on them kind of games where you've got that space and stuff. I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent now completely.
No, you're grand.
If you're looking, it's very difficult because you don't want to upset any nucleus or rhythm of that kind of that midfield. But you look at that Hibs game and it seemed very sluggish. not as coherent as it had been. Raskin started to look like he was coming on to his kind of usual 6 months of good form, and it just wasn't really there. Everything was a bit slow, but again, we'll caveat that with the Europa League match from the Thursday. I think there was just a lot of tired legs, because despite the result, the performance wasn't terrible out there, which is mad to say. We just created our own downfall 3 times, which is just madness. But yeah, it's difficult. I would like to see another midfielder come in, but sometimes as well, when you've already kind of got a couple of new players there, it won't all work together very quickly. It takes time, and I think we're seeing this with players like Skov Olsen, who people are going, he doesn't seem to be too good, but of course he's just in the door. And remember when you talk about Steve Davis, remember when Steve Davis came back, you remember how he was playing? He wasn't playing too phenomenally either, but he hadn't really been playing too much for Southampton. But then once he kind of got going, he never looked back and looked like the old Steve Davis that we're all used to seeing. But yeah, it is a tough one. That midfield is quite difficult. We need more creativity, and that's for sure. We really do. I think we'd focus on that. I think we're not too bad with defence and that kind of the kind of players in front of the defence. I think we're okay there for now. I don't think our defence is phenomenal by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's that attacking midfield and the striking department now. I think that really, if we are looking to win this title, we need something and someone there. Who that is, I don't know.
Yeah, no worries. Folks, if you have liked what you've heard so far, please do like and subscribe to the channel. If you can push the link on all your socials, would be massively appreciated. We've got a whole load of folk on for the transfer window until it closes. Hopefully, we'll all be here to celebrate a new player being signed. If not, we can all rant and rave at each other together about the fact we haven't signed anyone. Andrew, Polish Andrew, I just wanted to touch... I think the drop-off is quite pronounced as well. You've got kind of Raskin, Chucky, Barron, and Dio. But after that, it rapidly drops. And even then, there's a fair bit of variance between them. I think what's really telling, someone mentioned in the comments not long back, was the attacking options from our midfield are really shallow. Not one of our midfielders is a good attacker. Raskin can be at times, just kind of going back to that generalist theme that he can do a bit of everything sometimes. But again, you don't have that consistent input in attack from midfield, and yet you look across the city and they've got people regularly contributing numbers, and it's something that we've screamed at for years. Do you think there's an argument in amongst kind of the creative or destroyer type? Actually, we need to be looking for midfielders that are going to add more numbers from the middle as well.
Well, I think in terms of midfield, what we need is like a metronome, a player that sets the tempo, sets the rhythm, controls the pace of the game, but is also, I know you're kind of arguing against generalists, but someone who's not necessarily creative, but a destroyer and very good passer in a simple sense, not necessarily progressive passes, line-breaking passes, but controlling the tempo of the game and knowing when to speed things up, when to slow things down, and isn't giving the ball away, but can also destroy attacks. To be honest, I think where the creativity is really lacking and the contribution is really lacking is on the wings. I have a bit of a reputation for my attitude towards Gassama. 0.1 goals per 90 in the league, 0.1 assists per 90 in the league. He's been living off those goals in August for a long time now. We need better than that. On the other side, Skov Olsen, far too early to judge. Like Andrew said, people slating Skov Olsen already. He's played, 100 minutes for us? I think we need to remember Václav Černý. Right? Remember his first few games for us?
Yeah.
Have we replaced him? He was brilliant. He was one of our best players for a long time. and he did not start
Yes.
well at the club. So let's not get ahead of ourselves when it comes to Skjalvalsson. Mikey Moore is quite good, but he's, 18, 19? We can't be relying on a kid like that. He's far too young, he's inexperienced, he's going to be inconsistent. So for me, actually, I feel like in terms of creativity, in terms of scoring, it's the wide areas that are a bigger problem. I think the problem in the centre of midfield is lack of control, which is why I believe that sort of tempo setter is what we need in that spot. And just to plug the scouting department's videos, we have recorded a couple of videos on this recently, on the central defensive midfield position especially. Not much of my work identifying these players, but Gordy specifically, I know he's watching, so hello Gordy. He is a big fan of Leopold, who I believe is at Hanover 96, certainly in the second Bundesliga. He looks like the perfect type of player based on the data to fulfill that role that I kind of mentioned. I have not really watched him myself, so that's not from me, that's from him. But based on the data and based on their opinions, that sounds like the right type of player. So someone that can destroy in terms of intercepting, tackling, but can also be a reliable passer, playing the bounce passes with the centre-backs, with his centre-mid partners, knowing when to go forward and add some pace into the game.
Yeah, that makes sense. I did wonder if you'd managed to get your anti-Gazzama propaganda out tonight. Yeah. Should have known. I tend to agree with you on the number 6 requirement. I firmly believe part of the problem, again, someone mentioned this in the comments, been flying in thick and fast, but the problem with 10, right, is it can be pretty easily marked out, especially when you think teams kind of camp back with five in defence, potentially another 2 kind of centre midfielders. So there's a lot of scope to mark that 10 out. By dropping them back in the 6th position and having someone there that can... there's Gordy, yeah. Having someone in the 6th position that can potentially dictate the play, the tempo of the game, knows when to speed up things, when to slow it down and keep the ball for a wee bit, just to get a bit of control back, and can regularly pick that pass, whether it's out to the wing or through the centre. I firmly believe that is actually the difference maker in a lot of these games. So if you take the Hibs game as an example that we just had at the weekend, it was almost basketball-like at times. It was just going back and forward, and none of our players just kind of said, no, let's stop this. We're just going to keep the ball for a couple of minutes, and we're going to make you chase it around like an idiot. We're going to keep it, and then we're going to find the killer pass. It was almost like we were desperate for that breakthrough, which, as fans, we all get. But actually, as footballers, these guys just need to take that minute, take control of the game, and that, for me, more than anything, I mean, yeah, okay, we weren't very creative. Chances we did get weren't even close to being taken in the main, but actually someone that can just grab that game by the scruff of the neck and take control of it and say, this is how we're going to play. That, for me, is the difference maker, especially against these lower sides. Potentially, if you're playing a Celtic or you're playing in Europe, that guy won't always get that chance to do that. And that's where I mentioned that you could play with double pivot and you have a destroyer in beside them that offers them a sort of certain amount of physical protection, whilst your playmaker sets up the attacks. Or, you just swap him out entirely and you have a destroyer there, and you forfeit that control, knowing that actually this team's going to come at you a lot more, so there is going to be the space in behind that you can play for your wingers or your fullbacks to be running into, for your Chermiti to go and pick it up, hold it up and bring others into play. So for me, that was a massive thing that we had to look at this window. We haven't, and I hope it's something that we address in the summer, because, I'll be honest, I'm not holding out much hope now. I think there'd be at least some rumours of a 6 before now if we were going to look to actually sign one. However, coming back to the striker situation, still no update. I do want to come to you, Ibrox, Andrew. Do you think we've maybe shot ourselves in the foot a little bit by being so focused on getting Ryan Nadiri in this window? Because it's kind of 50-50 whether that's going to happen at the minute, but it doesn't really feel like we've got any time to go and do anything else. And I would have thought, it seems like our sole backup option is Cameron Archer, who is also dependent on someone else moving.
Yeah, obviously we'll never know the full list and the ins and outs of the inquiries that have been made. It does happen. We are in dire need of an extra attacker, somebody that can come in, help rotate. We've all said it for months. Whoever has the best window here is probably winning the league.
Sorry.
And it's not the best window. Oh, is it confirmed now?
Sorry, Andrew. Yeah, I am literally just looking this up. Because nothing on the Rangers site. Stevie, where'd you get that from, mate? Share your sources. But yes, folks, apparently the Rothwell news may not be true. He might not have failed his medical, and according to Stevie at least, is confirmed going to Sheffield United. We'll keep an eye on that, and if we do get anything official... Oh, go for it, Andrew.
There's nothing on Sheffield United's Twitter at the minute. Their last post was 33 minutes ago announcing Calvin Phillips. Now, Calvin Phillips, is he the one that they've maybe gone for over Rothwell, maybe? I don't know.
I can see a journalist from BBC Sheffield is suggesting that it's done.
Okay.
So if Rangers
not
review,
explicitly, but Rothwell with a tick beside his name. It's Rob Staton, BBC Sheffield, senior sports journalist.
Yeah, so since a few rumours there, again, as I say, we will keep you up to date as soon as anything official comes through. Stay with us right through to the end, and we will bring you all the news and rumours as and when we get them. Sorry, Andrew, I interrupted you, mate.
No.
If you can remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was. We're talking about attackers. To be fair, there was somebody in the comments earlier, Dell, who was talking about when we were talking about the midfield. He says we suffer from a severe lack of movement up front, and this kind of stuff goes hand in hand. Our midfield could be better if we had somebody running into looking for the pass quicker, a little bit better, a little bit different, because obviously Chimiti seems to be, not your kind of typical striker. We do need somebody that is not necessarily the prettiest in the world. I would take a Chris Boyd right now, in all honesty. Somebody that can just find the net, especially in a game against Hibs where you just need somebody in the box at the right time that's just going to toe it in. If we scored 40 toe punts, for the rest of the season from somebody, that'd be fantastic. But yeah, it is eggs in one basket. I was having a look into, Nadiri earlier. Yes, he's a proven goal scorer. Yes, he's got some physical attributes as a good main target man. I think his aerial duels were 53.8%. Very good at pinning defenders, presses aggressively, which, you're like, brilliant. That's something we need, obviously. The negatives, though, that kind of come with this, he plays in Germany's third tier, so is it going to be, representative of what he's going to see in Scotland? He does he's still a bit raw. This is a kind of project player in a sense. This could be another Hamza Egeman, because he kind of lacks the elite technical skills, really. He doesn't dribble past players well, which is something that we probably might need. I think he's got 35.7% success now. With this type of thing, you're never looking for 90%, 100% success with certain things, especially when it comes to passing and things, because it shows people are going for the easy option too much. But it is quite substantially lower. Low assist chances as well, relies heavily on others for service than self-creating. So again, it does mean we need to have that kind of midfield and the wings in a real good creative setup. But as we've seen so far, that's not the case.
Gonna start Polish Andrew again.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Don't get me wrong. Our midfield and our attacking threat could click a little bit in the coming weeks once some of the new players kind of get up to speed a bit more. But I don't think he's the guy you throw in against Kilmarnock in the first game. I think he's somebody that you kind of bed in over time. And I don't know if that's what we need right now, personally.
Yeah, and what's your thoughts, Andrew? I mean, I was a bit. I'm not going to write him off just because he's coming from the third tier, right? But looking at where he's coming from, the amount that he's played today, it did feel potentially a bit of a risk. It didn't. You know what I mean? I think most fans would have been sat there at the start of the window thinking we want a guaranteed goal scorer. And I know those don't come cheap and, it's an easy thing to throw out there. But this guy, he may well be the next Thomas Muller, and we don't actually need to sign Muller, but equally, it might not work that way. What was your kind of thoughts on him? What's your take?
I like the look of him, to be honest. Now, I do understand the concern about the level, but what I would say is, do you really think it's that much lower than the SPFL? Really? I don't. I think it's probably similar to this set, like the bottom half of the SPFL. I don't think it's worse. Now, I won't pretend I watch a lot of the Dritte Liga, the third tier in Germany, but yeah, I don't think it's significantly lower. Now, on the player himself, he does score goals. He's got a goal 0.6, I think, per 90, which is more than double any of our best strikers. It's not the most clinical in the world, but it's pretty clinical. It's pretty good. I'm quite happy with that. I would tend to agree, though, that I probably wouldn't want to hang my hat on him as the main man. He is inexperienced. He is coming from, like I said, a kind of bottom half SPFL standard league. I do think he's a good signing if it happens, but yeah, I would want to have someone with a bit more experience. On the player himself, though, he's a very powerful player, very good in aerial drills, doesn't really get beat in the air. Maybe not to the Manny Fernandez extent, but he is a strong unit. Good finisher, got a range of goals, diving headers, volleys, all sorts. I think he looks a good player. But as I mentioned earlier, there are players that are available probably for the same price or less, playing at a higher level, scoring more goals. I'll mention Palulu again, available on a free in June. He's not going to cost 6 million euros. He's just not going to cost that much. Białystok will take less than that for a player who's going to leave on a free. He has Dinamo Kiev interested. He has Panathinaikos interested. Why aren't we moving for a player like that? Again, I'll mention Bobček. I think he's got 0.8 goals per 90. Playing in a league which, to be honest, the Ekstraklasa is better than the SPFL. You can see that by Polish teams performing in Europe. Last season, 2 of them were in the semi-finals of the Conference League. What are Hearts doing in Europe? What are Aberdeen doing in Europe? What are we doing in Europe this season? So why aren't we looking at players like that? I don't really understand it. So I don't want to pour cold water on Naderi in general. I think it is a good signing, but I do think we should be looking for someone with a bit more high-level experience to be the main man. So that would be my only concern. But yeah, as I said, I'm very optimistic about it. He looks very good. So, and even better news there that you just flashed up at the bottom, Chris Jack confirming that Rothwell is off the Domino's pizza.
Yeah, I just need a scarf pick in Sheffield Wednesday's website, and I'll be happy with that.
I think it's United.
Just real quick. Is it United? Okay, I don't really care as long as it's not Rangers, mate. Just real quick, Sobo, catch you later, Andrew. Thank you.
As well. I'll be back later.
So just to cover the boy from Hansa Rostock, that is Ryan Nadiri. He's currently in the UK completing a medical. However, no deal has been reached with ourselves and Hansa Rostock yet. So it's kind of up in the air whether that will go through tonight or whether we will be looking at a summer transfer for him. Scotty, welcome back. Come to relieve me. I can't hear you, mate. You're on mute.
Aye, Dave, that was a very interesting pod. Thanks, Roy. What keep in it?
No worries at all. I will hand back over to you, mate.
Thanks, pal. Right, troops. Deadline day, window's still open. Transfer window stays open till 11 o'clock and then can still happen. We're live now. Dave just delivered a good bit of analysis and where the final pieces could land before the clock hits 0. There's no rumours flying. Deals, we don't know if they're ticking or not. There's decisions looming. We're here to midnight. Well, that's my target. If you're new to the pod, please like and subscribe. That's the biggest thing I want to take away for the night's pod. It's why we're all putting in this hard work that we're putting in. Craig, welcome.
All right, Scotty, how we doing? It's been
Not
an
bad,
uneventful day. A very sadly uneventful day. I was hoping for a couple in over the piece of the transfer deadline day, and just nothing has happened. Nothing has came out. This boy's from Hansa Rostock. I know we've spoke about him a lot over the past couple hours, but I'm not sure it's going to get over the line at this point. And I was really looking forward to a striker, and I was looking at someone, an attacking midfield option, and it's just not come through, has it? So disappointing so far, but they've still got a couple of hours to put things right.
Aye, I've just a text from Scott Kerr as well. NARP will be joining us shortly, so that's good. Jock, how you doing, mate?
I'm good. Good. Thanks for having me. Congratulations on hitting the 5K on YouTube. It's a good milestone for yourselves and everybody involved with the journal. So thanks to everybody that's got involved and done just that. So as you reiterate what you're saying there, let's keep the train moving, keep the subs coming in.
Yep, we're 200 away from a target of 5,250, which is what I set out the other day for the night. So please help us reach that target. Dave, I'd like to come to you on this Hansa Rostock striker. Do you think he's a guy to come in? Do you think he's better than Danilo? On mute.
I am better than Danilo, mate. No, look, is he better than Danilo? Yeah, I would suggest so. I think, unfortunately, because I do quite like the guy, but I think Danilo's been absolutely ruined by injuries, if I'm being honest with you, mate. I wish it wasn't the case. I wish that he could have come back, but the reality is he just hasn't kicked on after that injury, and I think Nadiri would absolutely be a better option. I guess where my concern comes with, and the reason that I asked that question about risk, right, is he's still quite a young lad. He's coming from a foreign league. Now, regardless of standards, there will be differences. That's not up for debate. There will absolutely be differences between the SPFL and German third tier. I guess my concern with Nadiri is I'm not convinced he comes in and just starts knocking them in. And for me, there's actually a part of me that does wonder now, would we have been better just saying to Rostock a week ago, aye, okay, selling him the summer, we'll take that, sign us up, we'll take him, but no till the summer. And then using that week to pursue a more experienced kind of number 9 that has a track record of getting goals. Now, I think we're all realistic to know our situation. We're not going to be going out and paying 20 million for some guy that's kind of got a proven record of that. But surely to God, there must be something in the loan market beyond Cameron Archer that we could have looked at. And I think if we'd taken that week, we would have potentially given ourselves that opportunity. My worry is that if he comes in now, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him. And that's not his fault. That's probably a result of our signing policy, because we've signed Chermiti, who, let's be honest, he cost a lot more, but he's basically the same as Nadiri. You know, he's a player that we've seen certain metrics that we like, but he is going to take time and he is going to need to develop. We've got Bojan Miovski, who we covered in the last hour, just simply isn't doing it, right? You can debate the ins and outs of that all you want, but the fact of the matter is right now, neither of those two is doing it. So we as fans are desperate for someone that can come in, take the team by the scruff and drag him over the line. Now, do I think Nadiri is that guy right this minute? I'm not convinced, mate.
That's fair. That's fair to me, mate. That's fair to me. Strikers can turn a poor team into a great team. Not that I feel as if we're a poor team. We're not. We're not a poor team at all. But when it comes to, I think when it comes to a proven goal scorer, we need one. We need one that can drop deep. Chermiti has became better at dropping deep, but he's dropping too deep now. I think Cammy's son was the one that actually made that point that I've just stole it. So Callum, I've just stole a point off you, mate. But that is what it is. I want to welcome Scott for not on our Rangers podcast. How you doing, pal?
No bad, Scotty, no bad. Just down for my work, so I was listening to you guys in the work earlier, just keeping up to date with what's going on, but not a lot. I've presumed I've not missed anything.
No. I don't want to start a rumour here, right? But Wrexham have announced like Bailey Cardamateri and a few other players and 2 attackers they've signed. Jock, does that potentially... Now, we know the 49ers have been known in the past for keeping everything shut and quiet, which is why I wanted to proceed with this pod today. Could we see Josh Windass after 11 o'clock?
I mean, you could. I don't know if it would happen though, but as Ryan said earlier on, I think he could come in here and I think he'd hit the ground running because he knows what it takes to play in this team, play in this league. He knows what he's going to come up against. You know, he more than contributed when he was here the first time round. I would personally like them to stay whenever Gerrard come in because I think Gerrard would have got even more out of him. So if it does happen, I'd be all for it. I wouldn't be too displeased about it. I think going across the social media reaction to obviously your guy Archer, would you take him over Archer? I think 90% of the fan base, maybe 95% of the fan base would probably say yes. So yeah, for me, if it's just a rumour, so be it. But if he comes in, fantastic, because you don't have to do much with him at all.
Jock, I need to interrupt you, mate. Dave's just put in a private chat. For Sky, Ryan Nadiri joins Glasgow Rangers from Hannah Rostock. The transfer saga is over. Fee of around €5.5 million plus sell-on clause. Nadiri becomes the most expensive 3 Liga transfer of all time, outstandingly negotiated by Hansa Rostock sporting director, and I'm not even going to try and butcher that name. Initial reaction to that, lads. Now, we don't know if this is for Nadiri to sign now or for the summer, but what's your initial reaction? Craig, come to you.
I would assume if it's as high as €5.5 million, that it is to come now, because the fees getting bandied about before that were nowhere near as high. So I would assume that they have pushed for this amount of money, so that we can get him in now, because they were set on him not leaving till the summer. There's 2 ways you can look at it. Rangers needed a striker in. Rangers desperately need a striker in. It's just making sure we've picked the right one. We've been over this already. But it's this guy. We need this guy to come and hit the ground running, because we need a striker hitting goals 1 every 2 games. Chermiti's not going to do it. Miovski has not shown enough. He's done it in this league, but he's not shown it so far. We need a striker that we can rely on to score goals, because we can't keep plodding through the rest of the season scoring from corners, Tavernier penalties, Fernandez headers, so on and so forth. We need a striker that's firing consistently, and it's a big ask of this boy. He's only 22 years old. I'm not too concerned personally about the level thing. I think the third tier in Germany is not too far off the Scottish Premiership. And he has been scoring. He has got a decent record of scoring goals there. So I think he might do okay. But it has to go right, or you're not going to do anything for the rest of the season. So it's a big weight of responsibility on the boy. But it is good to see that Rangers have got someone in, assuming that all these reports are accurate.
Definitely, mate. Definitely. Just a few comments asking what's happening. Apparently, Ryan Nadiri is done, but we don't know whether it is for now or for the summer. We're waiting to see when that deal will go through. Kel, what do you think about this? Like, that leaves you with Shamiti Majowski, who apparently is the proven goal scorer, and now this young kind of project striker for Germany.
I think what's going to happen is a lot of people are going to concentrate on the fee, first of all, before they even give this guy a chance. Didn't it, with Shamiti? And who I don't feel is a striker, by the way. I think he's more a link-up player. He likes to come deep, and I think with Shamiti, you're lucky if you get 8 to 10 goals a season. But I think this lad, I think they've looked at him for a while, to be honest with you. And I think what we have to do, Scotty, is look at profile of players. No, there's fees, whatever else. And I think this boy coming for the German third tier, it's basically it's like signing somebody for League One, which we've done with Joe Aribo, to be fair. So I think we can't look at that too much, because there's a lot of good players out there we don't even look at. We just go for names, or we go for leagues. We don't go for players in general. So I think that's a good signing for us, to be fair. I've only seen clips of him on YouTube, which can make anybody decent. But see if he comes in and scores goals, that's all we're asking. See if he comes in and he puts a shift in, and you think this boy's got something about him. That's good for me as well. Yeah, it's a bit much, but when you're buying players in January, Scotty, like you've seen some of the fees today for some players getting offered and it's getting knocked back or whatever it's going about. You're always going to spend more money in January than you do in the summer, because people panic in January for all different reasons. They're fighting relegation, they're fighting titles, they're looking for somebody to come in, they've not got it, and teams know that. So like, well, if you want him, you're paying 50-60% extra, because we don't want to let him go, and that's what obviously Rostock have done. So fair play to them, because if it was Rangers, I would want to be doing the same. But I think you have to give him a chance, and I think he might start, but I still feel we have to play a flat 3. I don't think a number 10 works for us. Asgard, to me, attribute-wise and technical-wise, you think he's suited to the Scottish game, but he's a fairy. Yeah, he hides. He plays hide and seek in the park. 100%. When the going gets tough, he doesn't want nothing to do with the physical side. Seen it against Hibs. Whereas Mikey Moore, who maybe holds on to the ball too much and stuff like that, but he doesn't hide away from it. He loses the ball and he'll try and win it back. But I think a flat back three with the players we've got, Raskin, Diamandi and Chucky, I think that works at the moment, but I do think we lack creativity, and that's going to be the issue for this lad as well. There's no point having somebody up there. And I know Dave was talking about it earlier when I was listening to Majowski and Shamiti. There's no point having guys up there, but you're not creating chances for them. And that's where Majowski's been let down. And you've seen that against Kilmarnock in the season. You've seen it. Obviously, it was only Alba, but when you create chances, he takes them. But we don't create any chances. Our chance creation's poor. We're a team of Arsenal. We're going to set pieces and not creating enough. And that's where I think Danny Rose has to look at the other side of it, because he's made us quite tough defensively. We're not conceding many goals. But creativity-wise, we are lacking, and that's where we have to improve as well. So I was looking for a number 6 coming in, but I don't think that will happen, Scotty.
That's fair. That's fair. Dave, we needed a striker to come in that was in form. Should we be moaning?
Sorry, say that last part again, mate.
We needed a striker to come in that was in form. Should we be complaining?
I know, mate. I know. I think Kerr kind of brought up an interesting point there. You know, people look at the money spent on him, right, and they might judge him because of that. I think we absolutely need to separate that, right? As I said, I've got doubts about this guy just because he's quite young, as I said, coming in from a foreign league, but he is in form, right? So as you've alluded to, should we be complaining? Probably not, right? Where I do have issue for is I think this is terrible, terrible business by the club itself. Now, that's no Nadiri's fault, but if you look at this objectively, right, we were speaking about this guy a week ago and we were talking about 3.6 million. Yeah. We've now fannied about for a week and suddenly we've added 2 million the price just to get him in the door now. That's awful business, right? If he wins us the league, nobody's going to be complaining about it. Everyone will be happy, right? But if he doesn't, then I think there does need to be questions around that. And it kind of comes back to what I said before, right? If we almost shot ourselves in the foot here, because I think we've put all our eggs in the Nadiri basket, and then we've kind of got to this position, and someone in the club has obviously thought, similar to what we're thinking as fans, shit, we need a striker, right? We're not going to win this league without a striker. We've probably all said that. So we've now paid an extra 2 million to what we judged him to be worth just to get him in now. As I said, if you win the league, nobody cares because there's a pretty good chance we could be looking at Champions League, depending what happens in the Greek league. But if we don't win the league, that's awful business, mate.
Definitely. Jock, I want to come to you with this comment for Doug. We need a striker, we need them now. It's nice to see the board prioritising winning the league for once. It's a bit of a bold statement, putting all that on a young boy for third tier of German football, isn't it? No? Am I being...
I think you're taking... I think we're coming off the back of a poor result, and I think everybody's we're fed up, obviously, with what we've seen yesterday, and I think that's coming out, and I think this young guy's bearing the brunt of it. Yes, we're paying over the odds now because we're pushing to get the deal done now instead of in the summer, but as a position that we need to add and give options to Danny Rowe. This is somebody he's obviously seen or has known about, and they've went and done their homework. As Dave says, he's in a bit of form, which is good for us as well. So hopefully he comes in and hits the ground rolling. If he does go in the win the league, nobody will bat an eyelid at how much we paid for him because he's come in and he's done exactly what he's here to do, which is score goals. And if he comes in and scored 10 goals, he's already well ahead of the other two that's been brought in. So to me, yes, there's big pressure on the guy's shoulders. There always will be when you come to a club like Glasgow Rangers. But I think this is one of the profiles that we're looking at. And our best example is obviously Egeman last year. We paid crazy money to a club in a country that nobody had any Scooby-Doo, what the standard of football was until we started seeing YouTube clips and we're like, okay, this guy has a bit of talent. And then it took him a couple of months, but he showcased it and look where he's at now. So this is one of these type of signings. But if this comes in and he hits the ground running and fires us to a league title, it's a masterstroke by the board, isn't it? We've got these new owners now. This kind of spending is something I think us as fans are probably going to have to get used to. And it's probably just we're not used to it yet, spending that kind of money on a player that's unproven but has potential. And I think the way inflation goes, and look at the English market, they're spending 20-30 million pound on kids. You know what I mean? Guys that have not even done anything, let alone played the same at professional games that this guy has. So I think we're in the right market. We're in that sort of potential market where if it comes off, it comes off. I just hope the guy gets a bit of peace and quiet to go on and settle into the club now that it's done, that he's here and it's not going to be a summer signing.
Aye, definitely. Kev, I want to come back to you. There's a lot of people in the comments about talking about a creative midfielder that's going to come in. I really can't see that happening, considering Bayrami and Asgard are still there. Ker's paused.
Alright, so I don't know. I lost sound there for a minute. I don't know if you're speaking to me. No, I can't see that happening either, Scott. I would like to see another midfielder coming in. I feel Asgard doesn't give us enough. You can see he's technically a good footballer. You can see he's got all the attributes and he's good on the half turn. And with me playing well, when we're winning, he shines. But but it's the other side of his game I don't like, because he does go hiding and a lot's left to Raskin and the man there, Chucky was playing at the weekend, to cover more ground, because he's no dropping deep enough to cover, he's no falling runner stuff. I've seen it against Celtic at Celtic Park, you've seen it other away games, when it gets physical, even though he is 6 foot whatever and he's built like a side of a building, he struggles with that side of the game, and I think that's just the type of player he is. So I would like to see somebody come in, but I don't see it as it for Barabi. I feel his time at the club's up, Scotty. I think he's been too inconsistent and too in and out for me to be considered somebody you can put your hat on to take you forward. But I just feel that will come. I don't know. I don't think the board were expecting us to win a title race after we started the season. And I think maybe this window they were maybe going to prioritise to looking at players for the summer or looking at players for the future, and then obviously we get back into it. And I think maybe it shifted in what we didn't have enough. I don't know the recruitment team. I don't know who's still in it, but I know the couple of boys are still there for Thelwell's time. So I don't know where they looked. Obviously, I've looked at the German 3rd division, but I think they have to look wilder. Like I say, you look at what Hearts have done, and they've done really well for the fraction of money they've spent compared to us. And they've signed a lot of good quality players. There's players in Scotland I feel could do a job, but I mean, we are lacking that. But unless Daniel changes it the way he plays, and maybe plays, like I said earlier, flat 3, maybe that will help us, because we have got players out wide. I mean, Olsen will improve, I think, on Sunday. He got a bit lambasted, but I felt at times he was picking up good areas, but the players weren't picking him out. Do you know that way? I think he was getting out good areas, and we weren't passing. Raskin was taking the ball like to play 1-2s. He wasn't picking out the pass. Other players we were going direct, or Gassama's coming inside. Olsen was screaming at times for the ball. Nobody was giving him it. Yeah, he maybe looks off it a bit because he's not played a lot of football, but I think he will come good. The other side, Gassama flatter to deceive at times, but you can see he's got something there. And I do like Mikey Moore, like I said earlier, even though at times he's in and out of the game, but I do think he can offer more than Asgard's been doing, even though Tello, to be fair to him, because he scored 4 in 5 games, didn't he? So he came good for a small period of time. So, but I do think we lack something. We like something that can just open up a game and see a pass. And you've got Suter trying it, you've got Fernandes trying it, but you want your midfielders to be trying that.
Yep, 100%. 100%. Craig, what's your reaction to this boy giving in Zay answer? Because that's how he's going to be tarred. He's going to be hit with that brush, unfortunately.
Aye, and it's quite unfair on him, because it's a lot, as I said earlier, it's a lot of pressure to put on him. He's a 22-year-old boy. He's coming in, different country. It's a lot of pressure to handle, and it's up to him to handle it. But it's just pointing out the Asgard thing, and I really think we need another player in there. I know you've said a 6. I was thinking maybe just an outright 10, but maybe that's not a great idea. If Nadiri is going to be the kind of guy who's going to drop back, and we know Chermiti's the guy that will drop back, maybe that's not a great idea. And maybe it is better to get a number 6 and play that stronger base further back. But Asgard, I mean, the game yesterday, Asgard, I've always said there's a player in there, and I think he showed it at time to time, but he's just said it already, he goes missing. There was one point yesterday, I remember I was sitting watching the game, and I think it was Fernandes had the ball, and Asgard has stood directly behind a Hibs player, and Fernandes points for him to run into space, and Asgard doesn't move. And then Fernandes is getting shut down, so he has to try and pass the ball, and he ends up getting the ball away. And all of that would have been avoided if Asgard had just moved. And it's that sort of laziness, as much as we can say there's a player in there, it's that sort of laziness, that sort of lack of effort that really just drags you down. It really just makes everyone just, not really see the kind of player you are. But going back to Nadiri has got so much weight in his shoulders right now, assuming that it's all done, and he's going to get unfair criticism. People could say Chermiti maybe got unfair criticism. He's going to get unfair criticism because of how much is going to be expected of him, and it's up to him to handle that. And the only way he can stop that is if he's consistently scoring goals, and it's going to be difficult because, as we say, the creativity from open play is small. The wingers are going to be asked to do a lot more, and they're already. I mean, I think Gassama looks knackered. I think Scott Olsen needs to get up to pace. Still unsure about Ant-Man. Curtis isn't there anymore. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. But he short answer to your question, he can be the difference maker. It's just going to be very, very difficult for him.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, he's all in for a treat tonight. We will do Stephen Wilson for the transfer deadline day pod as usual. Stephen, how you doing, pal?
Good, Scotty, good. Yeah, Rose like the Undertaker from the dead, as I put into the WhatsApp chat. I'd come out from, the archives pretty much to do these transfer blogs. I'm disappointed though, Scotty. I mean, I've been waiting like 5 windows to do a big announcement, and it gets announced 15 minutes before I come on about the boy Nadiri. I had to try and pronounce Casemiro for about 1,500 times 18 months ago. I need some reward, but no, it's good to be on. Good to be on.
Good. What's your initial thoughts on the window so far, mate?
I mean, I thought initially, I think we started off really quickly. I think we got a bit excited. We got those 3 guys within a week, and it looked promising that we might get 2 or 3 more in. But obviously, as we know, it seems to have stalled until this point. Obviously, there was a lot of work that had to be done in this window. I think we're all very open on that fact, but we seem to have at least addressed the key areas in some degree. We needed another left back. We've got another left back. We've not seen the other left back yet, but he is here. Because I think the danger with Magoma is he was going to end up like what happened to Jeffy. We needed a winger. That was very obvious. Scott Wilson's been noted, still not up to sharpness yet, but I think he will, be a good player. Hopefully, once he gets up to speed, he's only played 90 minutes worth of football for us, and people are already writing him off. People forget it took Cherny a wee while to get up to speed as well, and everybody's saying how we should have signed him in the summer. Centre midfield, we just need bodies in there. I do agree with the guys. I still think we are a bit short in there, especially with the Conor Barron injury. Too many players that are in the same similar profile. As we don't really have a guy who can unlock the defences, and our striker self-explanatory. I think we scored 21 goals from open play this season in 24 games. Speaks for itself. Need somebody who can put the ball in the net. Should have been done. Should have been something that was prioritised at the start of the window. We shouldn't be sitting here 2.5 hours before the window shuts and still be waiting on the striker getting through and kind of sweating it out. So I think it's been all right. I think we could have added more, but I think because it's January, it's always hard. It's a bit hard to do too much upheaval. I think what we've done already, if we get the striker deal confirmed, I think we should be semi-happy. But obviously, we'd have liked a bit more.
Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Well, Jock, I'm going to hand over to you because I'm going to go and get caught up on some rumours to find out what's happening. I'll let you announce the big news, mate.
Thanks. Just surprised that on me, are you? Yep, as you can see on the screen now, folks, Joe Rothwell has officially left Rangers Football Club. It's just been confirmed by the club themselves. He's left with their best wishes, and obviously he's went for an undisclosed fee, which is the usual garbage that all clubs sort of like to roll out whenever they want to disclose how much money's actually changed hands. Scott, I'll come to you, mate, then. It's just one of those ones. It's just never worked for day one, really, has it?
No, it never. He came in with a lot of high hopes, didn't he? We've all seen him play down in England, especially with Leeds last season. He looked like, you think, we've got a good player in our hands here. And he started a few games and he was okay. And we thought he can grow, he can get better for us. But no, it's never really happened. I don't know. For me, he looked like he didn't have enough about him, as in stamina-wise. I thought he was pulling a caravan at times running across the park. Don't get me wrong, he was a decent passer of the ball, but he never looked like he was going to fit in. I know it's a cliche, Jock, a lot of people say it, but I don't think he was fitted into Scottish football. I don't think he had that about him. I don't think he could run about, and I know that's a thing people like to say. You want somebody to run about for 90 minutes, but I don't think he had that in his locker. And I think at times you see players running by him or walking by him and he was struggling to get back. And you know yourself, for Rangers or any team, if you've not got something like that, you're going to get criticised. And obviously, he came in under Russell Martin. Danny Rule takes over and probably thinks, I don't fancy him either. So it's probably best he goes back then, going to be fair to him. And best luck to him at Sheffield United. He's going to a decent club under a good manager, and obviously he'll be expecting to do well. But when he plays down there, he's got runners round about him. We never gave him that either, to be fair to him. But Scottish football's totally different. You hear people coming up finally saying they don't expect it to be as fast or as physical or not a lot of time in the ball. And I felt he's not the only one. I think Asgar suffers for that, even though he's been here. He's played a few games now. I think he still expects more time in the ball than he actually gets. And I think Rothwell was the same. So it didn't work out. I don't think we get any money for him. We just let him go. Or we get money back?
Fee, so it'll be
pennies
or something.
Pennies, aye. So best of luck to him. He came up, he tried. Man, I remember when he first came in the door, he was like, I've got a Scottish passport. He was something like that, and or he could have played for Scotland. He was like, I'll give it my best shot, but obviously that wasn't going to happen. We'll probably go back down and play really well for Sheffield United because he's used to that championship level.
That's it. Craig, does it strikes quite similar to the whole Joey Barton thing, doesn't it? Where he came up, we had high hopes for him because Joey Barton got Championship Player of the Year the season before he came up, and granted he wasn't as mouthy as Joey Barton was, but it just kind of seems to be the same thing as Scotty says there. Just maybe the Scottish football just took him by surprise.
Yeah, and that happens to players. They can come from any level of English football and just not cut it up here because it's different. It's not that Scottish football's better than English football or the Championship's a poor level. It's just different. It's a different style of play. I tend to think the Scottish game is a little bit more physical. I think the ball probably spends more time in the air up here than it does in England. It probably spends more time on the deck. It's just a different style of play, and some players adapt to it, some players don't. I think Rothwell was stiffed a little bit by Martin. I think Martin had him set on playing that sort of 6 role when I think he suits a more of a box-to-box midfielder, number 8 sort of. I think sort of Steven Gerrard. Well, he wasn't Steven Gerrard level of player, but Steven Gerrard type of player that would get forward and back. So I think Martin kind of done him there, but at the same time, I mean, you used to look at him. I mean, he always looked tired. I mean, he walked onto the pitch at Ibrox, and he was knackered before Simply the Best had finished playing. Like it was just he just didn't look like he could play. He always looked just out of it, just no energy, nothing. So it didn't work for him. It'll never. I don't think it'll get held against him down there. Yeah. That he'll just go back to playing that championship game that he obviously is better suited to, and good luck to him.
That's it, Stephen. Obviously, when he signed for us, there was a lot of the outlook was good because we were getting Leeds fans, especially Scotty and Chris on the show, were saying we're getting a player here, a guy who can do a lot of link up plays, can spread passes and give you a good dead ball as well. And we sort of seen glimpses, maybe some of the pre-season games and early Champions League qualifiers, but that was literally it. There was nothing else, really, was there?
Yeah, I think he was, as the guys alluded to, he was hamstrung by a lot of kind of issues in ways. As Craig mentioned, Martin stuck him in that number 6 role. Don't think he had the stamina, the energy to really work with that one. He is better further up the pitch. That's where Leeds played him. That's where he's played pretty much his full career. I don't think he ever played the 6 till he came up here, which was mad. Raskin's better suited as the 6. People still question what Raskin's best position in the midfield is, but he would have been better in the 6 than Rothwell. But there was that, and obviously with the teams getting a bad start, the scapegoats in there, easy scapegoats. And there's a guy like Rothwell who's not struggling running about the pitch, looks knackered at times. You'll get eaten alive by fans up here for doing that one. Also, he has obviously the wrong age, the wrong side of 30. He's going to be 32 next year. He's 31, just turned 31. So obviously, if he's not up to speed to begin with, it's going to take him a while to kind of get there. And yeah, it just never worked out because he's on paper, as you mentioned, Jock. His stats at Leeds were great. He was like one of the best assist records in the Championship last year for a Leeds team who got promoted. And you would maybe there was question marks to the fact that he had those statistics, and we got him for 500 grand apparently. Maybe that should have been a red flag if he was that kind of level still. Maybe Leeds would have took a punt on him. Maybe one of the other pro teams could have took a punt on him. Somebody like a Burnley, somebody like that, higher end of the Championship. So maybe there was some red flags in that we maybe should have noted at the times. But yeah, that never worked out. Cut ties quickly. You know, don't really have feelings with him. You know, he's not been negative in anything in any way. He got on with it and just did that, even though it was just. I just think he's a player who's on the decline, and we just got him at that wrong point in his career.
Yeah, I think you're right, and he admitted that himself that it's just not worked out for him even earlier on in the season before the window. That he obviously talked about his own performances and how things was going. So it was good to see that he can recognise that in yourself when it's just not working. I'm refreshing Twitter here. I'm refreshing the Rangers reviews blog page they've got as well, and it's Chris Jacks just put up that it's still ongoing with Ryan Naderi. It's not quite there yet. It's not 100% rubber stamp, so we're just kind of waiting on that. So try not to get your hopes up yet, troops, as we carry on. Scott, I know we've already talked about sort of positions that we needed filled in this window. Was there anybody else you thought maybe we could just do with one more, just to keep us ticking over, because we're getting to the business end of the season, and injuries can start to rack up, or as people go out the door, people off the wage bill, we could try bring somebody else in that could do a job, maybe in multiple positions. Was there anybody else or anywhere else you thought do with somebody in there?
Probably a centre back for me as well. A creative midfielder, I said earlier, but I'm a striker. I'd like two strikers, to be honest with you. I think 4 is always a good number to have, but probably another centre back. I feel if Suter, you don't know how long he goes before another injury. It could be till the end of the season. It could be a couple of weeks. You just don't know with John. And I feel if he's injured, then you're back to Giga and Fernandez. And Giga on the whole he's okay, but he's always got that mistake in him, which could cost you when you don't want it to. And I feel Fernandez is starting to come into his own. I think the boy's learned as he's been playing. He's learned how to take the games. I think his physicality is really good. He's reading the games, getting better, even though on Sunday he misjudged that ball through for John Newell and nearly causes a goal because Boyle get through, but it was saved by Butland. But I think he's adding a lot more to his game. Fernandez, he seems to be enjoying himself. Whereas Giga, I feel, looks always nervous. He looks like he's going ready to make a mistake rather than he doesn't. And John Suter's a good professional, but with John, you don't know about injuries. And he's also out of contract. I don't know if he'll be getting a new contract or not. He probably will by all accounts, but I feel we're okay. I think the defence to middle is okay. I think it's middle to front we struggle. And it's just creating chances, John. I feel, like I said earlier, I don't think we create enough for the players we have. I don't know if it's Danny Rail's formation. I don't know if the way he wants to play. Even so on Sunday, that Habs team were missing a lot of players, but they were in the front foot constantly, and their first option was to get the ball forward, whereas ours is rotate sideways, backwards, keep possession, and it's very, very slow and timid. Whereas when we do speed it up at times, we cause teams problems, but we don't do it enough. So centre back, a creative midfielder, and another forward. I feel we all lack sideways. I mean, I like Finlay Curtis. I understand why he had to go out, but also this side to me is we brought in Mikey Moore, who's same age roughly as Finlay, and Moore giving him game time, but when it's our own, we don't feel they're good enough. We have to loan them out. And I think that's a debate in its own. I can understand why, but I can also understand that Finlay has contributed a lot this season.
Yeah.
And he has played and when he scored goals, taking his chances in Europe and in the league. And he creates as well. We've seen it over in Porto on the way you get beat, but it was his cross into the box. It was a great cross. Figgy Salmon, I just feel I was 50-50 in that. I can see why he needs more game time, but I also feel like if he's good enough, then it doesn't matter his age, because Mike Muir's playing. And I know he's not our player, but we're developing him for somebody else who has, it's like we don't want to develop our own. So I'm kind of 50-50 with that.
Craig, do you think letting Curtis go to Kilmarnock is a mistake, considering, as Scott says there, he's contributed a lot this season and he's showcased that he can do a lot in terms of what he does with the ball. He's very direct. He likes a shot from outside the box. He's highly regarded as one of the best sort of finishers at the club at his sort of age group, his level. Is it the fact that we've got two internationals in the same position that's probably pushed him out the door, even though he got an assist, in a Europa League game before he's went on loan?
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because he feels like he's the most in form. He's certainly the most direct winger that the club have.
Yeah.
So it's strange that he has been sort of pushed out the door to Kilmarnock. I've always said that if they did feel like he had to go, just make sure it's at a Scottish Premiership team, which, to be fair to them, they have done with Kilmarnock. But yeah, it's a strange one because I'm not sure it was the smartest thing to do. I think he was better to have there. I think he could have pushed himself for a starting spot. It is difficult because you're going to have Gassama in there. You're going to have Ant-Man in there, who's an international. You're going to have Scott Olsen, who's an international. So it's a difficult place to break into, but none of them have provided what Finlay Curtis has provided. So it's something different. It's something within the team that you could have had, you could have kept to if you needed to try and unlock a defence, he can be there to do it. Case in point, maybe yesterday, the Hibs game. We struggled for a large portion of that game, and maybe having that something different was what would have been the match winner eventually, but we'll never know because he wasn't there. So it's a risk. It's a risk.
Yeah, I can understand. I understand your point, and it is always going to case of what if he didn't go on loan and he did come on at the weekend, could have made a difference. I think, as we all agree, he is direct, and I think he probably would have created more opportunities for those around him, if not himself. So it's one of those ones you just need to sort of, I think we need to trust the process in this one, I think, and see how well he does at Kelly, and hope that he goes to Kelly and he has an impact and helps Kelly take points off those that are around us. That's the ideal scenario, isn't it? But we're interested to see if that happens. Stephen, across the January window, then, do you think we might have been a victim of our own success because we brought in the three too early and we've left it? Is that one of those things, or is it just the nature of the beast when it comes to the January window? You don't know what you're going to get because you don't know who's available, and it can go right up until the last day.
Yeah, it's a bit both in a way. The big issue, as we know, with January is sometimes people will take advantage of some desperation from some clubs and they get some inflated fees. I mean, nearly 50 million quid from that striker from Wolves to Palace. It's the maddest bit of money I've ever seen in my life. Obviously, I'm not going to see that amount of money up here, but you do get a bit of desperation. So you have to kind of think smart. You can't throw everything at it. I think in a way, the way we've played in the way the results have went in January have kind of probably impacted the business that we needed. I mean, as kind of Scott said, I think the back line seems to be okay to see out the season, because we've got to remember Cornelius is still to come back as well, should hopefully come back at some point, which should be a boost. Fernandez, as we mentioned, has been brilliant. Suter's still there. We get bad games from Suter, but most of the time he should be fine. Giga seems to have stepped up a bit since he came back from the AFCON, which is good. You know, left back, two of them now. I think McComa has been absolutely fine. I think he obviously had the shaky start, but the majority of the games I've seen him play, especially since Danny Rowe came in, I think he's been absolutely fine. So I've got no problem with him, and the other boy will push him. Right back, Tav domestically will still be fine. We saw him in Porto last week, though he's done at that level. I think I can't see much more for Tav past this season, but I don't think it was as urgent a need for now. I think something we could address in the summer.
Yeah.
I do think probably one of the issues we've got is that people are looking to is we've only bought the 4 guys in for now, and we've got a situation in the summer where we've got half the back lines on loan. Tav and Souttar's contracts are up. We've got a lot of areas, you know. You look at the wingers, you know, granted the wingers should still be fine again for this year, but you've got a scenario where Skov Olsen's not, it's an obligation, so there's a chance we could not activate that. I mean, if it does well, we will, but obviously, but Gassama could go. Mikey Moore will definitely not be here next season. We don't know about Oliver Ant-Man currently because, you know, even though we mentioned Curtis is on loan, and we've loaned Curtis because we've got Ant-Man. Ant-Man still can't get off the bench at him, so we need a goal type idea. So we don't really know his situation. We don't know how that's going to go. So it's hard because, as you say, it's the January window. We can't do too much upheaval because you get if you bought 8 players in, for example, sold 7 players, that's a lot of upheaval for such a short spell. We need to still have some sort of consistency, and the majority of the team that we've seen who are still here have, in the most part, done well to a level. Obviously, creativity going forward not there, but you can see the difference in the organisation. As we mentioned, they look like they're playing. They're listening to what the managers say. They're playing for them and kind of how they're lining up. They can't pass a ball when they get 20 yards from goal is a bit of an issue, but that's how much of that is on the manager at the same time, you know. So that's kind of, there's other issues there that needs to be addressed. I mean, we've seen some of you guys have struggled to pass the ball. So I think we are, as you said, Joe, we are a bit of a victims in the fact that we have been winning, and people, to some degree, they might look at we don't need as much in certain areas, but at the same time, the areas that we kind of needed more pressing, this took a while to get to, as we've seen the fact that we've had to pay a bit extra for Nadiri. That's where that's the prices are inflated in the market. You know, that's where you're going to struggle to get a really good number 9 who's going to, you know, not cost a lot of money. I mean, obviously we paid $9 million for Chamiti. He's not really produced as consistently. He's got better, but he's not scoring goals. You know, there's a lot of the prices in England are mental. Prices everywhere are mental. So it's just, yeah, it's tough because it's January. But I think we've done all right.
Yeah, I think so too. I think if we obviously said at the start of the window, we'd be bringing in, you know, a well-regarded left back, somebody that's got good experience in the midfield, and then an Danish international that's been on the club's radar for quite some time. I think, you know, everybody would have probably bit their hand off, and then to turn around and turn down the guts of £20 million for 2-year players as well. I don't think anybody's seen that coming. So it has been a strange window, I think, for Rangers fans, certainly as January goes. Folks, I just want to give a wee shout out and a wee plug to our YouTube channel again, because I think Scottish put in there, we're 30 subscribers away from 5100, so we're trying to get as much as we can from tonight, because say there's plenty of you watching. There's 1700 watching, which is fantastic. So thanks for being a part. We'll just go that one wee step extra and ask you to head over to our YouTube channel and just hit that subscribe button, because we are on 5-6 days a week giving you this kind of content, and it's purely for the love of Rangers and the interaction we get from you guys in the comments. So please go ahead and do that for us. Scott, looking then yourself at the January window as a whole, are you happy with it? Do you think it's just going to fizzle out towards the end and get Deary across the line?
It probably will, to be fair, but the 4 players, if the boy in Deary does come in, I think that's been a really good window for us. I feel both managers have been backed with the club, money-wise. We have spent a hell of a lot of money, considering what we've done in the past to just now. Do you know what? We've spent a hell of a lot of money. The window at the start of the summer, the only thing that annoys me as Jock, it's the profile of some of the players we buy. I don't feel they're suited to Rangers. And it's nothing against them personally. I just feel we have to look at a profile of some players before we bring them into the club. I feel in the summer, it was basically we were going down in England quite a lot, and I don't always think that's the best option. There's a lot of good players down there, but I don't feel it's the best option for us financially, and I don't think we're good at bringing players up for down there. Maybe okay when Graham Souness done it, to do the butcher and stuff like that. That was great because you were saying England internationalist.
Quality, you're a different league altogether there, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean his first signing was Colin West, remember, but it's totally different now, and I feel even the wages you're paying boys down over the border's a fortune. I think we have to look worldwide more. I think we have to either get in more another system where you scout the scout shoes or whoever it is doing the recruitment use, the recruitment team use, and look worldwide. Just like I say, I know you look at Hearts because they're kind of benchmark for what they've done with the Tony Bloom thing. I think you have to, because I think there's a lot of talent all around the world that you could get for not inflated prices, not on a lot of wages, but they're coming here to improve themselves as footballers, but also maybe make that a step to the rich leagues, because that's where everybody wants to go. Because if you're a footballer, it's a short career, you want to make as much as you can.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we have to go, because we're not in the era where we can outbid even English Championship teams anymore. I think they've got a lot more money. Even the League One clubs can spend more money than us down there. So I think we have to look more worldwide. And I think it's probably a start with going to the German third division, which is to me, that's no an issue with this lad. If he's a good footballer and he knows where the back of the net is, if he can score goals, that's an attribute you can take to the different levels. And coming from the German third league to the Scottish Premier League isn't a big, massive difference, to be honest with you. Different if he was going elsewhere. So I feel he'll be fine. He needs time. But as you know yourself, he plays for his first game, he mistraps the ball, passes it to somebody else. The critics all about and I say this boy's not good enough, because that's the pressure of playing with Rangers. And you're judging your first pass. And it's no fair to the lads at times, and some of them can handle the pressure and think that's fine. Oh God, mate, look at Cherny, he got abuse when he first came in the door. When we playing at Hampden, he got a bit of abuse, and he reacted, and then he thought I better not, and then he just knuckled down and he became a really, really good signing. So I think you have to give him a wee bit of a chance, a wee bit of time. I know we've not got a lot of time, there's only 14 games left, but I think when you're signing guys for other places, you have to. Some will hit the ground running fine, some won't, and I think it's easier hitting the ground running when you're into a good team, you get into a team that's winning. A team maybe top of like Hearts, they're bringing that boy in that weekend and he scores for them against Dundee United. But they're ready, they're confident, the morale's up here, they're sitting at the top league, so you get into a good environment. Come into Rangers where they had two different managers and different players, and boys were not happy wanting out. Matondo still hanging about like a bad smell because nobody wants to take him because he's always injured. Stuff like that. It's different. So I think we just have to give these guys a chance. I think they're all going to turn out to be good signings for us. But I don't know if we'll have that time to settle, just because there's only 14 games left and we've spent a lot of money this window. And the pressure is on us, to be fair, because we are in a title race, even though the result weekend wasn't great, but we are still in it, and it's basically still in our own hands. But any other two can say that is exactly the same as I've said.
Yeah, this is it. It is, disappointment aside at the weekend, there's still plenty of opportunities to cut leads and take points off those around us. Craig, breaking news from Dundee that they've signed Scott Wright. We flash from the past.
Europa League final starter Scott Wright. He's gone back to Dundee, isn't he? He was there before, wasn't he? But I had never had any problems with him. I thought he was a bit of a hot and cold player. He might be a good signing for Dundee. They've kind of lifted themselves away from the relegation battle. They're maybe very much outsiders for top six, but they've been doing well recently, and it's probably a decent signing for them. He's what age? I haven't looked up because I didn't know it was gonna come up. What age is Scott right now? Is he still
fired it in? He's just left me hanging. He's just said he's signed, and that's it.
I think he's 28.
He's 28. He's still under that 30 bracket, so he's still got a good few years left. So it's probably a good signing for them, and I never had any ill feelings towards him when he was here with us. So Yeah, good bit. I think it's on paper a good bit of business for Dundee.
I think so. Good, somebody knows the league, doesn't he? He's been there before. I just this stint with us and his stint with Aberdeen as well, didn't he? And as you say, he's a Europe League starting finalist, which is not something many of us can put on their CV. That's for sure. Scott, I know you're heading off shortly, so thanks for coming on and being part of the day.
No problem. I enjoyed it because I was just done for my work. I come straight on here, so I enjoyed it. So I'm just away to get something to eat and watch the last day of transfer window before I hit my bed again. So thanks a lot, guys, and I'll see you later on.
No, thanks for having us. And then I've got, hang on, where'd they go? There's Alan. Alan's joining us. Alan, how are you?
Aye, not bad, mate. Yourself?
Not too bad, not too bad. What are you thinking then? The day so far, as it went as the way you thought it would go, or are you disappointed, or do you think there's still time left for things to change?
I'm hoping there's still a bit of time left for things to change. I mean, I was hoping there'd have been a wee bit of movement earlier, but it looks as if it's kind of almost done for Nadiri. I am a wee bit kind of sceptical of the amount of money that's being quoted for the league he is coming from. There's no something to say that he's going to come here and hit the ground running for the level of football he's coming. So it's a bit of a gamble that way, but we definitely need somebody in that position. It's a no-brainer. So from that point of view, I'm a wee bit disappointed we didn't try and force the issue with Massa Manisi. That was the one I really wanted. And I wouldn't have minded another creative option coming in. I think we badly lack the number 10. But no, if we're getting a Nadiri over the line, then listen, we just need... That's what we're going with. Hopefully we'll get there.
That's it. So hopefully we'll get, like you say, something creative in, or just one more, just something extra, just something different from what we've got. Because I think that's what we're crying out for. Because we've seen it at the weekend. The creativity was just lacking, and it was just the same ideas. And as we talked about earlier, it was Suter and Fernandez that were trying to set our attackers through and goal with high long balls. And to get me wrong, Suter's some of the attempts were quite decent. I didn't think he had that in his locker, to be fair, or if he did, we haven't seen it in a Rangers shirt for a while. Those kind of raking balls through that can set people through, but at that point it was all too late, wasn't it? Stephen, I'll jump to you quickly then. We've talked about Suter, his contract would been up in the summer, obviously Tav's in the same boat potentially as well. What's your thoughts on the two then? Is there any value in keeping the both of them for another year?
I might get controversial here to some people, but I would say Suter more than Tav. I think Tav's been done for a couple of years. I think there has been too much of an over-reliance on James Tavernier for too long, to a point that kind of less so this season, but he's not played as much this season. But last season before, you see at points that everything seemed to have to go through him, and which was fine when he was at his peak, but he's when he was starting to go on the wane physically, not be able to get up and down the same way that he used to, it just didn't work out as well. I mentioned the Porto game on Thursday. He just got done at every point in time. Everything just went through. Anytime we look vulnerable at points when Tav's played, it comes on his side, he's been a fantastic servant to us, James Tavernier, but, it happens to us all. They are going to win, especially the way he's played for so long. He had that so many years. He was just up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. That's going to play every week. I mean, the 55 season, obviously, he barely missed a game until he got that injury in Europe, but most seasons he's been ever present, so it's going to catch up with you. So I think he's been there for 11 years. Get him his testimonial, let him go out on a high. Hopefully, if we can win the title, then that's going to be the thing that kind of helps push it on that one. John Suter, I would say the fact that we've losing half of the centre backs, I think keeping Suter adds a bit of stability. Would I have John Suter as a starting centre back going forward next season? No. But I think the fact he's homegrown, and as I mentioned, the fact there's no guarantee Cornelius and Giga won't be there, I'd be really shocked if Giga's there. quite annoyed that Junior was there. Means that we just need a. So we're not relying on Fernandez being the only guy set there. So I would say Suter over Tav, definitely.
Stephen, you all right to carry on just now?
Yeah, sure. Not a problem. Not a problem.
Cheers, pal.
Craig, I'll throw what Jock asked me onto yourself. What's your thoughts on about Tav and Suter long term?
Tavernier's struggling. I think. I mean, Roll won't play. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but Roll won't play him in 2 games in a week. If you've got 2 games in 1 week, Tavernier will only play 1 of them. Maybe just a sign that he's getting on a little bit. Look, he's been here for ages. He's a great servant. We can have debates on his trophy record and what sort of legacy he'll leave and all that stuff. But he deserves a bit of respect for how long he's been there and how long he's been performing at Rangers. Suter is at a really strange point in his career because he's got that one last big contract in his career before he really kind of hits that age where people are going to start looking at someone who's kind of past his prime. So he's got one last big contract for him, and it's just whether or not it's going to be at Rangers. I think Rangers are at a point now. I think you're right. The centre half situation is very delicate because of the number of loans. Giga realistically won't be there because his price is far too high, and you're not getting the sort of player that you would expect for that price. Cornelius is more realistic. It'll be interesting to see how he goes when he comes back, if he can hit the heights again. The one player in that, actually, I was just about to mention, the one player I'd like to see come in that comment that just came up about some of the players from our league, from the SPFL. If you're looking at centre halves, is Luke Graham from Dundee. I think he looks solid. I think he's been a standout in a team that's been struggling, as I just mentioned. Talked about Dundee when we're talking about Scott Wright. He's is a team that's got a bit better, but I think he's really stood out as a good player. And I think that's one maybe for the future, because I don't think it's going to happen now. Maswanisi should have been targeted with a bit more urgency, in my opinion. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. He could turn down his form going into the summer, and then no one will want him. But I think from a Motherwell point of view, they're going to go see what happens from now to the end of the season. Should still be playing regularly, should still be scoring regularly, should qualify for Europe. Then in the summer, sell, good money for him, reinvest. But I think if you could have struck a deal for Maswanisi earlier on in the window, for the same sort of money we're getting the Deary for, and you're getting a player that scores goals in the SPFL. Although that doesn't always work because we've got Majowski right now who's struggling. So even then you're looking at it, it may or may not work.
I mean, there's only so much a poacher can do when there's nothing to poach on it half the time, there's been examples like the Europa game the other week at Ibrox where he tried to lay it off for some reason when he could have shot. But yeah, it's mad. On Luke Graham, apparently Dundee knocked back a 7-figure bid from Pompey today for him.
I heard that, aye.
So there is something in there. He may be somebody to maybe explore going forward, because as you mentioned, there's plenty of potential in the Scottish League, especially more this season. We're seeing a lot more of it. And I think that Motherwell side's a prime example. They could be prime pickings in the summer, depending on how they'll go. Their manager leaves. Alan, more on the centre half point of view as well. Fernandez in recent weeks, he has been a bit of a revelation. He has raw at points, but I think his improvement since he came into the team, nobody would have expected it, especially given how he looked in his first few games. St Away is a good example where he looked very, very shaky, but he's pretty much the first choice to centre half that now. If we kind of look at profile for that position going forward, maybe somebody to play next to him, what do you think we should be looking at more in the summer in that regard? Should we be looking for somebody maybe similar in the mould that Suter is, or do you think we should go for a different type of profile to go next to him?
No, I would like somebody in the mould of Shooter. I think he needs that kind of experience beside him, if you like the kind of, not to the same extent, but the kind of Davy Weir, Danny Wilson kind of scenario. Like he is raw, and he's got a lot of good attributes, a lot more than what I initially thought. As you were speaking earlier as well, he's actually probably one of our main goal threats as well. When you look at set pieces and everything, like he's always one you look at for the bookies for first goal scorer and things, and he's a lot more tidier on the ball than what you would have thought as well. Sometimes maybe too casual. But no, I would be looking for somebody in the mould of Suter. I wouldn't be averse to giving Suter a new contract, but I think it would just depend on the terms he's looking for. But no, I think we need to. It's all right going and buying young all the time for the Mojo to try and sell on and make a profit, but I think there's key areas in our team where we need a wee bit of experience and heads that have kind of been through it a wee bit, and I think to bring him on, I think he could benefit from a bit of experience beside him.
Yeah, I think we could benefit from experience and leadership across the team. I think one of the things I've liked about Fernandez is you can see in his mannerism, just his confidence. He's got a bit of a swagger about him at points as well.
He's not shy.
We've been criticised for so many years of having too many players that are nice, that don't really show any character. He seems to have a bit of that about him at points, and as you say, scores goals. I think I saw he's our joint top scorer in the league for non-penalty goals, which is absolutely mad because they barely kicked the ball.
I don't know if that's a good statistic or not, but
it's good for Scott Fry. That's one thing. It's absolutely for sure on that one.
But no, as you were saying, but I think but as you were saying,
no, you go. Sorry, go.
It's good when you see him that he is vocal. You can see him even shouting to more experienced players in the team. He's not shy and pointing fingers and things like that. And I like that because I don't think we've had enough defenders over the years that do that.
Yeah, centre back's been an issue for a long while. Hopefully, he becomes a bit of a stalwart for a couple of seasons at least, and kind of helps us in that regard. I mean, Craig, I think you look at this. Obviously, we've not done too much in the defence this window, but if you kind of look at who's going to be there next season as it stands from the defence, we're looking at Dujon, Sterling, Manny Fernandez, and Robbins. The back, there's a lot kind of there. You kind of need to factor in as well that Dujon, Sterling can't really seem to keep a run fitness-wise. What's your thoughts on that type of area out with the centre backs? You think what type of? I mean, I don't think we're ever going to replace James Tavernier and what he brings to it. So should we be looking for somebody in that mould, or we see Sterling who can do well in these big games? Should we just try and get a more consistently more fit version of Dujon Sterling?
I mean, I suppose so, because what are you really expecting? What can you really, how much can you ask of someone? You're not going to get. It's very unlikely you're going to get another guy that's been here, that's going to be here 10 years and play as many games and be as consistently fit and play as much as James Tavernier has. Dujon Sterling is someone that can come in and can have good performances. I didn't think he shone particularly well yesterday, but he's a guy that's proven that he can do it sometimes, and that's actually quite. It's not really what you're looking for. So you need someone else in there. And you're really struggling because again, I feel Tavernier this will be Tavernier's last season. Can't really say Max Aarons is the answer, so you've got some scouting to do there. Left back as well. You're going to have Romans in there, as you say, but you're going to need cover. We've needed cover for Jaden Magoma all season, and we've got it in Romans now, and it'll be an interesting battle between those two to see who comes out as the number one left back once Romans is in the team. But there's definitely scouting to be done. I didn't think it was something that was too necessary this January window, because it would be more difficult to get players in because it's January, teams don't want to sell, and it's not something that needs looked at right away because there is still those loan deals in place till the end of the season. But once summer comes, it's going to have to be looked at, because we're going to be very, very thin, and we can't do what we done last summer, which is go out and pull in a whole load of loans. We need a solid back line to really assert ourselves in leagues, in Europe, and push ourselves forward.
Yeah, I mean, Alan as well. There's not just got the centre halves. We've got on the defence. We've got to look at that. There's a potential that all areas of the pitch could have some sort of surgery that we wouldn't have liked at that point. I mean, if you look at the centre midfield, we'd have liked to have had something in place that was good for the potential of maybe losing Raskin or Diamondi, but yet we've not quite got that yet. We've got a situation where our striker, two of our strikers could potentially go, because Miovski can't remember how to score goals, and we get another big bid for Chimiti. So there's going to be a lot of potential surgery in the summer, which, as Craig alluded to there, Alan, we've had 2 summers of that one now. Something kind of needs to stick sooner rather than later.
No, definitely. That's probably even half the reason why I know you go back to Suter again, but just even if we give him a contract for some sort of continuity, the fact that Craig mentioned there that going into the summer, we're looking at probably having to replace the majority of our backline, but you can't do that every year. I think, obviously, Chukwueze came in. I think he's looked quite good so far. I don't know if he's maybe looking at him as a more longer-term replacement than for Diamondi and things like that. The striker situation, even if the big German guy comes in tonight, that's still going to need addressed again in the summer. But I think there's more an issue than the striking. I think it was yourself said earlier, Stephen, that like I've seen the comparisons online as well, and I've even said to myself that there's some weeks we're going into games we could have Haaland up front. It wouldn't make a blind bit of difference because we create nothing sometimes. Like Sunday was a prime example. So there is going to be major surgery going in, and that's probably us still paying the price for the summer there. But hopefully the fact Chukwueze comes in, this German boy comes in, Rumens gets fit, and then obviously what will happen with Skavoulson. But it's hard to argue that you are looking at a whole lot of surgery to a lot of different departments.
Yeah, you mentioned Ryan Nadari there, Alan. We've got the profile of him back up on the screen there. For anybody who's not seen the news, we finally have had a bid accepted from Hansa Rostock for the 22-year-old striker, rumoured to be about 5.5 million euros, rising to 6 million. Hansa Rostock's most expensive sale for that division. A lot of pressures on this guy. He is a unit, is what I've kind of seen. I had a funny tidbit story that a mate of mine who streams Football Manager, the popular computer game, was using Ryan Nadari in a save last week, and this rumour popped up. So I had to message him going, is this the same? Is this the guy? It is. So it's I've been quite invested in the signing because of that aspect of it. But yeah, he looks to be our striker, especially because you have just heard there from Scotty that the Grim Reaper Chris Strick has confirmed that the Cameron Archer deal is officially dead. So all guns blazing on the Deary. He seems to have. He's got a lot of the similarities that Chimiti's got in terms of he's a big physical player. He's good at linking the play, which is what I think Danny Rowe likes from his strikers, because we saw again Dundee at Ibrox last week when Chimiti was injured and he was unwell, and Miovski came in. They seemed to prepared to play that style of the game, and they were feeding balls into Majowski, and he just couldn't hold it up because that's not his game. So I think we've got somebody who's kind of got that similar profile to Shamiti in the way he licks the ball. Off the ball, he's good. So hopefully that should help. If the midfielders can move and the wingers can come in, it should hopefully help with that one. He's also a bit more clinical in the box. He's a decent finisher. So if you give him service, he's a good one-touch finisher from what I've heard as well. So a lot of things kind of feed in his favour. Craig, if you had the choice between this lad and Cameron Archer, would you have been going with the 22-year-old, or would you been going with the one who's been playing in England for so many years?
I honestly, I'd have probably taken a punt on this boy. It's maybe just English Championship or English football fatigue. I'm tired of bringing these guys in from the English leagues. I know they've not all been bad, but it's just not enough. There's not enough consistency with how good these players come in and are, and it costs a lot of money to recycle these players in and out the door. So I'd have probably had a look at this guy. I mean, you look at the third tier in Germany, you're scoring 8 and assisting 4 in 18. So you've got 12 goal involvements in 18 games, which is more than enough for me at a level that I think a lot of us have said now is not far off Scottish Premiership level. So you're maybe seeing a little dip off of that tally. If you're looking at 12 and 18, you might be looking more at maybe 9 and 18, which goal involvement 1 every 2 games I think is still a decent return. Just sort of ballparking it for where roughly he could be. I think that this is a good move. It's very it's very scouting network football manager, you could say, type of signing where you're looking at stats and things. I think some people really prefer the eye test, including myself. But I think these things are important to look at as well, and I think he's got the makings of a decent player for this level. So I would have taken a punt on him instead of Archer, just purely based on those reasons.
Yeah, Alan, one of the things Craig made a good point about kind of the type of model we seem to have employed this January, which was different from the one we kind of saw in the summer. Seemed to be a lot of cherry picking from those English leagues, as was mentioned. We've done that quite a lot in the past to very mixed success. We've not really had a real standard. When we talked about Joe Rothwell even earlier on, he's the poster boy for the type of issues we've had from that market. But we seem to be going with, on paper, potentially less sexy signings. I mean, I know Skov Olsen's been a name that's been floated about in Rangers transfer rumours for many years, but Chukwueze, Romans, Nadiri. I mean, the only thing people have known about those 3 in the last 6 months is one of them gets sent off in the Europa League against Celtic. That probably been the extent for a lot of people. So it seems to be a more deeper scouting model that's been incorporated in the past, which I think a lot of people would be pleased to see, because we saw how that can be successful. Hearts have done it so well this season. Claudio Braga came in from an unknown division to many people, and he's been arguably one of the best players in the league this season. Celtic have had so much success with years with the recruitment they had under Postecoglou from Japan. These markets, you can tap into them, and granted we are paying up to €6 million for this lad, but it's not the same tax that we would have had. I mean, I heard that Cameron Archer's wages were absolutely mental. If we'd got him in, he would have been really more wages than most of the squad. So that's the type of issue you do if you go with the English market, and as we've seen, so many of them just can't hack it up here.
No, I've been saying it for a long time. That's one of the things I've been kind of going on about. I'm kind of, to echo Craig, going into the English market and things. For me, I'm done with that. To be honest, I don't see the value in going into the English market when you're going for players that are overpriced everywhere. Like And I would rather us go and get a proper scouting network in Europe. I mean, you've got to forget players like where we picked Morelos and things like that up from and stuff. There's players out there that if you've got the proper networks that you can get, and this guy fits the mold perfectly. I kind of contradicted myself because I was saying about the price value that we're looking to pay, but if this boy does do well, you've got the English market to then open him up to make money on him. And I like the fact as well that Shukawani's a big guy, Rumens looks a big guy, Skov-Olsen's a decent sized guy and all, and this guy looks a big unit as well. I like the role is fight. It looks as if he's getting us into a much more bigger, stronger team. Because for years I've thought we're a very small team that might have tidy footballers, but when it gets physical, we kind of lack a wee bit. And as much as people can say that Raskin's a good wee player and all that, he's really small. Diamondi's a decent footballer, but he's really slight. And I quite like the fact that Raw looks as if he's kind of beefing us up a bit, if you like, that we can hopefully win the battles first and then win the game. And Nadiri, as I say, is to put myself, if he hits the ground running, you're then looking to sell money profits, and that's where England would come calling. But us going to the Championship and League One and things like that, it's a punt you're taking, really. There's no really any sign of getting any value for money for me.
Yeah, I do think there is some. You can get some good players from down in that market. I was quite disappointed that we seemed to, for now at least anyway, lost out on Dan Neil. I thought Dan Neil would have been an excellent bit of business for us to brought up here. Sunderland captain as of when he departed, leadership qualities, somebody like that may have fit a profile, but I think we've just been guilty of trying to go for to try and rejuvenate players who have kind of fell on the sword in a way, like St. Todd Cantwell, guys maybe think they're better than what they can be up here. And yeah, it's just never worked out. There is James, as I said in the past, an example of that. Joe Aribo, who I don't know if it was mentioned earlier on, joined Leicester City on loan for the rest of the season. I don't know about you guys, but finally puts to bed some relief that Joe Aribo took back to Rangers rumours, because I was fed up of seeing it everywhere. Let's bring back Joe Aribo. He's not done anything since he left here. But yeah, we're going to have the scouting guys coming back on at 9:30. Scotty, is that what are you here to? Are you going to do some scouting for us? Are you going to introduce us to some hidden gems from Belgium or something like that?
No, that's not my jurisdiction, mate. My job is co-owner of the pod is just to get people that are good at doing their bits, and that's what the scouting department's coming on today. I'm not good at finding players, and I don't watch league games in Australia and all this kind of stuff. Like some of them, they're all nuts, but they're all good boys, and they're all coming on to tell us a wee bit about their work and players they've seen and ones to keep an eye on. And there's nothing really else doing around just now. Chris Jack says that Nadiri is probably going to be the only one coming in, but he didn't do his usual Grim Reaper. He's not put a tweet out yet. I still think there's an element of surprise somewhere in this transfer window somewhere. Rangers have kept their business fairly quiet. Again, only time we've really heard is through sources of the player that's coming in to sign. So I would kind of keep it at that and just kind of see how we go. What's that?
We need to get some sort of link with this guy from Sky Germany who seems to be the key Rangers man this window. Was it Florian Pietenberg or something like that? He's broke every big ring. He broke the Olsen one. He broke this Nadiri boy. He seems to be right tapped in with things, but it's a good sign for things. But yeah, we'll get the scouting guys will be on at 5 minutes until 10:15 to go through some of the stuff while things are going on. Of course, if anything big does break during that, I'm sure somebody will be here to break that news.
Definitely.
I'll be hanging about anyway. I'll be back in full flow afterwards. But I want to see what Mitch brings to the table.
Why not, mate? Right, Alan and Craig, I'll let you bounce off now, boys. Thank you for coming on. Contribution.
Cheers,
Cheers, pal. and I'm going to add Ben, Stephen, and this guy. Gassama's #1 fan, Andrew.
There's an account on Twitter, #1 Gassama hater. I promise it's not me. I promise.
Should burn an account.
Oh, there he is. The Godfather.
The old father, do you mean? Moving like the grandfather.
You're legit. You should have a yellow tie on, mate. You're a Jim White of a show.
Something that sounds like White anyway.
Right, lads, I'm going to bounce off now, but I'll be looking about in the background, so enjoy. Stephen's going to stay on with us.
No worries.
Enjoy.
Okay, we've even got the joys of Stephen Wilson's came out of retirement for the night and everything. What a treat.
Oh, Mitch, you missed but Undertaker rising from the dead earlier on.
Oh, you didn't lean back for the chair and then spring yourself up, did you?
Oh, I wish I did, but the chair would have broken and I'd have been over there.
I was going to say, mate, we're past 30 now, you know what I mean? We can't be doing that anymore. The spine's not there for it. Stephen, how are you now? I'm going to have to be careful which Stephen I'm referencing now. So from now on, Stephen Wilson's just going to be Wilson, and then when I want Stephen, I'll come into Stephen.
Sounds good to me.
Aye, all good. All from the one great area as myself and Stephen, you know.
That's
came from
the same school and everything.
That's it then. Well, there's no background checks required here then.
I mean, it is Spelsall Academy, so we came out all right, but
a few shaky ones in there.
There's a few sugary pegs in there, boys. Andrew, the man, live from the far eastern Europe. How are we?
Central Europe, I'll have you know. I'm doing well though. Yeah, no, I did it well. Polish people get offended if you lump them in with Russia, so I thought I'd just clear that up. But no, I'm doing well. I had a bit of a marathon earlier, so refreshed myself with a wee donut, and I'm feeling good. Got Mitch excited with the mention of a donut.
I don't be holding out on me, Ben. What about you? We've got you back on alive, son. What a treat,
Aye, a big night for big men, mate. I'm all good, mate. Just back for playing sevens myself, mate. Quick shower, I'm ready to go.
That's why he's in the dark, boys. You see, he doesn't want to show he's still sweating under there.
I don't want to put a big light on and scare viewers, mate.
Well, boys, obviously our section on transfer deadline day is going to have a bit of a look into what we've been doing the last few months. Some regular viewers will have probably spotted some of the videos on and off, obviously, over the last few weeks, as we have been getting down and gritty with different leagues across Europe. We have been getting down and gritty with spreadsheets and various different graphs. And a wee bit what we've been looking at is those kind of underdeveloped leagues and maybe untapped potentials within leagues that other teams, not necessarily just across Scotland, but across the kind of top 5 leagues in Europe and the underbelly of that we're in. And further afield than that as well, as I'm sure our Stephen will take over the reins and let kind of fill a wee bit more blanks in on that.
Yeah, actually, we've obviously, like I said, we've had a look across a couple of different leagues in Europe. We also had a wee bit of a series on players that were coming out of contract at the end of this season that you potentially get on a free at the end of the season or a cheaper deal sort of in January. There's a few players that we have looked at over the last maybe 2-3 months that have all went on to get moves. Obviously, Tochi Chukwani was one. He was another Austrian video. One that was picked up by our head scout Gordy. So he obviously was buzzing when Tochi was coming into Rangers. We've got there's a couple other boys that Mbiyamba that we spoke about. I know we spoke about previously on the pod. He was one that was very high on our list. He's away to Lask in Austria. I think I'm going to butcher this name, but Ibn Talib moved from League 2 Bundesliga 2 to Frankfurt. So some good players in there that we've obviously looked at previously, whether it was for a deal in the summer, it was a free and the contracts, or obviously whether they were in some of the league videos. So that's sort of what we've done in the build up to the transfer window. We had a look at players that we felt could help Rangers and help the profile that we were sort of looking for. And also we've got a lot more coming up after the window. So
that's it. we've also touched on one of Ben's favourite strikers, you know, in the Polish leagues. Ben, would you like to tell everybody your favourite?
I can't take all the credit, mate. I can't. I just give him. He's just got the best name in football, mate. I think he was mentioned by Andrew earlier. So Polilu, big favourite of yours. As Andrew said, Morelos a bit more technical. I believe Andrew watched him, and he's actually going to go and watch him live very, very soon. So, a player we rate very highly, who would bring a lot. But obviously, he is another one who was in the out of contract series we did, which is on YouTube. It's obviously still going to be relevant after the window because a lot of the players we covered still don't have moves yet. So, yep, he was a favourite. And then another one that I think Andrew's going to try and keep his eye on, Bobchek as well. I know he mentioned them earlier. They were two centre forwards that we were very, very high on. But I think as we'll see when we kind of bring up some stuff that to show the viewers what we're up to, Nadiri does tick a lot of boxes, I think, for us. So here's hoping.
That's exactly it. And, you know, I think some of the players that we've looked at there, you know, we've covered obviously some of the English leagues, but, you know, to bring talent that people will be more familiar with. But, you know, for the Football Manager legends such as Stephen Wilson amongst us, you know, there'll be some lovely hidden gems there in that, you know, in the Asian leagues, you know, in the A leagues. And when we've looked at, obviously, as you say, you know, places like Austria where Chukwanis came from, and we'll start looking at, you know, those Polish leagues. And even when we look out into the kind of more Scandinavian leagues as well, up into Norway, Denmark, even Iceland as well, you know, and we don't mean where you're going to go and buy your shopping, Ben. Like, but you know, there's a lot of good kind of wee talents in there that really haven't had the surface scratched onto what they can do.
No, you're spot on, mate. Just to say, obviously, we're talking about Scandinavian. My actual pick for a number 6 for Rangers is currently playing in Norway. So, plays for Viking, who just beat Bodo Glimt to the title before Christmas. He's Joe Bell from New Zealand. So, as I said, obviously, we've got lots of things coming up. One of them, we're going to try and focus on some players who will be going to World Cup with maybe some lesser nations. So he's one I'll absolutely be keeping an eye on. I think he'd be a great number 6 for us.
Good, mate. Now, obviously, as we start to, I would like to refer to Ben and Stephen are very much our commanders in chief in terms of what gets recorded, when it gets recorded, and how it goes out. Boys, what have we got to come post window?
Yeah, so I'll take it a wee bit here, but we obviously still got a sort of schedule to work out, but we're obviously, like Ben said there, as we get closer to the summer, we're going to have a look at some of the lesser nations that are going to World Cup. I mean, look at some gems that potentially we could get from there. We will keep looking at other leagues that we spoke about. I think Andrew had spoke about doing a Polish league video because there's obviously a few players in there that he knows well for his time over there, and we've looked at recently. So there'll be a few like that. There'll be other leagues obviously in the works. We also, to appeal to the Football Manager fans out there, we were considering doing a wee bit of a fun series on Football Manager players that we've maybe had over the last couple of years. Have a look at where they're in real life, and just a wee bit of fun maybe. Well, there's obviously there's less sort of rumours going about. There's less push on actual transfers for us. So as you can see there, obviously the slide on the right there, that's just a couple of videos that we've done recently. Obviously the Austrian Bundesliga, the actual German Bundesliga, and then a couple of the contract. Obviously Austrian Bundesliga one we spoke about that had Tochi Chukwani in. So we'll probably do more like that, a couple more leagues coming up, and also we'll have a look towards the World Cup. Like so we've not got a schedule yet, but we do next week we plan to put out a transfer window review video. So we've had a look at the 3 signings, hopefully 4 by the end of the night. Had a look at them over the last couple of seasons, how they compare to ex-Rangers players in particular. So we'll do that. I think we're going to record that next week, and it'll go out probably not this Friday but the following. So that's probably the first thing coming up, and then we'll have a look at sort of schedules following that, mate.
Absolutely. Now, when we've been looking at these, sort of players. Andrew, I'm going to kind of touch on you at the moment there. Not in the sense that HR need phone.
I was going to say.
I realised how that phrasing came out there. You know, as you can tell,
Especially with the
boys, it's been a
images
long
floating about.
But with that all being said, there obviously there's been a very clear shift in the stature of player. You know, both athletically, age-wise, player profile. You know, the kind of, I would call it the inner workings and the mechanics of the sort of players that we're looking at. You know, at the moment there, when you kind of start to look at players like, you know, recent links there of Cameron Archer, you know, Ryan Nadari. What do you see being that kind of veer away from the key differences from the old model that we had, not just under Coppin, but obviously prior to him, and obviously now under, you know, Stig's stewardship and Dan Purdy there as well?
Well, I'll leave Coppin out for the moment, but I think these two players are actually quite interesting to kind of juxtapose the previous style of recruitment and the current style of recruitment, or the shift we've sort of seen. So Archer is a championship. I don't want to call him a failure, but he's gone through some bad form for a lot longer than just one season, and he would have been coming here to sort of revive his career. Whereas Naderi is a young, up-and-coming prospect from an obscure league, I'll say. Obviously, it's not an obscure footballing country, Germany, but it's the third tier, so it's an obscure league. So rather than just assuming players that have performed for one season in the second tier of England are going to come up here, well, up there to Scotland and do well, they're looking a lot more data-driven, obviously, with Naderi. Now, I think Coppin was doing that, though, too. Obviously, he identified some players from the far reaches of, you know, Africa, finding Hamza. So I think he was scouting with a similar sort of style, but I'm very optimistic about where things are going. Things are a lot more driven by data, and we're not so focused on things that are players that are so close to us geographically. Naderi, to me, looks like a great option. I did say earlier that I would like to have someone as well with a bit more experience to be our starting nine. I'd be very happy with Naderi rotating with that more experienced nine. Someone like Palulu, someone like Bob Jack, just to mention them again. But the numbers look good. The profile looks good. The physical profile looks very good. Very suited to how Roll wants to play. The other signings fit this too. We've got good value in Chukwani, I think. I'm surprised he's come to Scotland. I would have expected him to go to a better league, the Bundesliga, for example, somewhere like that. I think Skov Olsen, I'm not sure if I'd say we have value on that necessarily, but we've got a very good player who's been a top 5 league player. Maybe didn't perform amazingly in the Bundesliga, but he was excellent in Belgium, which we in the scouting department have said before is a better league than ours, with better teams than ours. I think Brugge proved that to us. And Romans as well. Now, Romans, I know a bit less about, but again, he's a player that the department covered before I got involved. And obviously that's been driven by the same kind of process. So, yeah, I'm very optimistic about it. I do think this window has overall been good. I think a lot of us are disappointed now, just how the window sort of fizzled out. But the players we've added are good. They fit a profile. And, yeah, no, I'm happy with it. I think most of us here feel the same way, that don't throw the baby out with the bathwater just because it's fizzled out a little bit disappointingly. We were all delighted a week ago. So let's not forget that.
Exactly. Now, Stephen Wilson, I know you are one for the stats when it comes to looking and reviewing at players. And when it comes to looking at that kind of data-driven model, I know that you love a good stat. We've got a few stats there on the new signings and obviously how they compare essentially, obviously, to what's already in the house. and also, how they're going to compare against others. What do you make kind of reading through your kind of non-penalty goals and overall goal conversion rates? I would say most people would say a good conversion rate for a striker nowadays is what, 15% and above, 15 to 25%.
Yeah, you kind of just under 1 in 5, as you kind of mentioned there. I'm surprised Bayoski's goal conversion is as high as that from the eye test. Kind of feeds into the not getting enough service into the box, which is interesting. But Nadiri, he seems to be fitting. I've seen a few of the graphs the guys have done. Nadiri seems to always be towards the top right corner on that one, which is what you kind of want. It's definitely interesting. Some of the ones. I mean, I'm not trying to think of some of these players. There's Shanklin in there. If Shanklin's a good bar pole to be kind of up against. I mean, I know I get up tier in Germany, people, be a bit snobbish with it, but it's mentioned it's not dissimilar a league to ours in a way. I mean, the German Bundesliga is top class, I think
arguably probably one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I think we need to. Braga, who I mentioned before you guys came on, is a prime example of that. He came from nowhere, and look what he's done. I mean, granted, his conversion is not as good, but he's scoring goals. He's getting in the right areas. I think Nadiri, he seems to tick out. As I mentioned before you guys came on, he ticks so many boxes in terms of fitting our style of play, which I think has been an issue for us for a while. As we sign players who seem good on paper, but do they fit the style of how we play? Not necessarily. Tello Asgard's a great example. People are still very divided on Tello Asgard. Tello Asgard technically is very good. You don't get in that Norway squad unless you're a good football player right now. But is our squad built for a number 10 in his mould? Probably not. So that's why it doesn't look great on the eyes. I know I've been a big cheerleader in some of our scouting departments about Mo Diamandi in the past. Does he fit the act that is? Does he always fit our style for Scottish football? No, but when he does, he's very good. Nadiri is a guy we play through that we play through the pitch. We don't. We like to go direct to points. We need somebody who can hold it up and bring people in. Off the ball, Nadiri is very good. He's a unit, and he's got a lot of the attributes that Chimiti has developed in the last few weeks. The difference is he's in the box stats are very good. Give him chances, he'll score goals at points. I would say he's definitely worth a punt. He's based on the data. I think he could hopefully come well. I would maybe paid $1 million or so more than what we would have liked, maybe. But it's January, and we need to be paying money for guys who can win us leagues.
It's on that there. I'm going to come across the Ben at the moment there and say, on that, we are across football in general, particularly in Europe. We're not in a particularly, I would call it, a striker-rich market at the moment. It's not as if you could look at, most leagues and go, there's a 20-goal a season striker here, and here. And I think that's where that data-driven model kind of goes to show, okay, if we can go to, Hansen, go say, look, we'll buy this player for, let's say, around about £5 million with the conversion from euros, etc. That's an educated punt on a striker-poor market in terms of looking at 18 months' time if he kicks on and does what we think he could do here. 18 months' time, he goes for double that, potentially easy, because of the market that we're in at the moment. Would you agree with that, Ben?
I think so, mate. I think the reality is, as you said, we've all thought we've needed a striker, and this is the kind of one it's dragged out a wee bit. Obviously, we've had our favourites that we've kind of touched on, but there's no a long list of guys who would be in our kind of price range. And even when Nadiri does sign, even though it might be a wee £1 million more here and there, he's probably still going to be our cheapest striker. Because obviously Chimiti cost £8 million. Miovski, I think's buy is over £4 million. So And I just, as Stephen Wilson said, he suits your style of play. And as I've been batting the door doing for about a week, anybody that signs for us pretty much just now just has to be better than Danilo, and there'll be an improvement on the squad. And Danilo was hopeless towards the end there. Like, he was coming on and could barely move. Like, he was coming on in a 10, and it just wasn't. It didn't work out for him at Rangers. And I heard the boys talk about him later on. And then obviously, I think the interesting thing, just for staring at the kind of model here, obviously different leagues for Nadiri, but he is by far and away clear of Cameron Archer. And I know Cameron Archer was only going to be your stopgap, but obviously with all the moving parts of Archer and people need to sign other people and the domino effect, just go and pay extra £1 million and get a guy you want, because we're trying to fix some serious summer mistakes here. And I think it's a very, very good window that we're going to have, but whether it's enough to fix the summer mistakes and get us in a position to win a league, I still don't know. But I think we're, out of the 3 teams, I think we've probably done the best business at this moment if you get Nadiri over the line.
That's it, mate. I think we live in a world as well that there's almost that short-term pantomime fever when it comes to deadline day, where everybody's like, "Oh, we've not signed anybody in deadline day. It's over. It's been a disaster." And you're like, deadline day's one day out of the window being open for what, 32 days, give or take. We've done quite a lot of our business earlier in the window, and I think with that, data-driven model and with deals like this that are a bit more complex, underneath it, where you've got, a team, let's be honest, they're trying to get themselves up the rank, back up the ranks again in Germany, and they have to go and look for replacements and things like that as well. When it's a bit more complicated and it's going to take a bit more time, they're the deals that you probably should be doing later in the window, where you go, look, 10 days to go, we're going to agree the deal in principle, but that gives the selling club time to go and find who they want to bring in. But I think we've got another wee slide here that has been curated by the lovely Stephen, which is on the goals versus shots on target. Now, that's probably going to be, we kind of touched on there with Ben there about the differences between Cameron Archer and Nadiri. Now, I get there's obviously a league difference in terms of the Championship is, better than the 3rd division of Germany. Nobody's going to dispute that. But when you start to look at, obviously, your average shots on goal and, what the actual shots on target from your shots are, again, Nadiri clears the bar so much higher. But even when you start to look at him, against the likes of Majowski that's there as well, when you're looking at untapped potential, Stephen, what do you see him bringing to the team that the current incumbents, and again, I'm going to take Danilo out the equation, because for all we know, come 11 o'clock tonight, he's away out to Holland, should that go through?
I think it's quite obvious to see that if you're just looking at the stats, obviously people always going about the eye test. They've never seen him play. They don't rate maybe the 3rd division in Germany, but I think Andrew mentioned it before. That 3rd division in Germany, probably no worse than the bottom half of your league. Let's be honest, like, you're probably playing a similar standard as you get to the lower teams in the league. But he's obviously by far, compared to the one the strikers that we do have, a much better goal scorer. And ultimately, at the end of the day, profile, everything aside in terms of profiles and how they play, we need somebody who's going to be scoring us goals. Chermiti, I think, and obviously again, but it's been alluded to earlier, the boy came in for a big fee, and he got absolutely ragged on because he had a terrible time it for the first good few weeks of the season, probably going into months. But looking at him now, he's come on to a wee bit more of a game, but he just can't get that. He can't get the goals. He's not in the right positions to get these goals. So I think bringing Nadiri in, whether the goal's going to win us the league, obviously people will debate that right up until the last day, until somebody's actually lifting the trophy. But the boy very much seems like the type of player who can do probably most of the things that Chermiti's doing in terms of dropping in, receiving it, and linking up play. But on the other end, he then gets into the box and takes the chances that we are maybe creating. I think that's quite a glaring difference between him and what we've got now. Don't get me wrong, obviously everybody talking about the sort of the money again that we've maybe paid a wee bit over than what we would like to. But I think Ben was right in what we were saying. Your option was to spend a little bit more on Nadiri or go with Cameron Archer, who for most people I think was nowhere near the choice that we really wanted to make. Obviously you can't keep going down the route but he done well at such and such. He done
We
well
can
here.
fix him.
So I mean, so you can't keep going down that route. So I think it's quite refreshing for me to see bringing in boys like Nadiri, who's 22. He's on the up. He's obviously had a good goal contribution this season for his team, Hansa. So it's for me, it's a mere positive signing. You've maybe spent a wee bit more than you would like, but I think going forward, it suits Rangers, the model they want, but also the profile of the player suits the team that we currently have, I think.
Speaking of the team, sorry, Ben.
Just to touch on what Stephen was saying about what else he'll bring to tell about bring positions. No, the weekend before, he set up 3 goals in 1 game, so that's
it, mate. Quality addition.
Because we're needing. It's not as if Miovski and Chermiti are laying balls into other people to score goals. We're not creating enough in general. And if he can be a focal point for Gassama and Skov Olsen or a midfield runner, then I feel that we need to be more creative. And whether you use him to be that creative force in a way. I mean, obviously, we've seen his height. He'll be good at the all set plays that we've got going on just now. But he'll be judged on scoring goals. Not a problem, but if he puts 5 or 6 on a plate and Skov Olsen scores 5 or 6, then we just need somebody to be scoring goals for Rangers in the next 6 months.
That's exactly it, mate. And speaking of scoring goals, the journal here, as always, we are busy working, beavering away, and we are trying to get ourselves up to the magical 5,250 subs. So if you're watching and you're not currently already subscribed, make sure that you pop onto the channel on YouTube. It takes you nothing more than 2 minutes of your time to hit the button, and make sure you put your notifications on so you can continue to get more quality content brought to you by not just the best, but the hardest working team in fan media. Andrew, I am going to come to yourself now. I've deliberately left you in the cold for a minute because I knew you had a wee marathon earlier on. So I thought you might appreciate some vocal rest, plus the fact my ears appreciated the rest. But in the world of data-driven models, what do you see as one of the big metrics in data-driven models? For example, everybody talks about the fabled number 6, but a lot of people seem to talk about number 6 without overly knowing what they want their number 6 to do, because half people want just a big battle axe that's just running about chopping everything in half in front of them, and then another half of people want your number 6 to be a playmaker and go and run the ball up, basically be box to box. In terms of the kind of data touch points and the way football's moving, not just domestically, but at that next level into Europe and beyond, what do you see as being the kind of core metrics now for players coming into clubs, especially like Severs?
Well, just before I get to that, I want to make a quick point on the 3 Liga in Germany and the level. I think a lot of people, I think actually everyone who is criticising the level that Nadiri is coming from, they've never watched the game from this league, right? They've never watched a single game from this league. They've no idea what the level is, to be honest. And I think if he was coming from the English 3rd tier, they would not be making the same criticisms. Now, I know people in the UK love to glorify English football because of the media and everything, but it's not the be-all and end-all. Right, German football, okay, the Bundesliga is maybe not quite as good as the Premier League, but below that, it's no different. Now, let me list some of the players who've come from the 3rd tier in England, straight to the Premier League or straight to the top tier. Ademola Lookman, Dele Alli, Ivan Toney, Fabian Delph, right? These are players who've gone for 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 9 million euros to Premier League clubs. Now, Fabian Delph's maybe not the most glamorous player in the world, but he's an England international. Ademola Lookman, incredible striker. Dele Alli, I mean, I know he's tailed off now, but at his peak he was unbelievable. Who else did I name?
Adam Wallace just signed for Atletico Madrid yesterday. for
Right.
35 million.
So let's remember that when we talk about what league Naderi's coming from, right? Is the three league worse than League One? No, it's not. Is it worse than the SPFL? Overall, no, I don't think so. But just to get back to what you actually asked me, Mitch, the metrics that we're looking at for a number 6. Now, the role of a number 6 is, it depends exactly what kind of number 6 do you want, because there are a couple of different types. You have the more destroyer type, who, well, I think generally an important metric for number 6 is their passes per 90 and their pass completion rate. Now, for a more playmaking central midfielder, you will tolerate a lower pass completion rate because they're taking risks and they are going to miss some passes. But for your sort of destroyer, tempo controlling metronome, they're going to have a high number of passes per 90 and a good pass completion rate. Now, defensive metrics, again, you have two different types of defensive player. You've got a player that relies more on interceptions, so they're going to have a good rate of possession-adjusted interceptions or interceptions per 90, or they're going to have a very high number of duels per 90, and ideally a very high success rate in those duels. Now, the optimal player in this position is going to be excelling in both of those metrics, but quite often they'll be very strong in one or the other, and that's okay. It's just a style of defending. Either they're more intelligent with their positioning to cut out passes, or they're more dominant in clashing with other players. Now, if you do want a more parallel type of 6 who is pinging the big balls across, you're going to want a high number of progressive passes per 90. Now, what that means, it depends on what part of the pitch you're in, but typically it means they're progressing the ball at least 15 meters, I believe, towards the opposition goal. So that's a key metric too. And you want a high proportion of their passes to be progressive passes. So if you look at scatter plot of passes per 90 versus progressive passes per 90, you want them to be in that top right metric corner of the graph, so that they are making a lot of passes, but also a lot of those passes really are progressing the ball. But again, a 6 doesn't need to be that. You might want someone who's an anchor man, who is destroying play, controlling the tempo, and not really creating so much, but is a safe option recycling the ball. So it depends what exactly you want from your 6. It's quite a nebulous term, really. I think we should be more specific. Do you want a ball winner, or do you want a deep-lying playmaker? But those are the sort of things I would focus on.
Do you think that's where, I think sometimes when we look at squads in general, I'm going to open that out, this question out to everybody, because I can see Stephen Wilson's tuned all the way in here. When we look at squads nowadays, do you think there's an element of too much similarity on the players on the pitch to the ones that are on the bench, and maybe less of a view of variety? You know, where, you know, as Andrew said, you've got two types of 6s, where you've got that battle axe there, the one that's just going to win you balls, or you've got the players that are going to be the playmaker through the middle and, you know, be a bit more adventurous. You know, do you think that's something that modern day squads struggle with? Stephen Wilson, I'll go to you first.
I think a lot of it depends on your manager, your head coach, and their versatility to how they do things. I'll throw back to the horror times of August, September with Russell Martin, where Russell Martin, apparently, well, when he was at Southampton, now he's at MK Dons, well, because he had Flynn Downs there, he liked to have that. He preferred a playmaker at 6. And I noted the game we played at Hearts at Ibrox, where it was the one after we had that 0-0 draw with Celtic, which obviously the worst Old Firm derby there's ever been, but 0-0 seemed like a great result for him at the time. And he played Barron as a 6 against Celtic, which worked because we know how Conor Barron plays. He gets stuck in, he gets dug about, he'll run about like a hamster on a wheel. But then he tried to play him the same role against Hearts when we were wanting to dominate the ball more. And even though he's been brilliant under Danny Rowe, traditionally Conor Barron's more the destroyer type of profile that Andrew mentioned, less the playmaker. He's not a brilliant passer of the ball. I mean, I know that Aberdeen game before he got injured, they had 100% certain passing, but in terms of his passing and his ability to kind of ping balls about. It's not his game, you know. So I think, but you get a guy like Danny Rowe, who again we saw his versatility to things. So he could have. We've had Barron playing that role. We could have somebody else. I mean, if like Chukwueze was to be like the deepest guy, for example, he has got a bit of a box-to-box aspect of him. He'll drive up and down in ways. He seems like really powerful. So he could do a lot of different ways, you know. I think it's very much. I think you need to have versatility in that Mitch nowadays. I think the one-dimensional style of coaching method philosophy is dying. We've seen that quite a lot in the last 18 to 24 months. We saw it up here with Nonce, Martin, Ange Postecoglou's stuff is going to pot, you know, Graham Potter, these type of guys who have this one style philosophy. It's dying. You need to be
the rigid
flexible.
stick to.
Yeah, you need to be able to kind of tweak about, and I think having somewhat different profiles can work, but you need to, if you've got a plan A, you need to have more of them than anything else. You can't just have three different, like you can't have three different strikers. I don't think that works. What we seem to be going with, I think we're going with two in the similar role and one mold and one differently.
Yeah,
that could work. That could work, but you can't. You need to watch. You can't have it too much. But I think you can't just have. You can't have. You know.
You can't have three battering rams up front, and then
without can't have six playmakers who just like fancy the ball about in the middle of the pitch. You need to have something in there.
That's it. Ben, what's your thoughts about, overall squads at the moment, in terms of squad balances and, is there, in terms of blending data with the expectations and needs of modern day football as well?
Football is very robotic, mate, at the top, like the elite, it is robotic. But if you're talking about Rangers need players to do different things in different games because of the kind of varying games we play. Do you need a destroyer when you're playing Livingston at Ibrox? No. Do you need a playmaker? Yes. Celtic Park, Tynecastle, destroyers, I would say, or at least a destroyer. We've seen it at Parkhead. We took Asgard off, went to flat 3. Would they really say any of them are destroyers by any means? But we had Raskin and Barron. Obviously, as Stephen mentioned, kind of more of a destroyer mode in Diamande in a flat 3, and it worked to a charm. We saw yesterday, nothing kind of seemed to work, whether it was Asgard or the rest of the boys in midfield. So I think we need different players for different things, and I suppose that doesn't suit players, because if we signed a kind of playmaking 6, they probably want to play every game, but sometimes it's not for them. So for us, there needs to be a balance and a variety. If you're talking about us specifically, there has to be a balance and a variety for me. So, but I think people watch, obviously, the English Premier League, Champions League, and all the big clubs have got guys who can do the same thing because they're going to be asked to play the same way because they've got the best players, and only a certain handful of teams are as good as them. So, and it's very robotic. Obviously, I don't know if it's ever been spoken, like a winger is a pure dying breed for the wingers you would have saw 15, 20 years ago. That's probably the best example when you look at wingers who, in the past, did they care about losing the ball? They were putting defenders on their arse, dancing by them, putting crosses into the box or driving inside. Now it's like, if they go so far, nothing's on, it's just, keep possession. I think that's probably the best way most people would probably visualise the way football has went. But in terms of Rangers, I would say there needs to be a balance, especially for a 6. So we've covered guys who could play a centre defensive midfield role who could also play centre back for us. Can do it like a Dujon Sterling, a wee bit of both. Because obviously certain games we saw Sterling play midfield a few years ago, and he was excellent. But would you play him every week? No. But obviously Danny Rowe likes to go to a back 3. So that's the kind of variety and balance I think our squad needs, I would say.
That's it. Look, Stephen, I'm going to come to yourself. And also, Stephen, can I just say, for a man who has not done a live pod and it's all been pre-records from now, you've been absolutely bloody fantastic tonight, mate. So give yourself a wee pat in the back when you come off later on.
Cream
You know,
rises to the top, mate. Isn't it?
that's it, mate. Unlike that Gordy who just sits and lurks about in witness protection in the background. You know, we've even managed to get Stephen Wilson on a pod before we got Gordy on one. I'm only kidding, Stephen. Don't shoot me. But Stephen, when we look at kind of data-driven recruitment and models and stuff, do you think now with the resources that we've got available today versus to the resources that we had available previous, do you think we'll start to see more of these kind of deals into the untapped, like into those untapped markets, like not necessarily Bundesliga, but as you say, going into right under the underbelly of these, these countries?
I think as technology develops, you're always going to see that, mate. Everything's went more technological. AI is advancing, data analytics is advancing in every sort of field. So I don't think just football, but and talking about football, it will. I think eventually, you'd always want to see a player and have a look at how they play, with your own eyes. You're never going to know the full story from the data, but the data gives you a very good idea of what to expect. I do think, obviously, you see it with, particularly like this season in the league, you see it with Hearts. They've obviously, Tony Bloom's come in, they use Jamestown Analytics, which is working for them, rather than the old style method of just sending a scout out to watch a boy for 3 or 4 weeks and see how he does. They've obviously got their own metrics that they want to meet in terms of their analytics side. And then obviously with this signing the Ryan Deary from Hansa, it looks like for us particularly that's probably a more data driven signing than what you'd maybe used to at Rangers. But I think you'll get a bit of both. You always will. But I think as technology advances, data analysis is always is going to come to the fore with the majority. I think. Obviously, people are going to. You'll get people who will complain about it and they won't be happy. Oh, you need to see a player and see how he plays before you can make a decision on him. But I think it's very much, especially at Rangers, you'll get very divided opinions. Everybody's looked at Hearts this season. I don't know if it's been spoken about earlier, but everybody's looked at Hearts this season and they're bringing boys in who they had heard for obscure leagues, and they're doing well. And it's that analysis is brilliant. Their scouting department's doing excellent. And then we look at the day rate. Obviously, I know money wise, he's a bigger spend than what they've spent. But as soon as we look at somebody from a more obscure league, instantly it's well, he's not going to cut it here. He's not going to know how to play here. He's not experienced enough. I think you're going to get a bit of both, mate. You always are.
Look who's joined us. The big handsome gaffer's dropped in. Right, Scotty, I do need a word with you first, actually, before we get any sensible stuff from you. Can we get the haircut? Because it's really unsettling me now.
Absolutely not.
No,
you're looking
get
good,
that
mate. Don't listen to him.
Short back and sexy, Scotty. That's what's needing. Streamline.
Aye.
What's brought you over anyway, Scotty? Come on down.
Well, you're due off in 5 minutes, so I thought I'd better come in and stay on as long as you want, right enough. But it's going to get hectic as soon as everybody starts piling in, man. Because I've told them all
before, obviously, we will probably head off for the deadline stuff to kind of take over. And obviously, I've been reading the diaries. Not done yet, but I've had a couple of texts saying he's at a training ground apparently. So I think that could be one for the deadline or maybe just after. Just to say that obviously there's 1,700 people watching us. So we put videos out every Friday. You could go back and watch them. As I said, the out-of-contract stuff will be relevant. There'll be a few guys you might watch them and go, they've just moved. Luca Netz was one we covered. He's moved to Nottingham Forest today, left back for Mönchengladbach. And it's just to say, although some people look at the graphs and stuff and go, oh, what does that mean? But we're just a group of guys who have probably grew up playing FIFA, signed players in career mode, moved on to Foot Manager, and it's just like, as I said, none of us get paid for it. It's just a hobby. It's just a different way to look at things. And I've said that I don't think there's another specific Rangers podcast that date to the level we date at. So if it does interest people, there is videos there to watch, and there will be videos going on for now to the summer. And then obviously we've got World Cup plans. Obviously, everybody will be watching. So it's just to say thanks for everybody who has watched, and hopefully we can get some more at it.
No, definitely. And thank yous for putting in all the work that you do. Mitch, I would like you to direct this. I don't know if you've covered this question or not with Paul, but I think it would be a good one to get answered. Maybe for Andrew or Stephen, or anybody actually. But
I'm going to let Andrew and Stephen answer the question because I want to hear a little bit of box A and a little bit of box B. So I'm going to come to Mr. Wilson first off. How do we get the ball in the box for the striker, Stephen? I don't say by using your feet.
I mean, I think the problem is we don't have enough width. Dodge and they need a bit of variation in terms of what they do at points. We sometimes try to come in the pitch too much from the wide areas. I mean, Andrew will love me saying this. Can Gassama just... He can do things wide. Just go to the byline and stick it in sometimes. It's like he does the Rabbi Matondo move better than Rabbi Matondo. I mean, at least when Gassama cuts in and shoots, he scores a lot of the time. You know, Matondo did it twice.
0.1 goals per 90.
In comparison to Matondo, though, Matondo did that one against Celtic 2 years ago.
Matondo had more.
Don't you start with your agenda, I'll mute you.
You need to show me that Excel sheet to prove that. But yeah, no, I think a bit of variation. You know, we sometimes just try to play too much through the middle. You know, get the ball out wide quicker. Don't be feared to zip a ball in. You know, we now have two big strikers. You know, Chamiti and Nadiri. Just get it in quick. Sometimes it's too slow. Whip it in, do something, and then. This is maybe we need the different profile in the midfield. Somebody who can pick up a second ball as well. We saw it. There was the point towards the end against Hibs where Aarons cut the ball back. It didn't break to where he wanted to, but it was barely in the areas to pick it up on. It's just everything needs to be quicker. It's like Mignara at times, the way we kind of play football. Just zip it about a bit more.
See, before you come in, Andrew, I'm just going to say a very quick point. I saw a couple of still images on Twitter after the game yesterday, and there was balls getting flashed across the face. There was the Rangers player in the box. So I think there's a balance between we probably could put more balls in the box, but there's also a balance as we've kind of discussed with Chernity. He's not in the right positions, or he's not comfortable, or he's not natural at being a kind of in the box. And then when Miovski's on, we don't seem to do it. So I think there is a balance. Because yesterday there was 2 or 3 that went right across, or Aaron's cut back because probably there was nobody in the 6-yard box. So it is a balancing act, I would say. So I think variation is probably key, as kind of Stephen touched on. But Andrew, I will let you come in, mate. Sorry.
Well, I think you know what I'm going to say. Gassama crosses at a lowland league level. He's terrible at it. And on Matondo, he had 0.72 goals per 90. In the 2023-24 season, whereas Gassama has 0.1 goals per 90. So he's literally worse than Matondo.
What have we got here, Scott?
What is that?
See what you see.
Is it Naderi arriving at this?
That was Doug Guy. It must have been Doug putting on Naderi arriving at training ground. Aye.
Excellent.
But it's not only Gassama though, right? Like it's too early to judge Scott Olsen, so I'm going to leave him out of that. But none of our wingers have been providing. I think a lot of focus today has been on the centre mids not providing enough. But what are our wingers doing? Moore has a good game every 3 games, but I don't think any of the others have good games like ever, to be honest. So that's a problem. From the fullback areas, I don't think we're getting enough either. James Tavernier is our biggest chance creator, but where is he creating those chances from? It's purely from set pieces. From open play, he's not really giving us anything anymore. Sterling, very solid defensively, but he's not very good at providing either. Magoma, I think, has been good, but I don't know. I've not really looked at Magoma's numbers, but based off the eye test, I think his crossing is okay, but like just okay. And Max Aarons is not very good. So we just don't have players that are very good at putting the ball into the box, unfortunately. Aside from James Tavernier at set pieces. So I think in the summer it's an area we really need to improve on. I think we do need a bit more creativity in midfield as well. But I think Raskin's probably going to be gone in the summer. But I'll say it anyway. I think Raskin would be a lot more creative, a lot more effective in a playmaking sense if we had a proper 6 and he wasn't expected to play that role. Raskin is really shackled when he has to play in that role. So yeah, we need better players all over the park. But we were never going to do that in January. We were never going to get a whole new team in January. That's not going to happen. As I said before, I think we should be reasonably happy with this window in terms of what we could have got.
Right, boys and girls. Well, not all girls here. There's only Ryan, a beautiful queen there, who has teleported his way in. But gents, thank you very much for dipping in on this deadline day special to give a little insight into what's been going on in the scouting department, not just on what's been going on up to now, but obviously what's still to come. And as Ben rightfully plugged earlier, every Friday, tune in for your fix of the scouting videos. And now we move on to the fun bit of transfer deadline day, where Scotty is going to ring the bell and tell us it's closed at 11 o'clock.
Okay, absolutely not. We're not done until that window slams shut. And then I still think that there's going to be a surprise announcement. I'm not letting myself get carried away or nothing, but I am not doing a 6-hour pod and then going at 20 past 10. Aye, that's us done. Even Chris Jack, I never ever believe him, and he's always right. So, aye, that's that. Boys, if you want to stay on, you're more than welcome. If you want to bounce, if not, thank you. That was absolutely amazing. For every single wise. Mitch, I'm actually very surprised at how well you put them questions across. See, for a guy that doesn't like stats, and there's always one for tweeting about the eye test, etc., etc.
Wait a minute, bring Baxter back. Get him. Don't you shoot him. Get him back on, Ryan.
Who?
Ryan. Look at Ryan's big bully there. He's telling the dog to go away. Tell him to get back on camera. In fact, put the headset on him.
I was trying to give you a compliment on your bellend.
Like, you can give me it now. Sorry, I get excited. I've seen the dog.
No, it's done. It's away, I'm afraid. Baxter, look at Baxter.
Look at him, what a handsome guy. Brian's no bad either.
Class.
We are one for Doug content, I must say. I don't know where mine is. Oh, he's over there.
Jesse Lingard, TLV. This is where the nonsense comes into it, man. That's where the nonsense comes into it. So, Mitch, I'm going to start with you since you were hosting here. Are you happy with this transfer window?
Overall, yeah. I think, there's still some issues in the squad that need to be addressed, but Rome wasn't built in a day. We can't undo a full summer, in 4 weeks. And I still don't think, overall, when you look at the summer window, I don't think it's necessarily been as bad as everybody first thought. There are some stopgap signings that will go back to their parent clubs in the summer, which is fine. The likes of Nasir Jagger, Max Aarons, they'll go back. There will be, there's also questions on the likes of Skavoldsen. He's got 6 months to impress, whether or not he stays or does he not. And I will say, the people writing off Skavoldsen after 2 games, where there needs to be a bit of context put behind that. Up until he signed for us, his last meaningful minutes on the pitch were really at the back end of October, and he was kind of frozen out for a little bit, hence the reason why he's here on a World Cup year. I think we've added quality over quantity, which is something we've been screaming out for. We've also got, in terms of outgoings, got rid of some of the farts in the room. Let's call a spade a spade. The only one that's potentially still lingering about now is probably Rabi, and arguably, and Scotty, I'm not going to poo-poo on Rabi mania, so don't you worry.
Matondo mania, actually.
Oh, sorry, that's how much I care about him. But I think there is an element that genuinely, if there's a couple of injuries or a couple of suspensions creep in, there's every chance that we see him for a couple of games, here or there. He's got a chat, even in these games like at the weekend there in the Cup. These are the games to give him a chance to go and have a run out, that way.
Somebody's seen Andrew's stats that he's better than Gassama. And thought, I'm going to give him a shot.
I'm surprised he's still here, considering Wales have got a World Cup playoff in March, to be honest, Matondo.
We'll send him the race, mate.
I get
Very good
it.
point.
I get the coin aspect, but Wales aren't going to Are Wales going to go to many World Cups?
He's never going to make 20 grand a week again, though. Be lucky to make 5 if he goes somewhere else.
To be fair, he's
Hey.
done well sitting in his Arsenal earning it. So
Here's their shiny new striker driving into Murray Park.
There's no crime stoppers like Doug Hammer.
There we go. At least there's somebody in so far. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. Thanks, Doug, for that. I'll need to bring Doug out of cupboard at some point because he's been in that background, hammering up all sorts of content for us all night. So thank you again for that, Doug. Ryan, how you doing, mate?
All right, mate. I'm tired. I'm done with my bedtime. But yeah, I'm just eagerly awaiting. Hopefully, this boy gets announced. It's a lot of money from a boy from the German third division, so they're really going to be packing races on this one. So we've got to trust the manager, and we've got to trust his scouting team and his networks, and hope that this works out, because it's a wee bit kind of. I'd rather actually seen him sign 2 strikers, to be honest with you, because as much as Chermiti's doing better, still not a goal scorer for me. Bajovski's a waste of a jersey, and Dino's obviously likely to leave. If we can get this German boy over the line, you'd like to think that NEC are going to announce Dino. He's going to be allowed to sign the contract with them. So I'd rather we'd actually sign 2.
And Ryan, the Casper Holdream lives on, mate. He's not signed to anybody. He's still at Bodo.
Well, they qualified. I mean, the result against, who did they beat in the last game of the Champions League? They beat
Atletico Madrid.
Aye,
Man City,
incredible. Aye, after beating Man City. So, but all those transfer rumours, like his agent engineering a move, probably just get kiboshed as soon as Bodo get into the next round of the Champions League. So he's not going to walk away from that. No chance. So if it's going to happen, it will happen in the summer. But the problem with it happening in the summer is that's also halfway through Bodo's season. So that might even still not happen at all. So you don't know what's going to happen with it. But I'd love to sign him. I think he's a goal scorer. He's a bit kind of, he's not a great football player, but he's a great striker, if that makes sense. He just reminds me of somebody you just put the ball in front of him and he'll stick the ball in the back of the net. But I don't think you're going to get a lot of much else from him. We have a luxury player, but we can afford that luxury in most of the games we play in Scotland.
Aye, definitely. So this is a quick roundup. Doug's whipped us up. Thank you again, Doug, for what's kind of happened thus far.
Did his wee chef help him make it?
Aye, we're not talking about it. Dowell, Rothwell and Inciala. Inciala's not confirmed yet, but I would imagine it's happened. Curtis has been out on loan. And Chuck Wani, Rumens, Scott Olsen, and obviously Nadiri is pending. Archer and Piro on the happening. Stephen Wilson here. Stephen, I'll come to you on that. Are you happy with the window?
I mean, I think we spoke about it obviously previously already in the chat and that. This window was never going to fix everything that needed to be fixed. But I think the 3 signings we brought in early, Chukwani, Roman, Scott Wilson, they were all players that filled positions that we really needed. The last one we were obviously looking for, or obviously a couple more, but the last one really wanted was a striker, and it looks like potentially we'll get that in before the deadline. So, I mean, for me, definitely one window that I think for what we've brought in, it's been a good window, mate. I don't think that we could have done much more. Particularly with the money we spent a lot of money this season, and particularly in the summer on players who've maybe not really worked out for us. So you were never going to go out and start flinging money about everywhere. Although we obviously still spent pretty well. But I definitely think it's been a good window, mate. Also, still get to see Romans come in. Chukwani's obviously looked pretty decent in his first couple of showings. Scott Wilson obviously needs to get up to pace for me, but 3 players who have all got the opportunity and the ability, I think, for me to make the team better, mate. So I definitely think it's been a good window.
Fair enough. Stephen Wilson, I'll come to you. Scott Wilson, there's a lot of judgments being made on him already. Are they harsh? Are they warranted? What's your take?
I think they're quite harsh. I don't think he looks anywhere up to speed yet. Barely kicked a ball first 6 months. So I think he needs a wee bit of time. I mean, I think the question obviously with that is, how much time do we have? How much time do we give him? You know, it's a title race. I think maybe that it's a slight luxury. A lot of people would, if you took the performance aside, Hibs away has been a really tough game for us for God knows how long. So a draw there is not exactly a surprise. I think it's one of the harder games we've got in the run-in coming up. So yeah, a difficult place to kind of just chuck him in that way. I mean, I'd have maybe held off on loading Curtis for a game. Maybe I've chucked Curtis in that game personally.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll come good. Again, it's the Cherny comparison. He's a good. They both came from Wolfsburg. It's no coincidence of that. But I think he should come good. I think he needs a bit more from the fullback. I think. I don't know how much help Sterling really gave him to kind of, because it's not really his game. So we'll see how it goes. Chukwueze looks a great signing. He's just a completely different profile for any midfielders we've got. Strong, powerful. Some of the recoveries he was making when Hibs were counting on us were brilliant. He was just getting his body in. Big strong lad, so he should be well. Romans should. I think we let too many crosses in to the box historically. So I think he's meant to be really good at stopping crosses. Some of the stuff I've seen, not as familiar with him as the rest of them. So I'd hope we maybe get to see him on Sunday and do something. And I think the Dairy could be. I think he's got everything that Cherny's got. Only he's got more. So I'm very, very hopeful that this could be a gem of a signing. But it's a big bit of pressure on a 22-year-old lad to come in and try to have a title challenge on his shoulders. So we need the rest of the guys to kind of step up and help him.
Ben, what about you? I want to come to you and Chukwueze. What's your opinion, mate?
As we kind of said earlier on, he was covered by us in the video. I thought he played well against us. He obviously got sent off against them, so that's kind of two eye tests for people. But I think good signing. I think, especially when you look to the summer, Raskin's probably going to leave. I'm a big fan. Obviously, I'm just going to bat my own drum here. I wanted us to sign Todd Romans in August, so I'm hoping he can be the guy. I'm hoping he can be the guy that, because I think Magoma's actually done well for the amount of games he's played. There's just been a couple of times he's probably hurt a community team and he's probably played too much. But I think Romans, again, big physical boy. A few times I've seen clips or watched him, his delivery's good. So I'm hoping he can be the most important one. But I think Chukwueze will get good with every game it comes. He's physical enough to suit Scottish football and he's very athletic. So I think we've spoken at chat and most of us have agreed that if we were playing a flat three of Raskin, Chukwueze and Diamande, I don't think we could go too far wrong as long as there's maybe some more providing, maybe by the midfield themselves and obviously the kind of wingers as we've discussed.
Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Chris Jack has come out. He's got his Grim Reaper out and his Grim Reaper costume on. And he's saying Nadir is the only signing the rest of the night. I believe it when I see it as normal, although he is always right, to be fair. Mitch, Todd Romans, me and you, when we done my first scouting video together, were shouting about Elliot Stroud. Left back, I think, plays in Sweden or something. For what I remember. Are you happy with Todd Romans on mute? Somebody get you.
No, never mind the yellow.
Specs.
Makes a nice change.
Absolute skill issue here. Like, can I get the staff anywhere, Scotty? You know what I mean? I'm in the overtime. I never even get my Christmas Tobler on. That's what you get.
I know. True.
Todd Romans, I'm not going to lie, as you obviously said there, when we were looking through the various players, and obviously, Elliot Stroud, the boy from Sweden, I was chips all the way in. 6'1", big, athletic, one day left foot. He could do it all, but I think, weirdly, I think he's had a bit of a fall off this season, and I'm pretty sure, one of the other boys will be able to kind of fill in the gaps there, maybe Ben or maybe Andrew. I think one of them will know they know a bit more about the league than I do. But I think with Romans, there's so much untapped potential, like from the clip. And again, it's from clips and stuff like that I've seen of him. I think he's really, really quick. He's athletic. He's aggressive but sensible in the tackle. He doesn't do anything stupid. You're not looking at him going, "You're the guy that's going to take a care today for going 2-footed." I think it's going to be interesting to watch him in a team that's in a ball dominant team. As opposed to where he's came from. Obviously, they're not necessarily the most ball dominant team. I think it'd be quite interesting to see, obviously, how much more chance he gets to kind of maybe take that free roaming role, because we do have to take into account that Magoma's going back down south in the summer. He's one of the loan players that we're talking about earlier on, and that future proofing and future planning has to come into effect now. Is Romans potentially one of these signings that we've taken a wee bit of a gamble on now, because we know in a World Cup year and in the summer that he probably becomes maybe unreachable because he's ready to go, because he won't go to the World Cup because he's not experienced enough yet, but he's probably chapping on the next up door.
Aye, definitely, mate, definitely. Chris Jack's also reported that Robbie Matondo might actually be leaving the building. Apparently, he's had a text message, so we'll wait and see on that one. Please don't take my Robbie away.
Just before you go on, Scotty, I'm going to boost, mate. Pleasure.
No problem.
And
Ben,
just to
thanks for
say,
coming on.
for the people watching next Friday, the boys, Andrew, Stephen, myself, Mitch, if he wants to join us, we are going to be doing a transfer roundup, so we'll be looking at the 4 boys there on the left, a bit more detail, some graphs comparing them to kind of where they've came from, some ex-players of ours, current players in the league. So that's coming up, guys, but thanks for having us.
No, thanks for coming on, Ben. It's appreciated, mate.
No worries, guys. Take it easy, right? Can't wait to see your scarf back.
Night, mate.
Cheers, pal. And with that, we welcome Chris to the podcast with Ben leaving. Chris, how you doing, pal? Happy to win it?
Very well, Scotty. Thank you for having me on. It's the show tonight's been excellent, guys. I've been watching. So, much better than Sky Sports is what I would say, Scotty. This show tonight, so it's been fantastic. But happy with the window? Yes, I'm happy with the window. I think you look at the players we brought in. Everyone would love to have more. Absolutely no doubt about it. But we brought in some really good players. I think it's going to take time for like Scott Wilson to get match fit because he wasn't playing for 8 or 9 weeks there. Chukwueze, I think, showed on Sunday why we brought him in terms of how he breaks up the play. To Romans, probably need to wait and see how that one plays out and where he's at. And then obviously if this boy comes in from the German league, then look, we take it and we move on. But for me, Scott, it's not just this window. I look at the whole summer and the summer window and this, and I look to set myself and I say, when was the last time Rangers paid the amount of money on a transfer window that they've paid out in this last 2 windows? It's incredible. And I think we probably, Rangers fans, forget that. And I would probably cast my mind back to times when we're signing loan players who we couldn't even probably afford at the time, and that was it. But look at the signings we're making at the moment. So I'm delighted with it, Scott. I think it's really good players and we're brought in. I think once they'll hit the ground running, they'll certainly bring something extra to the squad. My only worry at the moment, and I think me and Mitch spoke about this last Thursday on the Q&A, last Wednesday, my only worry is, will these new players upset the dynamic of the team in trying to fit them in? And I think on Sunday, we maybe kept Scott Wilson on a wee bit too long, and that upset the dynamic, I think, a little bit. I think they should have taken him off a wee bit earlier just because he's match fitness. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I've been delighted, Scotty, in terms of how things have went overall. And this was a clear out Rangers needed, and they had to start again, and we've had to do that over the last 2 windows.
Aye, you're 100% right in everything you've said there, Chris. I'm trying to start a question for Andrew, for Paul here. Could we use Shamiti as a hold-up 10 and play Nadiri as a 9? What's your take on it, Andrew?
I think we probably could, to be fair. A lot of people have made that comparison with Joe Linton, right? I've seen a lot of people make that, and I can see it. So I said before I'd rather we didn't play with a 10, and I stick with that. I'd rather we play with a flat 3. But I don't think it's a bad idea. I definitely think Shamiti could play that role.
Ryan, what's your take on that, pal? Shamiti into 10?
Possibly, mate. Yeah, it's depending on the opposition. I don't think he's got the industry, because obviously with your 10, sometimes they've actually got to track back and pull themselves into midfield. I think Shamiti maybe misses that wee bit of kind of flair in there. But, you know, if you're needing to get the ball up the park and you're looking for somebody to link, you know, the play, then he's a decent outlet. We've seen his ability to get the ball around the corner and stuff like that. He's winning headers and stuff. He's starting to bring other guys into play. He's certainly not a number 9. I would say that definitely. I think that's one thing that we have discovered about him. Apart from his 2 goals at Parkhead, you're struggling to see a striker there. I'd probably describe more as a forward than a striker. So bringing him in as a number 10 with a poacher there, you know, there's always that. You know, you love the old little and large, don't you, with your McCoist and Haitley, your Purzo and your Novo and stuff like that. So could we find that wee kind of box in the box poacher out there? I don't know how much they're going to be costing these days, because obviously we're now paying 5 and 6 billion euros for boys from the German 3rd division. So how much is a proven number 9 goal scorer actually going to cost these days? But I think there is an option there to develop it. I think we need to develop his overall game entirely and actually get a lot more coaching into him, and then work out where we actually see him playing. Is it going to be better? Is it actually going to be in the number 10? Can he start to discover his goal scoring, his form for goal scoring? We'll just need to wait and see. That he's still a young enough guy. Thankfully, physically, looks as if he's got a lot to offer.
Aye, good answer, mate. Good answer. Guys, if you're new to the channel and you're watching on our platform, please head on over to YouTube and like and subscribe for us. I'm at least trying to get us to 5,150 a night before we head off. We're all doing this in our own time and it's free of charge. Andrew, I'm going to come back to you again with this question here. When we spoke in the scouting chat, me, you, Gordy, Ben, Stephen, Mitch, it was a kind of an overall kind of judgment, I would say, of not against Maswini said, but how Rangers play, they play with a back to goal, and he can't really do that. Are you of that opinion?
As a 9, yeah, but I would have wanted to have him as a right winger. He primarily plays on the right for Motherwell. He does play up front too. And I think it's a valid criticism. We don't know that he can't play with his back to goal. We just haven't seen it. Mm-hmm. So if we were signing him with the intention of playing him through the centre as a 9, no, I don't think we won't. I don't think we will regret not doing that. I don't think I structured that sentence well, but I'm sure you get what I mean. I think Naderi is a better option for that. However, we might regret not signing him for the right-hand side. I do think Skov Olsen's a good option, but we're not convinced by Ant-Man, are we? So perhaps Maswanisi would be a better option. One thing I will say is the other side haven't taken him either. So that means I don't regret it. If I'd seen him wearing green and grey this evening, I would have been pretty upset by that. Well, upset's not the right word, maybe annoyed. But he's not. He's still at Motherwell, so he could be a problem for us in a couple of weeks. Whenever we play them, it's soon, isn't it? But he will also be a problem for Hearts, and he'll also be a problem for them. So, yeah, I get where Curry's coming from. I wanted to see him. I made that clear on the scouting video when we talked about attacking options. But I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Fair enough. Chris, I want to give you an opportunity to come in and have your say on Maswanisi. Now, to me, he's got the stigma attached to him that he can score goals in this league. Can Bojan Majowski, is that not his job? Is he not the proven goal scorer in the league that we've got?
It's a really good question, Scott, and I think, let me take the Bojan Majowski one first of all. Bojan Majowski, for me, will score goals for any team in Scottish football because he's shown it and he's done it and he's been able to do it. I think the challenge he's got at Rangers is he's just not getting the service, and we're not playing to his strengths, in my opinion, from a Bojan Majowski point of view. And I think that's why we're not seeing the best of him at the moment. Majowski's a guy who'll run the channels, who'll run in behind. And I think we all seen on Sunday the service was incredible, incredibly bad. The service we got through the strikers at the weekend. So for me, Bojan Majowski is just having a bit of a hard time on that basis, Scotty. I think if you take Maswanisi, look, we don't have the inside scoop on why Rangers or the team across the city are not taking them, right? We don't know the detail behind it. I genuinely think it's blatant snobbery from both halves of Glasgow at the moment, because there's a striker there who can play across any one of those positions across the front, whether it's striker, right or left. I think for Motherwell, from what I've seen of him, he's played in all three positions and scored goals in all three of those positions this season. That tells me he can do it. If he plays in our team with the likes of Scott Wilson and Gassama, you would expect him to get chances and you would expect him to take those chances. We can't guarantee that because it's not happening at the moment for Miovski and Termiti is there. But you would expect Maswanise would be up there. And I know there's the people are saying, Motherwell saying he's not for sale, right? You go in there and you offer Motherwell the same as what we're probably just paying for Ryan Naderi. Motherwell bite your hand off for that. They absolutely bite your hand off for it because they don't have a business model that can't take that. They would have to go for something like that. If you put 4 in, signing on maybe an additional fee of maybe $1 million if it gets sold on elsewhere, a couple of add-ons, give them a couple of loan players, whatever it may be, they bite your hand off for that all day long. And I don't think... I'd be really interested, Scotty, to find out. And hopefully some of the people will know about this after the window. I'd be really interested to find out if Rangers had actually went and put anything in for this boy and spoke about it, to say, look, did they ask the question? If they didn't ask the question, I think it's a Lawrence Shankland part 2. It really is for me, because I think the boy is that good. I've watched him playing games and he looks fantastic and he's scoring the goals. I can't remember off the top of my head what it is he scored this season, but he's banging them in for Motherwell. 20 goals. There you go. We would bite our hand off for a 20-goal striker right now at this moment in time. And if that meant we had to go and pay 4 million, 5 million for that boy, I would pay it in a minute if I was at Rangers, because I think the boy is good and I think he can develop even more. So yeah, I think it would be a really good shout to get him in. And I'm really surprised neither of the top 3 at the moment have even entertained that, because I think he's the one that could potentially score the goals that could win a title if he was there.
Ryan, Maswanise, what's your take?
I think you just got to be careful it's not a flash in the pan, this thing, because he's obviously done really well. He's getting quite a few admirers, but look where he came from to get to Motherwell. He's came from relative obscurity, so it's just, I don't know. It could be that just he's done a right good 6, but I'd point the finger towards Jake Hastie. Remember Jake Hastie that played for Motherwell? Right. He was on loan at Alloa for the first half of the season before we signed him. He's went in at Motherwell for the last 6 months of the season. He's lit the place up and he's came to us. He's no kicked a ball. One of my friends actually played with him at Alloa and couldn't believe he got moved to Rangers. Who was with him at the first 6 months of the season. So you just got to be kind of mindful of things like that. But I don't know. It's a difficult one. There's obviously the risk, and the early indications are that Scott Wilson's going to need time. Time we don't have. We don't have time for bedding players in. We need somebody who's going to come in and start scoring goals pretty much immediately for us, start creating the chances for us pretty much immediately. And Scott Wilson might be the player that we need, but he might be waiting until come August. He might need that 6 months to actually get himself back up to speed. You hope that's not the case. He's obviously going to be pushing to get in Denmark's squad for the playoffs that they've got next month. They've got North Macedonia, I think they've got. So they'll fancy their chances of getting through that tie and getting to the World Cup. So, but with Maswanise, he would probably come in and hit the ground running and keep going. He might come in, he would probably get a substantial pay rise, and for all we know, he might be a nutcase, and he takes that substantial pay rise and he's never out the pub. So there's certain things that maybe we're not privy to, the character of the boy, where he's came from. There might be certain things that we don't know as football fans, as podcasters, that might be stopping the move going through. Because as much as Rangers and Celtic, neither of us have moved for him. Why somebody else from the League One Championship level not came and picked him up either? So we don't know. So we just need to wait and see. I hope it has a rubbish game in a couple of weeks against us, and then Hearts and Celtic play against him. As I said earlier on in the pod when we were talking at 6 o'clock-ish, that it maybe not be the end of the world there, that they have a good player who's scored a lot of goals, because he might just do the damage against Hearts. He might go out there and whether we'll take points off them and that gives us a chance to leapfrog them. So we don't know, but it's a strange one. But you know, like Chris was saying there are strange things. I can't believe that Lawrence Shankland's not a Rangers player for the last 2-3 years. It's mental that we haven't signed Lawrence Shankland, and especially just now, we're all sitting here begging for a goal scorer to come to Ibrox just now. That guy could have been in here 2 and 3 years ago. But again, we don't know. There's something that might be going on that we're just not privy to.
That's it. Mitch, Mass Winney.
I don't know. As Ryan said, it's hard to tell whether or not this is just an 18-month kind of purple peak patch for him and he tapers off after it, or is this a young player finding who they are as a player now, kind of hitting that bit of maturity now, obviously with a consistent run in the team. I think, as I would say, I would be surprised if we never at least asked the question of, look, can we be kept up to date on any developments with him? But he's still going to be there in the summer. And I think right now, is he a player that I would like to see coming in? He would have been. Probably, if you asked me this like about a week ago, I would have said probably aye. But I think one of the big issues with when you bring players from other teams, like, you know, domestically midway through the season, as opposed to obviously just bringing them in the summer, I think one of the issues that you face is how can they adapt from the training methods that they've been in, you know, for the last 6 months, versus joining into a squad that have already went through the topsy-turvy of Russell Martin into the much more structured, disciplined routine of Danny Rule at the moment, versus he's came from quite a free-flowing Motherwell team. You know, it's quite a lot of upheaval, quite a lot of change to give him without necessarily as much time in the training ground as we would like him to have. But I don't know, mate. This is why I'm not qualified enough, you know, to fully answer that. I don't think, but I think tidy enough player. But I think where he goes next and how he performs next tells us whether or not if this was an 18-month, you know, purple patch, or if there is something greater getting unlocked within him.
Fair enough. Stephen, what's your take on him?
I think it's interesting. Obviously, his stats would make you think that we should learn from past mistakes and look to get a guy who scores goals in the league, as you know, Ryan made the comparison to Lawrence Shankland. I would maybe ask the question of, would he, with his like profile, the way we want Danny Rule wants this squad to kind of play currently, score goals with that side? I'm not sure how he kind of would fit in, because obviously the way we play with our wingers, they tend to come inside quite a lot. I don't know if that's the instruction or just the way they like to play. Scott Olsen's, a lot of stuff he says he likes to come in on his left foot. Kasama, we know, blue in the face, he'll do it. He's, from what I've seen in Masaryk, is more of a right-footed player, so that would mean he would have to play on the left. And you know, maybe the thinking is we've got the players currently on the left side if he's going to play more as a winger, because I kind of get what Andrew's saying. His profile kind of fits as a winger, so maybe we'd go on the maybe want to play in the left wing as opposed to that, or maybe look in the summer and try and get him on the right wing and change how our wingers play. I'm not sure currently if he would have fit in. I mean, if we're looking at the Motherwell side, I think some of the guys have got in the midfield might have been a better fit for us to look at as opposed to him. I mean, what happened to all the chat about, you know, Elliot Watt earlier in the window? That seemed to have disappeared. He looked like a good profile. Oh, well, if he's injured, that's fair enough. Then I never hear that one. But Elijah Just as well, he looks a player. And there's a lot of guys in that Motherwell team. They create chances for Masaryk. We need creating midfielders. It seemed to be there's other areas of that Motherwell team we could have looked at and tried to get in. But I maybe think it could be something we explore again in the summer. As Andrew mentioned, nobody else has went in for him. It's been, well, nobody from Scotland's really went in for them. There was a talk of Anderlecht going in for him. I think with the current profile, I don't know if it would have worked, but this summer we could reevaluate those areas of the pitch and maybe he'd have a role to play there, especially if he continues scoring. The one that I would say to watch, but for this, I think there's other profiles for this current window that would suit better for what we've got, personally.
Fair enough. I'm just quickly going to chime in on this. Where's the experience? I think you need to look at like your Diamandes, your Raskin, Suter, Tav, Butland. They're all experienced. They're experienced players now, so I think we just need to try and wrap our head around it. I would have liked a bit more experience in, if I'm being honest, but we're hearing this is a cards we've been dealt. Colin's just come in saying Westerlo signed in Ciala. This is a great window in terms of outcomes. Graham, welcome to the show, mate. I'll come to you. Do you think we've missed out on Maspanisi?
Evening, gents. It's been a good show. I missed the start of it, but really enjoyed the analysis for you guys on the signing. So some great stuff and work done there. Scotty, I think we have maybe missed a trick. I think that was an opportunity to bring someone in who can do the business in the Scottish League. And that's something that we've seen some of our players taking a bit of time to adapt to. I don't think he would have been a bad signing for us. I think he'd have hit the ground running. He might not be the total Danny Rowe player, but for me, we're in a bit of a transition period. And the first thing we need to do is win this league. And I think he would have helped us contribute to that with goals, assists. We talk about bringing in players who can play in a number of positions for us. He would absolutely tick that box as well. So I think we've possibly missed out on a trick with that one. But listen, time will tell. Time will tell. We can go back and ask these questions at the end of the season when it's all said and done. It could be that the signings that we've brought in will do the business and get us to that league championship. So I hope that's the case, but I think it would have been good for him to be part of that squad going forward.
I'd agree with you. I think we needed him through middle, if I'm being honest. I know he's played right wing, and I get all that kind of stuff that's been attached to him, but I just think we could have been doing with a different option through middle, considering Chermiti and Nadiri could be kind of similar players. Mitch, there's a question come in for you for Colin. Would you throw Nadiri up front on Wednesday v Kelly?
Do you know, I don't think it's the wildest shout, mate. Like, I think I certainly would be surprised if he doesn't take at least half an hour, or at least 20 minutes, at the end of the game at Kelly. Give him because we do have to bear in mind he's arrived quite late on the, kind of late in terms of actual time of the night that we're in. Quite late to arrive into the team, then he'll be lucky. He'll probably obviously do a training session tomorrow with the guys. There will be an element, and people won't like me saying it, but he will be genuinely quite tired with the travel, the upheaval and everything else. I would put him in for at least 20 minutes. The game I would be playing him in is the cup game at the weekend. Get him in there, ideally get him a wee goal or two in his debut, kind of get that confidence up and running from him. No disrespect to our opponents either, by the way, but, again, I'd like to see him maybe just get a kind of temperature check for where he is just now on. Okay, you've had a couple of days training. It's the same way that I want to see Romans in the League Cup game as well. I want to kind of just see what some of these youngsters are, where they are in terms of form, where they are in terms of fitness. I mean, the boy coming in, Nadiri, he's been banging the goals in, so he should be full of confidence, full of no nonsense, but you get what I mean there. He should be kind of full of himself a wee bit, which I think we need that in the front line. A little bit just now. We need that little bit of swagger, a little bit of power, like that player that you can look at in the front and say the confidence is absolutely ripping right out of you. And I think that's what Nadiri gives us just now, that freshness, that quality. So I think give him 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes midweek, and then start him at the weekend. I genuinely, there's a really sick part of me that really wants to see him and Chermiti up top together. But we all know that could just be because they're two big units, and I do like a 6-foot+ player.
Mitch, there's a lot of things that you like. It's pretty big, mate. Not just 6-foot+, not just 6-foot+ players.
Well, we're certainly not talking about you then.
And there it is, a wee bit of nonsense. Stephen, I think I'm going to let you bounce off, mate. Thank you for coming on. You get any final thoughts of the window?
No, it seems obvious. I think we could have had something in the centre of midfield, a bit more creativity, but I've seen somebody put up on Twitter that they've actually managed to get 2 players at least for every position. So I think the fact that maybe Bajrami staying was the kind of key factor, maybe not getting that role, which is fair enough. Again, something to reevaluate. But yeah, overall very happy. And I have seen some things about, again, I mentioned about Matondo. I think there's more movement on the Matondo thing that might be something to keep an eye on, Scotty. That we could finally be, Rabbi Mania could be ending. And if that does happen, I think we can be semi-happy with what goes on, and hopefully it goes on to the end of the season. But no, good to be on. Thanks for having us on. I always enjoy the transfer deadline blogs here in the Journal. They're always a lot of fun. And we've actually had we've had something to kind of talk about for a transfer until 11 o'clock. Usually we're trying to fill air for about an hour and a half. But good to just Jack City's tweet out. So yeah, no, thanks for having us again, guys.
No, thanks for coming on here. Appreciate it, Stephen.
Have a good
Andrew, any closing thoughts, pal?
No, I think I've said a lot tonight. It's been good to be on. It's been good to see Naderi. I don't know if it's been 100% confirmed yet that Naderi is
It's been done, mate.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, yeah, I think it's a good addition. Overall, it's been a good window. So, yeah, thanks for having me. I hope everyone has a good night.
Thanks, Andrew. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Right. Doug, if you want to get yourself set up and jump on, mate, I'll finally let you on. He's been
Bring the ramen chef, Doug. Bring him.
He's been on for 5 o'clock doing all sorts of stuff in the background for us, so we need to let him come on and get whatever's on his chest off it.
I hope it's not his tap butt.
What's that?
I hope it's not his tap butt.
Shut up, you. Christ. Graham, what's your thoughts on this Nadiri signing and the profiles that we've got up front now?
It's an interesting one, and I was probably educated quite a bit listening to the guys before you came on, Scotty, just around some of his stats, what attributes he brings. If we're getting somebody who's an upgrade on Chermiti, I think that's a really good thing for us in terms of that profile we're looking for. Sometimes the players that come in that we don't know of or haven't heard too much about are a bit under the radar, the ones that come on to do really well. So, I think we need to trust the process. We need to trust the club in terms of what they're bringing in. They're very data-driven just now, as has been said. They also know the type of player that they're looking for to lead the line for a Danny Rose side. He obviously fits that bill, and they feel they can't wait for him to the summer. So, that's got to be a positive thing for us. And that could be the missing link in that forward line in terms of bringing other players into the game, creating other chances for players, bringing other people into that final third. So fingers crossed that's the spearhead in that forward line that we've been really needing. But we need to help them with some quality. We need some quality balls into the box. We need to create some chances for open play. We've probably had ourselves under the sins that we've been really good with the set pieces, and that's carried us. And it's probably masked the fact that we're not creating a lot of chances and creating a lot of goals from open play. So, I think this signing could really propel us. And like I said, the guys that come in and maybe a bit under the radar, a bit less profile, they seem to hit the ground running and do better for us. So hopefully he follows that mould.
No, definitely, mate, definitely. Mitch,
where are you going with this? Like, I don't like it when you give me the big deep breath beforehand. I'm not taking my hat off again just because
Matondo is maybe going to be over. I'm devastated, man. Absolutely devastated.
Oh, I'm no mate. I'm going to take my tap off now voluntarily.
I'm going to get your thoughts on this first. I can't believe he's done this.
Yes!
He's brought Gordy on the pod.
Yeah, it's witness protection. Gordy's made his debut.
I know.
Hi guys, it's great to see you.
Oh, right, no.
Right, no, you're away. Absolutely not. Absolutely
Bring
not.
him back. Bring back Doug.
Right, there he is. He's fine now.
Good evening.
Was that editing Dougie, right? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
that's it. That's where my eyes go when I'm looking at the screen for that long all night.
For the first time ever, Curry's like, you and Curry have actually bonded over something.
Had to happen eventually.
Right, so give me your thoughts on the transfer window, Doug.
Yeah, relatively happy. I think, like everyone said, it was maybe looking for one more face, perhaps. I think it might have been you yourself actually that said earlier the signing to shake Scottish football didn't seem to come to fruition, which is a shame. I was very tickled by the Thomas Muller link. Absolutely great player, one of my favourite players of all time, so that would have been fantastic, but alas no. But on a serious note, yeah, as I say, relatively happy. Obviously, assuming Nadiri's confirmed, which it looks like he will be. And yeah, so hopefully we can push on. Olsen settles in, becomes the player that we know he could be, and Nadiri continues to score the goals as he has been.
Nah, fair enough. Thanks for your work tonight, mate. It's been greatly appreciated. You ruined it all by bringing that fucking thing on right enough, but fair enough. Fair enough. Chris, I'm going to come back to you. Centre halves, I think we're all right. Goalkeeping department's fine. Super Jack's got under control. Tav's still here. Aarons and Sterling. I don't think it was. I don't think they're great, but they'll do. We finally signed a left back. Two Romans. Where are you on that signing? What are you looking to see?
He's 22 years old, Scotty. He's still relatively unknown for a lot of the Rangers fans at the moment for Romans. What I'm looking to see here is Magoma get a bit of a break. I think Magoma is in a position just now where he's played that much football this season that I think if he plays any longer without taking a break, we could run this boy onto the ground, and that's the last thing we need. So Romans needs to come in for me, Scott, and hit the ground running. I'm really disappointed in the fact that we've signed a player who we heard the rumours that he was injured when he signed. Then we heard from Danny Rule he was just getting back up to speed, coming back from an injury. We must have the worst luck with people trying to come back from injuries with how long he's not been here for. And if he's not in the squad, probably for the cup game, you would need to start asking questions, I think, to say, where is this guy? When are we going to see him? We talk about Olsen get up to speed. This guy's going to need to take time to get up to speed as well. So it's going to be really interesting from that perspective. But look, I think for me, we don't need to throw him in. And the reason I'm saying we don't need to throw him in and we can bed him in is because you've got Sterling there who can play on the right and left as well. So it isn't a desperate situation for me, Scotty, with this guy. I think it's just a case of give him the time, get him in, play a few games, and if it needs to be that we just bed him in till the summer and then he comes back, gets a full pre-season and goes from there. And that's the thing. That's the way it needs to be. But what I'm really liking at the moment is the profile of our players. So 22-year-olds for Nadiri, 22-year-old for Chukwani, 22-year-old for Romans. It shows you what Rangers are trying to do. It's trying to get into that buy and sell mentality. That's exactly what they're trying to do at this moment in time. And I really like it. I think it's a really, really good business model. We've seen it work elsewhere. And it's really good. But now, you talked about experience. Again, I'll come back to the point. I would have loved to have seen experience coming in there, but I'd still come back to the point of you could end up bringing someone in who upsets the whole dynamic of the team. And I think the number of players we've maybe brought in now is probably the perfect fit, given the fact that you've lost a few players as well in terms of your Dowells and Rodwell going out, Rabi on his way as well at some point over the next couple of days, hopefully. The fact you've lost those guys, the balance of the squad, I think, is getting into a good place at the moment. And I think Rangers will really benefit that as we start to go through the next few weeks. I think let's get to Saturday, and we should be in a really good place, is my view on it, mate.
Right, Ryan, I'm going to put you in charge because I need a look.
What could possibly go wrong? Who's we got out there? Graham, I'll come to you, mate. I'm not too sure the order was in there. Would you start the boy on Wednesday night? Well, obviously, we spoke about the lack of chances, the lack of urgency. It was obviously the European hangover was very apparent. Would you bring the boy in fresh and for a bit of excitement on Wednesday night? Would you start from the off base, or would you introduce him from the bench?
Me personally, I would introduce him for the bench, if I'm honest. We should have enough in our locker at home to see off Kilmarnock. Hopefully playing at home, that should give us a little bit of a lift as well. What we don't want to do is put a lot of pressure on him right away. I would prefer to ease him into games, give him a wee 20-30 minutes towards the end, see how he copes, and give him, hopefully there'll be some chances at the end of the game. Sneak a late goal would be fantastic for his confidence, but I think you're asking a lot from signing him at 11 o'clock on the Monday to put him right in the starting lineup and Wednesday night. We need a real big reaction from our players after the disappointing dropping points in Sunday. So, we need to be careful of that as well. So for me, I would have him on the bench, but he's definitely got to get minutes on Wednesday night. But we should have enough to see off Kilmarnock at home on Wednesday night.
Yep. And Mitch, coming to you, mate, do you think we're approaching last chance saloon as far as this is concerned? I don't truly believe that the point was a bad point at Easter Road. I think it's obviously one of the more difficult places to go. Even although we haven't lost there, I think it was 20 years was a start. I was quite surprised to hear at the weekend. But, I do believe it was a point gained rather than 2 lost. But if we don't pick up 3 points on Wednesday night, do you see us now kind of starting to fall away from it?
I think I've said it before, mate. If we were a cat, we've used 7 out of 9 lives, in the title race just now. And I think other teams in the race will drop points. They will drop points. Whether that be through draws, everybody's going to pick up a loss. Everybody's going to pick up a couple of draws here or there as well. It's going to be a case of who drops the least amount, and who can stay the most consistent. And I think that's one thing since Danny Rose came in that we have proven that we can be as consistent. We've played well in some games. We've played ugly and won some games. We've also played absolutely humming like we did at the weekend, but ultimately didn't lose the game. Whereas if we flash our mind back to August, September time, that's a game that we lose under Russell Martin, because we would have left the back door wide open, and somebody like Martin Boyle comes in there in the middle of the night and ransacks the house. And I think that's the big difference. We can play poorly, but we're a lot more defensively assured at this point. So I think, for me, I'm still not that bothered. I think, everybody wetting the bed, so to speak, over a draw at the weekend. Take a step back and look at the bigger picture. There's a lot of games to be played. Everybody's going to drop points. We just happen to be the ones that dropped them this weekend. When we start moving into the, Wednesday night, Wednesday night, that was the senile dementia kicking in there at my age that I had to check where the calendar was. There's going to be, somebody else could be the pantomime villain on Wednesday night with their fan base. Somebody else could be, they've got a draw, or somebody's lost 1-0, and we know who we would like it to be. I want to see sharks, I want to see barriers, I want the whole 9 yards of the pantomime. But realistically, it could be anyone in any given weekend. But when you start having games like we did at the weekend there, it's literally just about, don't drop 3 points, can you gain 1 point, and just be consistent.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a lot of kind of PTSD from the Russell Martin thing, where I don't think we've quite healed from that experience, if you like. And I think if things do go wrong, we automatically default back to the position that we're on fire again, in the wrong context. So I think we need to just be calm and sober with it and look at it and say, right, we've still got 15 cup finals still to go. That was a draw. We didn't lose. We're still within the picture, and everyone's still got to play each other, twice coming forward. But just for a hand back over to Scotty, Doug, one last question for you, mate. For me, if we manage to move Rabbi Matondo on and we get the boy Nadiri in, for me, this is almost a perfect transfer window. We've pretty much shifted all the deadwood that we didn't want. We've managed to get 2 younger players out on loan in development teams within our own league as well, to actually, maybe not development teams, to develop at teams within our own league. But, how would you rate this overall transfer window? And, would you say it's a kind of good thumbs up to the board as well, mate?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've seen a board that's acted a little bit differently to how we have in the past. They're not quite as sort of hedging their bets or playing it safe. So, they clearly identified Nadiri early on as the man they wanted, or the man that Danny Röhl wanted, and then went out to get that. They got a deal done initially for the summer, and we had backup options there. So they talked about Pirlo, and they talked about what have I missed there?
Curry's just saying hardest shift Mitch has done since unwrapping a Mars bar. Joke's on you, Curry. I don't even unwrap it, mate. Just goes unwrapper first.
Jeez.
Didn't say where it goes in, but yeah.
First off, he brings Little Chef in, and now he's like that on one finger, one thumb.
What was I saying? Yeah. So they identified Ndidi as their man, but they had backup options. And when those options collapsed, we went back and said, right, no, we want him now, and we're going to make it happen. And by all accounts, it looks like it's cost us an extra 1.5, 2 million to make that happen. I've seen some people say that that's terrible. I personally, I kind of like it. I like to see the board prioritizing, or seemingly prioritizing, trying to win the league that we're going for right now, not the league that we're going for next year, the year after. I'm prioritizing it the way that we prioritize it. Whereas I think, as I say, the board we had before maybe didn't quite do that. So I think that's good. Like you say, we've moved a few guys out as well, and that's something we've struggled to do in previous windows, is to get the sort of the deadwood players as we would see them. Obviously, we're still waiting to see whether Latondo will get added to that list, but we got Darrell out the door, we've got Rothwell out the door, we've got a good loan for Enciala. So we've got players that are on the fringes out there. Those three potentially never. Obviously the ones that have been sold we'll not see again. But then we've also got productive loans for Curtis and Cameron out to teams in the league. So they're now playing in the league, gaining more experience playing in the league, and hopefully doing damage to our rivals as well, which is another plus. So when you put all that together with the three that we already had, as I say, I think we can call it a success. Some people wanted a 6, some people wanted a centre back, but we can't go out and get absolutely everything. January is a tough enough window as it is. So I think we seem to have hit the majority of the areas that we needed. Obviously prioritising left back and a striker, we've done that. And we've gotten a good few out the door and some good developmental loans as well. So all in all, I think we've hit a good amount of the targets that we started. And I think if most people were honest and you'd kind of given them this on day one of the window, they'd have said yeah. So now it's all about getting these guys in, getting them bedded in, getting them settled, getting them playing together, and going full tilt for this title now.
Doug, thank you. Scotty's handed the reins over to myself for a little bit. So I'll see if I can follow on from the incredible job that Scotty and the guys have been doing. Thank you, Scotty, for bringing me in at this late stage. It's much appreciated. Quick question for me, just on the piece we were just seeing on screen there. Probably, Graham, you want to come at yourself on this one. There's a wee bit of rumours going about at the moment that Chris Jack has mentioned potentially one more tomorrow. Out of contract players is what the rumour is. It's flying about. I'm getting messages left, right, and centre about it just now. Any inclination of who that might be, or I know we're hearing a few other rumours across the city at the moment that it could be Raheem Sterling's name's been mentioned, Oxlade-Chamberlain's name's been mentioned. But Danny Röhl did mention around potentially a big name signing. Could this be one of them? Is this what Chris Jack's maybe alluding to, do you think?
It certainly could be. I think a big name signing is great if it's the right fit for us. I'm not sure where this position will be in terms of what we're still needing. I still think we are lacking a bit of creativity. If I had the choice, it would probably be a number 6. But I still think we're probably lacking something else in that forward area. So if we're able to get a big hitting name that can come in and add a bit of quality in that final third, that would be exciting as far as I'm concerned. But again, rumours and what ifs, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But if there's still something on the cards, and it was a bit of quality in that final third of the pitch, I think that would really help us, because that's really where we've struggled. Struggled for creating chances, struggled for goals in open play. We've seen on Sunday, but we struggled again in that final third. So that's probably been the story of the season. That final third just hasn't been quite good enough. And I'm thinking, are we stronger or are we weaker with the changes with Curtis leaving? I'm slightly disappointed. If there's one thing I'm slightly disappointed, I think it's Curtis going away when he did. You're looking at that game through Edinburgh on Sunday. You felt he would be somebody that could have added something from the bench. I thought he held himself really well at Porto during the week, gave a good account of himself, fantastic ball in for the goal for Gassama. I just worry we've maybe got rid of him too hastily, because we're not seeing a lot of quality elsewhere in that final third, and he produced moments of it, and I think he'd more to give, if I'm honest.
Chris, can I come in quickly?
Of course you can, sorry, Ferry.
So I know there's an awful lot of talk about out of contract players and that already, but what if a deal's been signed and the registration's been sent, but a player just hasn't travelled yet for the scarf picture? Could have all been done remotely and done online. So God knows. I just wanted to throw out a possibility there.
It's a great shout, Scotty. I think you're spot on. It could be anything on that. I think the interesting thing is that there's still that talk. I think most people were surprised it was one. I think with Nadiri, we said that from this morning onwards. I think Danny Rule in his press conference yesterday, Jade's kind of surprised a few people in terms of saying it was 50-50 at that point in time, whether someone else would come in, because up to that point it was very much it's happening, we're going to bring a few in. So maybe there's something there on the cards, and maybe there's something still to come. So it'll be interesting to see what that
if we were finished, Chris Jack would have said, and he's not.
Yeah, he's not come out with it yet. Yeah, absolutely. Brian, I want to come to yourself in this next one. So one of the people that we've, obviously it's in the background at the moment, it's not really coming to the fruition, is Ant-Man, right? Where are you at with this guy? Because I'll be honest, we've not seen enough of him, the injury and things like that, and he's not had a lot of game time, right? To Graham's point, I was really disappointed Curtis went to Kilmarnock, right? I'm disappointed I didn't want him to go, but at the same hand, I'm loving the fact he's going to get game time down there, right? Ant-Man, for me, I'm disappointed we never seen him on Sunday, because I thought he could have been someone that came in and made a difference in there. I don't think bringing Bayrami on and putting Bayrami at wide right was the right answer, if I'm being honest. I think that was a really, really strange decision. Is Ant-Man someone you think can really come in now and make a difference and make that position his own and try and push for that? I know Scott Wilson's going to be ahead of him possibly in that, but is he one that should be coming in? Because you look at last season, Go Ahead Eagles, he was the top assister in that league over there. That's not an easy feat in Holland to do that. So what's your overall take, and where do you think it's went wrong for Ant-Man over the last few months?
I think it's just the injury and just lack of confidence. I think he needs a wee bit more help. I found when he looks as if he's a true winger who will do his best work playing at the byline and getting to obviously the playing out wide, almost on the touchline where the shy line is, and obviously getting past his last man and getting the crosses in. But whenever I've seen him play, we don't seem to play with out-and-out wingers, guys that will go and hug the touchline. Our wingers seem to drift inside in the three, and I think this is where Rowe kind of wants it. He wants to have like left-footed players playing the right-hand side and right-footed players playing the left-hand side, where you see like Gassama and Scott Wilson playing. And I don't think that's where his game is at this moment in time. If he's going to make it, he has to have a moment. Do you know, we reference back quite often to the Borna Barisic moment at Love Street, where his career was basically in the bin as far as Rangers was concerned. He was behind Andy Halliday and John Flanagan as the left back at Rangers, and he scored that free kick at St Mirren and just propelled himself. He just went on from there and he grew in confidence, and obviously went on to do a half-decent job for us. As part of the 55 team, as part of the team that went to Seville and stuff like that. So Ant-Man needs that moment, but he's not going to get that moment playing on the bench, being on the bench. He has to get the opportunities and he has to get brought on. Gassama, unfortunately, has loads of evidence there where he just drifts out of games. If Gassama's not in the mood, it's abundantly obvious Gassama's not in the mood. He just doesn't contribute at all. Scott Wilson, we've all said, we all agree, needs time, needs minutes, needs to get himself there. So Ant-Man could help him doing that. And between Gassama, Ant-Man and Scott Wilson, there's three. You know, I don't think anyone would say that none of them are bad players, but they've got to manage the minutes between them. Between them, the three of them, they've got to carry the can. and then actually start now creating opportunities for hopefully the striker that we're going to be bringing in. So it's a strange one, but it's just kind of get that cross. He needs that crossroads. He needs that moment. When he came on, it was Victoria Pleetson, wasn't it, Ibrox, when he first signed? Looked incredible, direct, pushing through the middle, won the penalty for the second goal and stuff like that. Looked a real find. We need to get that player back into him. And whether they need to go out and employ sports scientists or sports psychologists, to go out and do it, it's a strange one.
Yeah. Just bringing up there, Robert saying, so could Ant-Man offer an option to support Nadiri, getting balls into the box like Ryan is saying? I think Robert's on the money here with it. I go back to Sunday and I look at, there's an image on social media over the weekend, 89th minute of the game. We've got Bayrami at the right-hand side, just at the edge of the 18-yard box. Hibs have got 6 defenders in the box and we've not got 1 player in the box at all. That to me tells you everything for Rangers on Sunday. It just wasn't there. My challenge there is Ant-Man gets you up the field. He's going to hit that byline is what you would want him to do and get the balls in. That's what he was doing at Go Ahead Eagles all last season. So there's no reason why he can't be coming in and doing that for Rangers. And I think he needs to push. Forward on that one. I would like to see more of him. I think you have to give him a chance. Doug, question for yourself would be, would you give him a starting position ahead of Gassama on Wednesday night against Kilmarnock?
Well, first of all, just on that point about the mystery signing, maybe we've re-signed Ryan Kent. He's having trouble getting his crocodile imported into the UK. He's a free agent right now. Yeah, I've been really disappointed with Ant-Man. I was really excited when we signed him. I'd seen him a couple of times in the Eredivisie beforehand. I thought he seemed like really exciting. I thought we were going to get someone who looked similar to how we've sort of seen Gassama in terms of someone that was going to run at defences and cause them a bit of trouble. And we did see a little bit of that in this first kind of month or so. He also came in and did really well in this sort of first handful of games. It's just kind of gone a bit awry. I think he's had a tendency, like you said there. Roll likes to play players on the wing of their opposing foot so they can cut in, which I think makes sense given that we've got attacking fullbacks. So if you have your winger stuck in, I forget the comment, but someone said if your wingers are always going to cut in, it makes it predictable. Yes and no, because I think what you can also do is if your wingers are cutting in, then your fullbacks can overlap and you've got both options. So the ball can either be coming in, but just because it's coming in, if your fullback then overlaps, you've then got the ball that can go back out. So if you've sucked your defenders inwards, your fullback overlaps, they've now got the space to then take the ball off your winger and potentially get a cross in. Alternatively, they can go to the edge and cut in and then cross in, which Gassama likes to do. But I think part of the problem with that man is that he for us anyway, he often cuts in quite early, and because a lot of the teams that we play obviously play not necessarily. I think I don't think teams are playing quite as defensively as they used to do. So it's not like the full deep low block that we used to get, but they're still very organised and they're still defensively rigid and defensively sound. Most teams that will come up against, and he's cutting into traffic basically, and that's getting him into trouble because he's either getting tackled or he's having to then cut in again to try and get around a player, and then he's losing the ball or having to just pass it backwards. So I'd kind of like to see him be a bit more aggressive on the ball. He maybe needs to strengthen himself a little bit. He does look like he's maybe a little bit skinny. So that might be something. If it's a bit of a strength thing, then that will just take time. You can't just pop on a few pounds of muscle instantly. So, and you've seen that happen before. Players will maybe take a bit of time, or they sign for a season, and then it's the summer after that they kick on because they've then had the time over summer to go away, bulk up a bit. The famous example is Ronaldo when he was at United. He first signed. He was, he had all the tricks that Ronaldo had, but he was super lightweight, and after a wee while, players just started to smash him off the ball, and then he went away. Man United came back after the summer, and all of a sudden he was totally he was the ripped Ronaldo that we now know, and it totally changed him as a player. So that's not to compare Ronaldo to Ant-Man, but so maybe he needs a little bit of that. But I would like to see him get some time to try and develop and build himself up a bit. So, if we can get him in on some games, so that he can try and do that, then I think that'd be a positive. Because the other thing is, we spent a decent amount of money on him, so I think you need to try and get your best out of that. Fernandes is an example, of someone that you can sit outside doing nothing and then come in and if things just click right, you can go on a really good run, which Fernandes did. We had Raskin, who took his time before he kind of clicked and had his really good period. So I think, we do need to maybe just show that little bit of patience with him, try and give him the opportunity to develop. He's also got Scott Wilson there to learn from as well, so he's got new people around him, that can only benefit him. But yeah, obviously part of his issue has also been the injury that he's had. So if we just give him a bit of time, bit of a chance. If in summer someone comes in with a decent deal, then maybe we just we just go, we'll just take the money and run. But I wouldn't be upset if he was still here next season and trying to work his way into the team.
Absolutely. Ladies and gents, if you can, like and subscribe. I know we've got lots watching at the moment. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. It's greatly appreciated, and we hope we're giving you some excellent entertainment tonight, which I'm sure you have had over the last 5.5 hours or so. A couple of updates really quickly. One of the names that's been rumoured at the moment, Graham, is Josh Windass. That's the name that seems to be falling about on a few sites at the moment around potentially the player who could be for tomorrow. There's also rumours saying that it could be maybe the announcement of Danilo going out, depending on what happens with Nadiri. And there's others saying it's maybe just Chris Jack just throwing a wee thing in there just to see how it goes. It'll be interesting to see how that one goes tomorrow. If nothing comes of it or ins or outs, it'll be really interesting to see what the reaction is going to be to that one. If it doesn't happen, but it will be good to see. Graham, I wanted to ask yourself on this one. We spoke about the players that have come in. We spoke about Nadiri. The guys were talking earlier on about potentially Nadiri and Chermiti up front, the two of them together. We've seen some of the comments there that says you put Ant-Man on the left, Scott Wilson on the right. That maybe gives you a different dynamic. Now that we've seen the players that we've got, so you've got I know it's not 100% at the moment, but Nadiri, what you expect is done deal. You've got Scott Wilson, you've got Chiguane, you've got Romans. Do you think that Danny Rule needs to look at the squad and maybe change how we play, change the formation a little bit? Because he's been fairly rigid in one or two formations, 3 at the back, 4 at the back. Does he need to change the forward element of that? Because a lot of Rangers fans will tell you it doesn't matter that we've been on an 8-game winning streak or undefeated in 9 or so on. It seems to be that the age-old issue that we've got just now is that we cannot get enough players up the park. We cannot get enough players into the box. Does he need to change his system and formation in order to be able to do that? Or does these players that come in automatically do that for you without having to change the system, in your opinion?
I think he's got to tweak his formation based on the system, based on who we're facing, and he's got to understand how that opposition will line up, how they'll play against us, how we can use our strengths to really beat the opposition in front of us. We've tried a few games with Asgard as the number 10. For me, it's been okay. We've got away with it in some games. With certain games, I felt on Sunday we needed a more robust midfield 3, and I would have had Diamonde and had a real flat midfield 3 as opposed to the 10. So I felt we lost that battle in the middle of the park on Sunday. So with games like that, I think he's got to tweak it. Some of the games where I think we've played well was with that midfield with Barron, Diamonde and Raskin in there. Very industrial, very hard-working midfield. And we won that battle with those 3. So I think there's some games where that 10 I think Asgard's a bit of a luxury. I don't think he's got some quality. He's got a lot of quality to him. But that sort of engine and drive and work ethic and getting the sleeves rolled up and being able to dig in, I'm not sure he's got the desire for that. So I think we've got to be quite flexible. And we've tried a couple of players on at that number 10. So, if we think that's Chermiti's strengths and he can give us something different and link up between that 9 and the 10 position, but still, he does work hard, Chermity. He run his burst a gut the other day as well, and the same in Europe on Thursday night. So if we've got somebody with that energy and work ethic in that number 10, that could be the wee missing link between everything that could just bring everything together. So, no, the manager's got to be flexible and agile in his approach. To be fair, he's shown that at times. But I felt it was the wrong balance away in Hibs on Sunday. I felt we should have that dynamic industrial midfield, flat three midfield, win that battle in the middle of the park. But, there's still the elements of we still need that quality on the ball. We still need that quality in that final third. Our decision-making needs to be better. And I know Doug says at times, we know the wingers who are, left-footed out on the right, they're going to cut in. Well, Cherny was that way last season. We had the quality and the execution to make it work. So, that's what we're needing from these players. If we know they're going to cut in, they're going to cut into their favourite foot. If we've got the full-backs giving an overlap and taking somebody away, then great. But they've got to have that real bit of quality in the final third, and that decision-making's got to be spot on. It looks as if a few of them are short in confidence. Even there was a time where Chermity had the ball at the edge of the box, just outside the box, and you're edging him on to have a shot, and he didn't probably have that confidence to do that. So I know we spoke about the cup game coming up at the weekend. I think we need a full-strength team out of there to really try and do the business. We've got the horror memories of last season at Queen's Park at Ibrox. Full-strength team out, give the guys a bit of an opportunity to play against a team that probably aren't the same quality as what we'll play on a week-in, week-out basis in the league, but hopefully get a few goals, few chances, free-flowing football, and really lift us, because I think we're going to need that lift. And thinking about Motherwell the week ahead, that's going to be a real difficult game, where again, we'll need to think about that formation and how we play. So there's a lot of thought, but the manager's got a lot of strength in that squad when you see who we've managed to get out the door and who we've managed to bring in. So we've got options across, and again, whether that goes to a back three or a back four, whether it's a midfield three or a two by a number 10, we've got the options there to try and punish teams, and we've got some quality in. We just need that little bit of confidence in among some of these players. And this is the business end of the season. Now, these players need to hit form. If we're going to win the league, challenge for the league, we need to be hitting form, scoring goals, creating chances. So we've got to be agile in the approach, and it'll be slightly different to every game, I dare say.
Absolutely, mate. Great point. Folks, as you've seen on the screen there, 16 subs to get us to 5,100 subscribers. Please, if you can, get on, get subscribing, get tagging your friends, your family, your grannies, your grandas, aunts and uncles, anybody you can, get onto them and get them joining into the journal. We'll get some fantastic content on the go, and they will not miss a beat with getting a subscription on there, and it's free to do it as well. So free to get in there, guys, if you can, and do that for us. Scotty, I was going to come to Ryan, but I want to come to yourself first of all, and ask a quick question here, Scotty, for yourself. Should anyone be worried the fact we've not seen a scarf pitch for Nadiri yet, or is that all working in the background, do you think?
Joshua Barry, I've already said the deal's done, so you're just awaiting official confirmation. I've been sitting here, I'm on follow, looking to see if I can dig into this Chris Jack rumour. Somebody's put on, Kieran Maguire's tweeted earlier on, Dwight McNeil to Palace is called off after Crystal Palace steel sheet got stuck in the info@cpfc.co.uk out folder, and no one checked to see whether it was sent or not.
Wow.
But I've had a look about it, and I can't really see any. Windass was mentioned on follow a couple of times, but apart from that, I can't see. A couple of lads in the scouting chat have said that they think it's a freebie.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Really interesting. It will be interesting to see what comes up in this one. Ryan, just if I can come on to yourself, mate. Obviously trying to look ahead in the next few games. Graham made a really good point there. We've got 2 games coming up: Kilmarnock at home, Queen's Park at home. I'm looking at these 2 games, as Graham was mentioned, saying that should be a chance to get some goals behind us, to get the confidence up for the game against Motherwell next Wednesday night, right? On that basis, to Graham's point, is your next 2 games, getting into that game for Motherwell, try not to look too far ahead, but is the next 2 games your full strength squad, or is it the opportunity? The fact bear in mind it's Kilmarnock. I know they're a good victory against Aberdeen Saturday and stuff, but they've not been firing all cylinders. McCann get in there, just a new coach with the backroom staff still getting time to feel around the squad. Is it a banana skin with the Kilmarnock one if you don't play a full strength squad and play the way that we have been playing in the run up to Sunday's game? Similar again for Queen's Park, or do you see this as an opportunity where Danny Rule has got to look at his new signings, his ones like with Ant-Man and things like that we're talking about, bring people in and try and do something different ahead of that game in Motherwell?
He's got to use the next 2 games as his opportunity to work out what his best 11 is, because he needs to be playing his best 11 week in, week out for the basically the remainder of the league campaign. Mm-hmm. So he needs to get the cobwebs off Scott Wilson. He needs to get Chuck Warney in. He needs to hope that Romans comes fit and give Makoma a rest. Makoma's done a fantastic job, in my opinion, for an 18-year-old boy who's come in and has no first-team experience of any level whatsoever. So for me, Jayden Makoma's actually been our most consistent player all season. I wouldn't say he's been our best player all season, but I think he's probably been our most consistent player. So I tip my hat to him. And when the time comes for him to take a rest, he's earned it. But he now needs to start planning and work out who he can trust and who he can't trust going into this last wee bit of the season. And he needs these 2 games, winnable games at Ibrox, and then it's showtime. We need to go. And this whole phrase, now we hunt, needs to come to fruition. And we need to go hunting. We need to go to Fir Park. We need to take the win. We need to invite Hearts to Ibrox. We need to win. Absolutely there. And then we've got the big one. We've got the Old Firm, which obviously is going to lay down the mark, and hopefully that puts what we think of the remaining embers of Celtic's title campaign to bed. And all we can do is focus on just catching Hearts. So he needs to use these minutes wisely. He needs to get his squad worked out for his own benefit. And he just needs to start getting ready to take it down. Because every game's going to be a cup final. Every game's going to be a war. And he needs to work out who's his battalion and who's not his battalion when it comes to it. But we can't take any risks against Queen's Park. It came back and it bit us from the backside. It bit Clement and his band of merry men last year. So it would be good to basically get rid of those bad memories and, take that there, the original Glasgow derby, if you like, and go for it.
Yeah. And Ryan, just sticking yourself for a second, we spoke during the Celtic game, Celtic Park, at half time. We said Danny Rule needs to make his wages at that point in time, and he did. He got the team firing for the second half. I know this is a strange question to ask because of where this came from, but is this now the point where Danny Rule gets his wages justified and gets his signing as a manager justified, because this is where we're in the business end of the season? We've just had that little, I don't want to even call it a dip, because I don't think it's a dip. I draw Easter Road is not a dip, especially when you see who they've beaten there this season as well in the last couple of games. We've had a little blip, maybe, let's call it that. Is this now where he needs to, as you say, refocus the group, get them hunting, and really earn his money by going on another winning run again? And hopefully that winning run is the majority of the games between now and the end of the season.
Yeah. Well, he's done. I mean, he's kept up his end of the deal so far. He came into probably our most vulnerable situation we've been in a long time. There was algorithms that existed that we could actually be bottom of the league. Do you know, when we were talking about relegation form, it was that bad. The appointment of Russell Martin and the tactics he was playing, the atmosphere within the stadium, within the dressing room, was that bad. So he's kept up his end of the deal. He's made us hard to beat. He's made us, really dependable at set pieces as well, both defending and attacking as well, which I haven't seen the Rangers team in a long, long time. So he's done, the introduction of the boy Fry has been great. So he's done all the right things, but we're not there yet. And at the end of the day, if things fall apart now and we finish third in the league, there'll be a lot of people that say he would have been the wrong man for the job. But he's been backed. The club have went out and trusted them to sign a player from the German third division, or probably, I'd imagine, completely on his say-so. And the club has spent a lot of money. And like you said a few minutes ago there, I don't remember us spending this kind of level of funds, not since the Advocat time. And everyone described Advocat as a checkbook manager, which he was. David Murray and Dick Advocat were quite flagrant in what they were doing, and they were determined that they were going to get Rangers to win the Champions League, and it was unrealistic and unlikely to ever happen. Yeah. But it shows where we now are. We're now back as far as financially is concerned. I don't think we were ever away as far as the football club's concerned and the support. We were always there with passion, but I think we're now ready to start competing. So he needs to now do his thing. Everything's kind of falling in for him. You know, he's not sitting there stamping his feet. He's not getting his pated lip out saying, "I never got my striker." Do you know? I think Gerrard spoke about one that he nearly threw the toys out the pram a couple of times with the things that he never got as manager. Yeah. I don't think Darren Rowe will be able to come in a position and actually say, "I wasn't backed," because he was backed. So he now needs to go and deliver.
Absolutely, totally agree with you, mate. And I think this is the point where a lot of Rangers fans will start to look at him and say, is he the manager for Rangers going forward? And I think it's like, I'm only putting that out there, but I absolutely think he is. But this will be the time for it now. He's got to show what he can do. He's got to get these players up for it, and we've got to push on for the next few games. So absolutely, I agree with you, mate. Doug and Scott, I want to come to you too. I'll come to yourself, Doug, first, but Scott, I really want to take your views on this. I know one of the departments at Rangers this season that's been massively criticised from all Rangers fans has been the recruitment department. Ryan's just touched on it. The manager's been backed, and he's been backed heavily by the board in this window, based on the fact that how we brought in. And when I say backed heavily, I'm talking about the funds that have been put toward it compared to what we did before. Do you think, Doug, I'll start with yourself on this one. Do you think we have done well in this window, both from an incomings and outgoings point of view? And should we be giving the recruitment team, and I'm talking the likes of Dan Purdy and things, should we be giving them a wee bit of slack based on what's happened? Or is that maybe just throwing too much out there for them just now? We need to see how this settles in. What's your view on the recruitment side of things? Because it's been a big topic for Rangers fans. It's been a big sticking point. It's something that's the board's had hit over their head this season. Should we now put that to bed and move on? Or are they rightly so open to the criticism that they got earlier on this season?
I mean, it's a big question, and part of it's unanswerable until the future. I always said I forget where it came from, but someone said something once. I agree with it. You can only ever judge a signing 2 years after you've made it, and in that 2 years, that player should either be a top first team player, or someone who you're about to make a profit or have already made a profit on selling. Asterisks, exceptions for, if you bought youth players and things like that. But if you bought someone like, say, a Arturo Romans, 2 years' time, he should either be a first team player or have been sold or on the verge of being sold for profit, and then in which case he's been a successful signing. Otherwise, no. But in terms of, obviously, we need to judge as best we can now. You can certainly, as you said, you can't say that we've not backed or that the board hasn't backed the club and the manager. And I think we can say that in two ways as well. They've backed the manager in terms of they've backed Danny Rowe by going out this month and spending money and getting players. And not only that, I think we've also seen much more. We've seen a cohesiveness. So again, and I think you could have said that in the summer as well. In the summer, we signed a profile of players. They were all young players with potential within a certain bracket. They're either we were getting them cheap or good offers, like say Sama, or they're all in that kind of 3 million-ish, 3-4 million-ish kind of area, i.e. someone we could potentially flip. So there's a profile there. And I think we can see a profile here where we've bought big, strong players, guys with some height, that fits, I think, what Danny Rowe is looking for and what we as fans have identified as been lacking. We were looking at this team going, we've got a lot of small players, or even the ones that are taller, for example, Asgard, aren't maybe quite as strong as we might be. And so I think that there's a real positive there that we can take, because we can look at that and go, our manager is seeing the same things that we're seeing. And when's the last time you can say that? How often have we been sitting there going, how is Clement still making these mistakes? How is Barry still making these mistakes? How is Gio still making these mistakes? So I think that's a really positive sign as well. So there's backing in that. Zooming out a little bit from the transfer window itself, I think we can also see the board backing the club in terms of, they made decisive decisions relatively quickly when things were going wrong. So they got rid of Russell Martin, albeit not quite as quick as we'd have liked, but in the grand scheme of things, pretty quickly. They got rid of Russell Martin, and then not too long after that, wiped the board clean when they went, right, this is not working. We need to restart. And they came out and apologised and did that. And I think that's a form of backing as well. That's backing the club by going, we've made mistakes here. Let's not let this fester. Let's sort this out and do that. And that's led us to the position where we are today, where they got in a new manager who took over a team that was, where were we, 8th or 9th, I think, at the time that Danny Rose took over.
9th, yeah.
You know, we had one league win, an absurd amount of draws, and it looked like it was going to be just a total bin fire season. And here we are, transfer deadline day, excited about getting new players in because there's a title to be won. And that's a huge turnaround. So it's been such a bizarre season in that way, but it's required the backing of the board to get us to this point. And so I think there is credit to be made there. And there has been even some discussions lately that maybe we were overly harsh on Kevin Thelwell in some degree, because some of the players have improved under Danny Rowe, and so therefore I think we can take from that a large part of the problem was indeed Russell Martin, which I think we kind of knew that anyway. But the evidence is now showing itself in that Mikey Moore has gotten better under Danny Rowe. Tello Asgard has gotten better under Danny Rowe. Termini has gotten better under Danny Rowe. The whole team has gotten better under Danny Rowe. And so maybe not all of the signings are horrendous. You know, we're seeing some of the players linked to other teams for bigger profits, like Osama, like Termini. So, yeah, I'm not saying that we made a mistake in getting rid of him. I still think that was the correct decision, but maybe he wasn't quite as horrendous as we kind of thought. So, you know, if he's sitting there right now going, told them, then maybe he's got a little bit of something there. But like I say, I'm not in any way suggesting we should have kept. I do think getting rid of him was the right decision, but I think it points to the biggest issue in that early thing was the manager. So, you know, we're sitting here. Obviously, we've got this striker that will hopefully get confirmed before we finish. And, you know, we can look forward now really positively. And as I say, hopefully that backing will take us through to at the very least, I hope that we're there at the very end of the season, having, as I say, stuck in this title race, if nothing else. But, you know, there's a title there to be won now. So hopefully we can be at the end of the season waving that trophy.
Absolutely. Scotty, is there anything you want to add off the back of that one from what Doug said there about the recruitment and the recruitment side of the club over the last two windows?
Just a quick update. Chris Jacks tweeted out saying that in discussions with Rabbi Matondo to release him early for his contract. I'm devastated. In terms of rating, the transfer window, would we have taken this, the amount of dross that's went out and the quality that's come in? I would have took it. I think deals we've done have been good. Could we have done different deals? Aye. Could we have done it better? Aye. But I think it's been a good window. We didn't shop to England. We didn't keep it safe. This picture's popped up on Twitter as well. Thanks for putting it on, Doug. That's your man. Done deal. It's just not, you don't get a scarf above the head picture, but it'll do. He's in the building. He's fit. He's on fire. Let's see what he can go and do for himself. The only worry I've got, Chris, was Badrami still here in Asgard. Doesn't work hard enough. They're your kind of creative outlets. Badrami is a bit more industrious. I think we were starting to get a tune out of him before we picked up that injury. Could we get a tune out of him? Aye, but it's a big if. And it's a big if. We just need to hope that we need some kind of forward attacking style of play, because we kind of keep getting off with set pieces. Set pieces should be a tool in our arsenal that we use. And right now it's all we're kind of using to score goals, which isn't good enough. We really need to get the boys down the line. We need to get the ball to Gassama. That's one thing we didn't do on Sunday, was give the ball to Gassama enough. the right side of the park on Sunday looked atrocious as well. Sterling and Scott Olsen were null and void in the first half to me. So that needs to all be fixed. There's 2,280 watching on YouTube. Please like and subscribe. I'm a few away for 5,100. I want my bed. I'm tired. It's been a long pod. It's been a 6-hour pod for me and Doug and everybody else that's kind of come on in the background and helped out and hosted and whatever. So just please head on over to the YouTube channel, smash that sub button, because I'm not going anywhere to get 5,100. There's 3 to go. I need 3 subs. But in terms of rating a transfer window out of 10, I would say it's 7.5, 8.
Yeah.
One question you could ask everybody is who has the best transfer window out of the 3, because this transfer window has been defined as season defining. Who has the best one? They've brought in a couple of loan deals tonight. Looking through their comments, they're not happy. They are not happy. They've brought in a centre back. They've brought in a centre forward. I'd imagine there's a winger in there somewhere. They've done 4 deals, 5 deals.
Yeah, that winger's still not even confirmed yet, Scott. I think he was there, he's not there, and I think he's back again with another loan option as well. So I think that's where they're up in arms at the moment. So you're right, and I think, Scott, you're spot on with it. This was seen as a defining window, and you look at who were brought in. I would say it's arguable between us and Hearts in terms of the window, because Hearts have done a good bit of business there, and I know we're saying it's people that brought in that's unknown. But so with Madeira, we brought in an unknown there as well. So I think it's like for like in that sense. But I think it's definitely been a good window. I would agree with you, Scott. I would say 7.5, 8 out of 10 for the window is what I would say. You can't bring too many in at this point because it would just upset everything that's going on. So you've got to watch in terms of what that looks like and then take it from there.
That's a set 5,105.
Yep.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Fantastic, folks. Thank you for doing that, guys. We really appreciate it. Scotty's going to be delighted on the back of that one. We all are.
He's got 7 minutes to get us to 5,150.
There you go, guys. There's the challenge now. 5150. Let's go for it. 7 minutes to see if we
I'll
can
shave
get
my
there.
beard if we do it.
Wow. There you go. There's a statement from Doug on that one. Guys, I love this picture. I'm not going to lie. I do love this picture, and I think it's fantastic. I think it's great to see. I think some of us, though, still get PTSD with the Jardel deal all those many years ago, haven't we? When he held up the scarf and held up the strip. So, let's wait for the tweet that comes in from Rangers saying it's a done deal and he's signed all the paperwork and stuff.
What about Alan Smith? Is Alan Smith in yet? No.
No, I think he's on his way, mate. I think he's travelling up just now. So hopefully he's the one that Chris Jack's talking about for tomorrow. You never know. Graham, just look, we're coming obviously to a close very, very shortly in terms of where we're at. But I think, Graham, look, just looking ahead, right? We've got the players in that we need. We know that Rangers are still a work in progress. We're not a finished article by any means whatsoever. We've got a few hard games coming up with the likes of Kilmarnock and Motherwell and Hearts and so on over the next few weeks. People are saying the next few weeks are going to be season defining, and by the time we get to the end of February, we should have a clear indication of where the title is going to be heading. I'd be very surprised if it was the stalemate it is at the moment. I would expect to see a wee bit of maybe somebody pulling ahead, maybe somebody dropping off at that point. Over the next month, where do you think is an acceptable position for Rangers? And probably I'll rephrase that question actually. Where do you think the fans will accept as an acceptable position between now and the end of the month?
Very good question. Before answering that, I think looking how tired Scotty's looking there, if there's any sympathy subscribers that are watching on YouTube that haven't, get yourself, because look how tired he's looking there. That's a man that needs his bed if ever I've seen one.
Absolutely.
What's acceptable, Chris? We need to win games of football. We need to win every game of football now. I think that dropping points at the weekend has put a little bit of pressure on us. Yes, teams will drop points. We've dropped points. It's incredible to think after the start we made, we're in a title fight. We need to beat Kilmarnock convincingly. We need to beat Queen's Park. We need to beat Motherwell. We need to beat Hearts at home. We need to beat Celtic at home. I think there's a long way to go in this title run. I think there's still going to be some twists all the way through. I think it's going to go right down to the split. But we absolutely need to beat both Celtic at home, Hearts at home. That's an absolute must. I think we need the split. We need to be level points with the leaders minimum for the split for us to be in that position to drive through after the split. We definitely need to close the gap. That's a given, but we can only do that by winning games of football. We need to keep winning, and that's the acceptable level. Win games of football. There's nothing else that matters. We just need to keep winning. So for me, that's where we need to be. Let's say I think all three teams will drop points between now and the end of the season, but we've got some must-win games there. I felt when we went away in Old Firm at January, that was a must-win game. It was. We've won it. Hearts at home, them at home, absolutely must-win games. That's for me the only thing. We need to keep winning, and that's what Rangers fans will find acceptable. Anything else, not acceptable.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you on that one, Graham. I think you're spot on. I think it has to be just keep going, isn't it? That's the mentality at the moment. Ryan, on that basis, just keep going. You hear Danny Rose says it's all about the next game. It's all about the next game. Is he maybe looking too far ahead, do you think, at the moment? Or is he genuinely taking that day by day? It's the next one, Kilmarnock. We spoke about earlier about getting, obviously, Kilmarnock in the Queen's Park games done and dusted, put your full strength in. Do you think Danny Rose looking at end of February and saying, as long as we're, just the question I asked to Grim there, as long as we're still in it at certain points, certain how far away we are from whether it's first position or third position, do you think he would accept that? Or do you think he's in the sense of we need to be top, we need to be getting into after February, March, we need to be sitting close to the top or very close to second in that one? What do you think his view would be in this at the moment?
I think he'll be quite sensible with it. I think he's trying to keep the players grounded as such. You know, as much as we've got ourselves back into this title race, we could obviously play ourselves out of this title race very quickly as well. So I think it's one that he's keeping things sensible, I would like to say. Managing minutes, although I've seen he needs to work out who he can trust and stuff like that. But obviously we're very aware that the likes of Tavernier can't play, two 90-minute games within the same week and stuff like that. He's got to manage John Sterling's minutes because he's obviously his injury record. John Suter probably falls within that as well. So he's probably thinking ahead personally himself in battle planning. He wouldn't be doing a good job if he wasn't thinking ahead in battle planning. But I think to the players, to everyone in the building, to the media, to ourselves, it's game by game. And just take even almost half by half the way things are for us, because sometimes we're absolutely rotten in the first half and we come out fighting in the second half. So I think we just got to just plan ahead as much as we possibly can. Get that bloody doll off his screen, man. What are you doing to me, man?
Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Doug, you know that's going to need to be on every show going forward. It really is. It's going to need to be here. I don't know what he's up to. Don't know what he's done. He's doing something with it. It's going to need to be here every show, so it is. I'm telling you, it's one of those ones. It's going to be our new mascot, isn't it?
See if we win the league, that's going to be available in our Etsy shop.
Doug will personally deliver it for them as well, so well, there you go. That goes into it.
Oh man, alive!
Right, there's 2,284 and 2009 of them are watching on Twitter. Get off of Twitter, go over to YouTube, subscribe channel for me. Only takes you 2 seconds, it's free. We're on most nights, and there's 268 on YouTube and all. If you suddenly use no way to do, and we'll just wrap up there if you want, Chris, because I use want to wait on quotes. I don't know who can wait and who can't and whatever.
I think Sky has taken their picture down, the picture they had, because I think they probably released that a wee bit too early, Scott, if I'm being honest. I don't think
Rangers have just posted on Twitter, Ryan Nadiri.
Aye.
There you go.
It's a video too.
There's a video, yeah. And there's a picture as well with an envelope, so there is on that. So
they've done that with the traitors.
Yeah.
So they have. Jesus Christ.
Fair play to them, that's pretty good to get that done in that amount of time. That's fair play.
I get that level of detail done, I suppose, but it's tragic.
absolutely.
Some of them are absolutely shocking, aren't they?
I know.
The good thing is there'll be lots of stuff coming out tomorrow, you'd imagine, on the back of this, Scotty, as well. I think that's where we'll start to get a lot of the quotes and stuff.
Imagine doing that to that boy, man. That's a riddy.
Do you think he's ever watched the Traitors?
He's not got a Scooby what's going on there, man. Not a Scooby.
Yeah, he's not seen that.
The announcement, Darrell, announcement's just been out, mate.
Yeah.
Done. We're just waiting in quotes, if anything.
Absolutely. It's an interesting. What was it? They're saying number. Is it number 20? I seen someone saying
Alfie's number.
Aye, he wore that at Rostock as well.
Yeah, there you go, number 20. There's another picture. There is another one. Sky have put another one with the scarf as well. So they have
a scarf pick.
There's a scarf pick over the head. I'm just trying to see if I can get it. Let me just. I'm just bringing it up.
Big Brian. Brian, hope you're well, mate.
There you go. Scotty, I'll let you click onto that. But yeah, the scarf picks. The scarf picks is there. So great. I think it's fantastic. We've got to midnight and the announcement has happened. Nadiri's in. Let me ask you this one, Doug. I want to ask a question here, right? Because if I look at 12 hours ago, across all of the social media platforms and things that have been going on, right? If this boy hadn't been signed by Rangers tonight, and maybe it was a done deal for the summer or whatever, and we hadn't brought anyone in, are we sitting here having a totally different conversation and having a totally different feeling about this? Or was that just people maybe flying off the handle a little bit because of what happened yesterday? What would your thoughts have been if Nadiri hadn't been here, given everything that's went on?
If we hadn't signed a striker, I do think that on its own totally changes the complexion, because it wasn't just yesterday. We've been saying for weeks that our strikers just aren't good enough, or certainly aren't performing good enough at the moment. Miovski's got the potential to maybe kick in at some point, because he has proven he can score in this league in the past. Jury's out whether that was just that he fit the system and things that, for Aberdeen, or if that was just his 2 good years that he's going to get in his career or whatever. And obviously Chermiti, he's a young lad that's come in. He had a lot of pressure on him. He's still developing. He's showing aspects of being good at certain things that we need, but he's not been a goal scorer. And when you look at, obviously Motherwell, Celtic and Hibs, sorry, not Hibs, Hearts, then I think you can pinpoint at least one player in each of their teams where you're going, yeah, that's a goal scorer. That's a player that's going to get them, high numbers, and you can't do that with our team at the moment. So it's, I think it's really, really important that we brought someone in. Obviously, there's no guarantees. I mean, I've just pulled up the top scorers for the league there. So top scorer, Tawara Maranisi. Second is Ingrid, and third is Shanklin. So there you go. The top 3 scorers are our. I'm going to include Motherwell because I've really enjoyed their football this season, so I'm going to include them in the conversation. Those are the people that are going to be important. And even if Motherwell aren't in the title race per se, they're good enough to take points off any 3 of us, I think, if they have a good game. So, we've got. Our highest top scorer in the league is 9th overall in the league. And I'll give you one guess as to who that is.
Hernandez.
Yeah. He's probably the next one. Yes, he is at 16th. Emmanuel Hernandez is the next one. So, we've not got anyone that's banging in goals, and that's something that we need. And hopefully this guy can be that. He's going to have a lot of pressure on him, because that's exactly what everyone is going to expect of him. To come in, to start banging goals in for us, and make sure that, as I say, we can stick in this title race. You asked someone earlier, what's the minimum position? Now, obviously, every season the minimum position we're looking for is first. But if that's not going to be the case, then it better best be second, and ideally by a very close margin, because that's been the worst thing. Like it's bad enough to not win a title, but it's worse when you don't win a title and you're not even been in the fight. And there's been too many seasons where we've only gotten really up to now, and then we've just sort of drifted away. So at the very absolute minimum, at the end of this season, I expect to be second, and Hearts to have won by goal difference or 3 points. Because if we don't win, it better be Hearts. So that's the minimums that I'm looking for, and this could be a key player for that. So I do think it does change the window. Gives me a bit of excitement. Totally unknown, plucked from a lower division. Hopefully, we will replicate what Hearts have done in that regard. They've brought in some players from lower divisions that have proved to be really exciting. So fingers crossed that can be the same for us. And as I say, he comes in and fires in, because we've talked about not creating chances. And one thing I don't think we've kind of taken account of in that conversation is that getting in a good striker can, in and of itself, help to create chances. Because like you talked about that image that's going around where at the end of the Hibs game we had no one in the box. We've had that problem before with Morelos. It used to frustrate me to no end, the amount of times when Morelos would play and he was doing all the good stuff that he does, where he would go on and support and thingy, but it left us with no one up in the box. And that was one of the reasons I really liked Scott Arfield, because he was someone that would run ahead and get into the box and fill that gap. And if you've got strikers making the right movement, whether that's being in the middle of the box when they should be, or just offering things to the players around them that start to make those players go, oh, if I make this type of pass, he'll be there. Then that, you can just change the thinking, because we've talked about the team being negative and passing backwards and things like that. Part of that could be that they're looking ahead and not seeing players making good runs or being in good spaces. So if you've got someone up top that is making good runs and is in good spaces, then that can change how they then start to play. So if he can be, I'm putting all the pressure on this guy right now, but if he can be that guy, then that can help maybe elevate everybody. Because nothing better if he comes in, smashes a hat trick, doing all these great runs, and the players are sitting there going, "Oh, this is great. We've got this guy now." It could totally change the team.
Totally agree. And look, just final word from me on this guy. Does it not give anybody a wee bit of a look of Jelavic around him? Looks very similar to Nikita Jelavic. Maybe that's a good sign for us. You never know. If he can score half the goals that guy did, then I think we'll be on to a winner. So we'll see how that plays out. Scott, I'm going to give you the last word. We're going to wrap up, as you mentioned, mate. I'm going to give you the last word just in terms of the numbers of subscribers. Have you got an updated total for us all, please?
We're currently on 5,111, so thank you to everybody in the journal that's taking part tonight. Thank you to all our new subscribers and viewers. I'm very tired, so I think it's only right that we close the pod off now. We've been going for 6 hours and 5 minutes. I've pushed the boat as usual in terms of subscribers, so thank you to all our new viewers and our existing ones. It's greatly appreciated. Welcome to our new striker. It's a kind of quiet deadline date, but hopefully we've got enough to see us through and win the league.
Totally agree. It's been great, and look, fair play to everyone, Scott, as you said, it's came on tonight. Everyone that's been here for the last 6 hours and 6 minutes coming up for. Doug, for all your work in the background, incredible as well, mate, so thank you for that, and thanks to everyone for all their input. But look, guys, I think the biggest thanks has to go to everyone that's tuned in. There's over 2,000 people tuning in at the moment. These are all watching just now. These have been here with us all night tonight, and this is for you guys. The reason this happens is because we want to put that content out there for you. And the fact that you're subscribing, you're going on to the YouTube page and doing that, and hitting the likes on the Facebook page is absolutely fantastic. As Scotty said, it's a massive thank you to every one of you guys for following and for being here and for watching everything that we've been doing, because it is all for you guys. But gentlemen, thank you for all your time tonight, and Scotty, thank you for letting me host the last little bit. It's much appreciated. Look, let's summarise it. We've had a really good night tonight. We've had the signing we all craved, which was a striker. We've got a striker in the door. We are putting big pressure on this guy's shoulders, but let's see where that ends up. It's been what feels like the most incredible month-long transfer window. I don't think I've ever felt a longer transfer window than the one we've had. I'm glad it's come to an end. I'm sure Danny Rule and Rangers will be as well. And we push on now. And as everyone says, we go forward, we hunt, we try and see where we end up in the next few weeks, and we'll see where this takes us. Look, just really quickly, lots of stuff coming up in the next couple of days over the Rangers Journal. You'll have the pre and post match for Kilmarnock. You'll have your Q&A shows. You'll also have Friday shows, and also all the shows that we have over the weekend. So lots and lots of content for anyone to subscribe, or if you haven't, hit that like and subscribe button, because there's lots and lots of contents there for you all to enjoy. Scotty, you want to say any last words? Are you happy with that, mate?
No, just thanks again. Thanks again.
Amazing. Listen, folks, thank you very much for all tuning in. We greatly appreciate it. And just remember, every night is the Rangers Journal night. Good night, folks.
Every night is the Rangers Journal night.